Chapter 849. Misty Ripple Mountain Test. Did his strength come from that sword? It must be a spiritual weapon. The second dream was also shocked, but she stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. She guessed that Lin Ling had passed so calmly because of that sword. However, her guess was right. Lin Ling had not used his full strength before. He had relied on his physical strength of 10 million and the tyrannical song sword strength of 10 million to pass easily. Wait, host, this is not fair. We think that Lin Ling should be disqualified. After all, he passed with his sword. Yes. Many of the eliminated geniuses said unwillingly. Lin Ling had passed with his sword. How could they be willing to accept that? Evaluating the strength of geniuses, they have king physique, martial arts foundation, soul power and weapons. Therefore Lin Ling has passed. He deserves it. Elder Dao's expressionless voice sounded. It was ridiculous. These geniuses had used their weapons to face the true meaning puppet, but they did not say that they were not qualified. But Lin Ling had used his weapon to face the true meaning puppet, and because he had passed they said that Lin Ling was not qualified. How ironic. But our weapons are not as powerful as his. Yes. There were still some geniuses who were unwilling to accept this. Get lost. Yes. Elder Dao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Many people outside also laughed. These geniuses who didn't pass were indeed very embarrassed. Was it because their weapons weren't as powerful as Lin Ling's so they couldn't accept it? They could only blame themselves for not obtaining a powerful weapon. They could not blame anyone else. This time 98 people have passed. Prepare for the test. Yes. Elder Dao's voice sounded, causing many to sigh. The second test was indeed difficult. More than 30 geniuses had been eliminated. Lin Ling, you have an unfair advantage. If not for that sword, you would not have been able to surpass me. Yes. Among the geniuses who had passed, Tang Tianshu and the others looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. That's right, Lin Ling. If you have the ability, don't use your sword. The other geniuses were naturally dissatisfied. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling slowly put the tyrant song on his back. He didn't even look at the other geniuses. His indifferent attitude caused the other geniuses to grit their teeth. Lin Ling was so hateful. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he had shone so brightly just now, humiliating them. Now he even dared to mock them as trash. Next, there will be movement techniques and defense. I hope you won't lose. The late-stage Emperor's spirit realm prodigy said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the semi-finals, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He didn't care at all. His goal this time was the second dream, so he didn't have the time to care about other people. However, if these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies pushed him too far, he wasn't afraid to fight them. Those who pass the test will pass through the Purgatory Passage and head to the Misty Wave Mountain. The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The 98 geniuses walked through the Purgatory Passage. The spectators' eyes flickered. The 98 geniuses had already been determined. They wondered how many of them would fail the speed test. Among them, the second dream was still above everyone's heads. Ironically, the second place was Lin Ling, the only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. That kid's sword was very mysterious, and his physical strength was also very strong. They wondered if he could pass the speed test. On an ancient mountain peak, 98 geniuses stood quietly. At this moment they were standing at the peak of the clouds. White clouds drifted in the distance, creating a majestic scene. Look, there's light over there. Suddenly, someone pointed at the horizon. There was a large patch of clouds emitting a golden light. It was extremely extraordinary. Those who reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass. The ancient voice rang out. This was the speed test. Those who successfully reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass. It's simple. One of the geniuses was full of confidence. He stepped into the void and shot towards the Misty Wave Mountain. That's Zhang Ning. He has the Light King physique. He specializes in speed. The crowd cheered again and again. In their eyes, Zhang Ning's speed was as fast as light. It was obvious that he had cultivated the true intent of martial to the point of perfection. Just from this speed alone, they could see that Zhang Ning's strength was extraordinary. And judging by his speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the Misty Wave Mountain. Maybe he would get first place. At this moment, demonic chi rolled out from the Misty Wave Mountain. A huge patch of white clouds rushed towards that genius. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a white cloud but a large number of white beetles. The beetles' wings were white and their bodies were bright. If one didn't look carefully they wouldn't have noticed. Moreover, those beetles were very fast. They wrapped around that genius and swallowed him whole in the blink of an eye. Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Beetles. I forgot that the Misty Wave Mountain is where the Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Beetles reside. Some of the spectators' pupils shrank as if they had thought of something. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. What a terrifying monster insect. It was said that the Purgatory Channel and Misty Wave Mountain were brought back by the 7 profound martial house's first martial house master. If he could bring back such a mysterious and terrifying place, then his strength must have reached the heavens. There are so many of those insects. I fear that even a Saint Spirit powerhouse wouldn't dare to face them. The faces of the geniuses on the mountain peak changed. One of them said with a dignified expression. Everyone glanced at him. This person was Yu Fanzi. He was ranked below young Master Tang, and many people even thought that he was slightly stronger than young Master Tang. It was just that this person was relatively low-key, so not many people knew of him. If it weren't for the fact that he had defeated a peak Emperor Spirit-ranked genius 2 months ago, no one would have known of him. Then how do we pass? Another genius asked from the side. This person was Zhong Lingshan, and his strength was incomparably formidable. He was an existence that none of the other geniuses dared to underestimate. Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Insect. It is a bloodthirsty insect and it can change shape. It can drill into a person's body and swallow them. But it has a special characteristic, and that is that it relies on sensing spiritual energy to capture its prey. At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. It was the second dream. Many geniuses' eyes flashed. The second dream was truly worthy of being called the second dream. She seemed to know many things. The second dream, what do you mean? One of the geniuses looked at the second dream and respectfully asked. The second dream's black hair fluttered in the wind, and she wore a black cloak behind her. She looked like a woman, but she had a valiant aura. Without speaking, she took a step forward and shot forward. She's crazy. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Before, everyone had seen that rashly appearing in the sky would cause one to be swallowed up by the Misty Wave bloodthirsty insects. But now the second dream was actually going to die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Indeed, when those white clouds shrouded over, the Misty Wave bloodthirsty insects sensed the spiritual energy and came rolling over. At the same time, the second dream stopped in her tracks. Her delicate body sank and she appeared on a mountain peak in front of her. Those Misty Wave bloodthirsty insects circled in the sky, but they gradually dispersed as if they didn't notice the second dream. I understand now. As long as we are not in the clouds, the Misty Wave bloodthirsty insects won't be able to detect us when we step on the ground. One of the geniuses' eyes flashed. The journey from here to the Misty Wave cloud was long, but there were many towering mountain peaks along the way. Then they could use the mountain peaks as a foothold. Chapter 850. Transcendence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Ling, your sword is very powerful, but your movement techniques aren't. I look forward to seeing you die to the smoke bloodthirsty bugs. Tang Tianshu glanced at Lin Ling, then turned into a golden flame and shot forward as well. The other geniuses also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but his results were better than theirs. This made them jealous, but they could definitely stop Lin Ling here. After all, they had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to specialize in movement techniques. The semi-finals are for those at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. You're too weak. Just admit defeat. With that, the Sky Prides all shot forward. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He ignored them for the time being, but his eyes were still fixed on the front. Lin Ling, the smoke bloodthirsty bugs are hard to guard against. If you think you can't reach the finish line, just give up. You can participate in the semi-finals next time. After everyone left, a red-robed girl looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize that there was someone he knew in the semi-finals. Hong. She was the disciple of Elder Long Dan, the alchemist of Linglong Valley. Senior Sister Hong, thank you, Lin Ling said with a smile. His heart felt warm. Because of the second dream, the others were hostile towards him. He was also very happy to see a friend. Then I'll go first. Go. Hong patted Lin Ling's shoulder and said valiantly. Then she floated past and appeared on a mountain peak in front of him. Lin Ling smiled and didn't move forward. Instead, he used the Eye of Time. From here to the finish line, speed was the key. However, no matter how fast one was, they couldn't avoid encountering the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects. Therefore, the real key was those mountain peaks. Only by knowing where the mountain peaks were located could one reach the finish line faster. Wait, those mountains can move. Suddenly Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In the vast sea of clouds, the towering mountain peaks were moving. Some of the geniuses who had reached the front were unable to move forward because of the movement of the mountain peaks, causing them to lose their footing. Of course, there were also people who risked their lives and flew a long distance from the mountain peak they were on to the next mountain peak. And this depended on the sharpness of the movement technique and luck. If one's movement technique was sharp, they could safely reach the next mountain peak before the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. If one's luck was too bad, the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects would linger nearby. No matter how strong one's movement technique was, they would still fall. Another prodigy has fallen. The crowd looked at the scene on Misty Wave Mountain and sighed. Indeed, it was not easy to rise up in the vast rainforest Holy Land. As for the geniuses who had not fallen, they were trapped in the same place, quietly waiting for the moving mountain peaks to arrive. Among them Honger was the same as was Tang Tianshu and the rest. As for the second dream, she was still at the front, radiating a dazzling light. Obviously her movement technique was not weak. In addition, there was another prodigy who was following closely behind. That person's movement technique was extremely powerful. That person's movement technique seemed to be able to cross the void. One moment one saw a shadow, the next moment it disappeared. It was very strange. Moreover, that prodigy was a female. Although her appearance was not comparable to the second dream, she was still the center of attention. Her name was Xianxia. Indeed, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the semifinals. All the prodigies have gone out, but Lin Ling doesn't seem to dare to move. Indeed, he has reached his limit. The crowd looked around and found that Lin Ling was still standing in the same place. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling. As for the Sword Elder and the rest, they were frowning. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling did not seem to be good at movement techniques. His strong point was his attack power. Trash. Tang Tianshu had already reached the first half. He turned around and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He could not help but smile proudly. In the previous attack assessment, Lin Ling was above him, which made him very unhappy. Now he could finally hold his head high. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still motionless. He quietly looked at the mountain peak in front of him. The eye of time suddenly allowed him to understand the trajectory of the mountain peak. He even saw how the prodigies in the past reached the end. Trash, like you should stop before you go too far. After a long time, a calm voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling seemed to be going out to battle. Moreover, he seemed to be saying that the prodigies in front of him were trash. Lin Ling, what arrogance. The crowd's faces stiffened. As for the prodigies in front of Lin Ling, their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling called them trash? Swoosh. Lin Ling took a step forward. What was surprising was that his speed was not fast at all. You dare to be arrogant with such speed? One of the prodigies couldn't help but coldly shout. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling rushed forward again, reaching the third mountain peak. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Many people looked at Lin Ling's figure, and their complexions suddenly became dignified. Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but the route he took was different. There were many mountain peaks and many footholds. Even if his speed was not fast, Lin Ling could still catch up with others. After all, although others were fast, they still needed to wait for the mountain peak to move in front of them. This would take time. Fierce, this boy's insight is incomparably terrifying. The martial house masters of the 7 martial halls praised. Lin Ling did not display any sharp movement martial arts, but he was able to see through the mysteries of heaven and see through the moving mountain peaks. This sort of alternative method of passing the assessment was enough to create the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house. Moreover, this also made many people wonder. Did the speed assessment have to be fast? Did one have to reach the late Emperor's spirit realm? Bastard! The prodigies all roared. It was very ironic. They had sharp movement martial arts, but Lin Ling did not. Yet he was above their heads. The slap was still very loud. They couldn't help but think of Lin Ling's words. You trash should stop before you go too far. Trash. Looking at them now, they really were trash. This Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu's complexion was also incomparably ugly. He was one of the 18 young masters, but Lin Ling had repeatedly stolen his limelight, causing him to seethe with anger. Lin Ling has already rushed to the front. He's getting closer and closer to second place Xianxia. The crowd stared at that frivolous figure, their hearts filled with excitement. Would Lin Ling become the first prodigy to pass the speed assessment at the Middle Emperor's spirit realm? And if he keeps up his speed, it's not impossible for him to catch up to the second dream. Many people looked at the scene at Misty Wave Mountain and then gasped in shock. The light that Lin Ling bloomed was too terrifying. No one could see through him. With me here, do you really think you can surpass me? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded not too far away from Lin Ling. It was Zhong Lingshan. This person was currently ranked third, but Lin Ling was about to surpass him. But Lin Ling was someone he had met not too long ago. He had easily defeated Su Yikong, and had even used his status as an elder to force him to lower his noble head. But after thinking about it, he was furious. Lin Ling was just a piece of trash that used his status as an elder to show off. If they really fought, he could easily obliterate Lin Ling. Chapter 851. Seize the number 1 inch, get the hell down here. Zhong Lingshan's right hand stretched out in the air and suddenly grabbed a spear. He looked at the mountain peak where Lin Ling was and threw it. Rumble. The purpose of the long spear was very sinister. It wasn't aimed at Lin Ling but at the mountain where Lin Ling was standing. This way Lin Ling would stop in his tracks. Good. Many sky prides couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Zhong Lingshan also laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling's arrogant steps had been stopped by him. Haha, you dare to be arrogant in front of us. The other sky prides laughed and attacked from afar. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they could still cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. What right did he have to be arrogant in front of them? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't rely on his strength to suppress them, but on unorthodox methods. Therefore they were even more dissatisfied. Boom. The mountain beneath Lin Ling's feet exploded, causing his eyes to turn cold. A trace of killing intent finally appeared. Today his only goal was the second dream. He couldn't be bothered with the others. However, for the first time, a thick killing intent rose in his heart. Because he had kept a low profile, his opponents had gone too far. Because he had kept a low profile, the others thought that Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and wasn't strong at all. Therefore they could bully him whenever they wanted. Most importantly, he had no enmity with these sky prides. Lin Ling. At this moment, a red figure flew over from afar. It was senior sister Honger. In order to help Lin Ling, she had risked her life to fly over from the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects. Then she wrapped around Lin Ling and flew towards another mountain. The two of them finally landed safely on the mountain. What a lucky junior. Many geniuses coldly remarked. Although they had vented their anger earlier, they were still unhappy. Lin Ling was too lucky. If it wasn't for that red-robed girl, Lin Ling might have died to the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Ling's handsome face was ice-cold. Sweeping his gaze across the geniuses on the various peaks, he nodded his head slightly. He would remember this grudge. Lin Ling, are you alright? From the side, Honger's voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to withdraw the killing intent in his heart. He smiled and nodded. In truth, even without senior apprentice Sister Honger's help, he could have landed on another mountain peak before the misty wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. However, what he was grateful for was that senior apprentice Sister Honger had risked her life to help him. Previously he had been lucky. The route that senior apprentice Sister Honger took didn't have any smoke wave bloodthirsty insects, but that didn't mean that he would be lucky every time. Thank you, Lin Ling said gratefully. However, Honger smiled and said, Master said to help you as much as possible in the semi-finals. In addition, you are from Nimble Valley, so I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Lin Ling nodded his head gratefully again. Nimble Valley was like this. They were very protective of their own people. As long as it was an alchemist from Nimble Valley, the two Xian elders would do their best to protect them. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. What should we do now? Honger looked at Lin Ling and asked. However, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were no more peaks in front of the mountain peak he was on. There was no path to go. Then Lin Ling's eyes quietly changed. The Eye of Time appeared once again and a smile appeared on his face. Although this mountain peak seemed isolated, there was actually a shortcut that led to the end. That shortcut required one to grasp the best timing. After all, those moving peaks would only move once. If one missed it, they would have to wait for several hours. Wait, Lin Ling said lightly. Honga's eyes flickered, but she still believed in Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. The second dream was still the closest to the smoke wave cloud. The others were also running with all their might. According to what they knew, the speed test had a time limit. The second dream is getting closer and closer. Many people stared at the goddess-like figure of the second dream and said, Hey, Lin Ling is also moving, but he's gone crazy. There's no mountain peak in front of him, but he's actually rushing forward. At the same time, someone looked at Lin Ling and Honger and said, then gasped. There were no peaks in front of Lin Ling. If he rushed forward recklessly, it would be easy for him to be surrounded by the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs and die. Haha, the time is getting closer and closer. So Lin Ling is fighting with his life on the line. Some people laughed with schadenfreude. However, at this moment, one of the peaks moved strangely, as if it was summoned by Lin Ling. It mysteriously appeared in front of Lin Ling and allowed Lin Ling to step on it. What? Everyone outside stood up. This was too strange. Were those peaks summoned by Lin Ling? It is not a summon, but Lin Ling seems to know that there will be peaks moving from that place. The martial arts palace master said with a serious expression. This Lin Ling was so mysterious. He stepped on that peak, but more and more peaks appeared in front of him. Blood. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling did not fail. With his tenacious character, he rose again. Moreover, there were many peaks in front of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to easily rush toward the smoke wave cloud with the woman in red. Lin Ling. Yes. The second dream was the closest to the smoke wave cloud at this moment. When she looked back, her eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling had caught up. The other geniuses also had ugly expressions. They had framed Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated. However, who knew that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass them again? His martial arts heart was incomparably tenacious. But finally, under countless gazes, Lin Ling stepped onto the golden smoke wave cloud with Hong. The second dream followed closely after him. However, her face was green and red. She had lost. In the speed test, she had lost to Lin Ling. In the attack test, Lin Ling was second. In the speed test, Lin Ling was first. What a result to be proud of. The crowd outside discussed animatedly. Some of the young girls were even moved. They looked at the young man on the golden clouds and a thought appeared in their minds. The king had returned. Powerful prodigies could be worshipped and admired, but prodigies who stood up from where they had fallen were the most admirable. Lin Ling had been framed and lost in the misty wave mountain. Everyone thought that he had lost his qualifications and had lost his will to fight. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass the second dream in one fell swoop? Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Many people began to cheer. No matter what, Lin Ling was the most mysterious dark horse in the semifinals today. After a long time, the geniuses arrived at the smoke wave cloud one by one. Their faces were cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Ling had embarrassed them again. Lin Ling, congratulations on being first. Being first in the speed test will help you a lot in the next round. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said. His clear eyes stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then he smiled and nodded. Although many geniuses were unhappy with him, not everyone was like that. At least Xianxia was not. Congratulations. Chapter 852. Purgatory. Of course this was normal. Xianxia was originally a prodigy ranked below the second dream, so she was the center of attention. However, after Lin Ling's rise, her limelight faded away. Most importantly, Xianxia accepted her loss to the second dream, but she couldn't accept losing to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling did not take the other party's disdain to heart. After all, the test had only just begun. The real main battle was still at the back. You trash, you're finally here? You're so slow. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the other sky prides. His gaze landed on Zhong Lingshan. This person had harmed him before. He must be killed. Trash. The heavens' favorites' bodies began to shake in anger. However, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was swallow their anger. Lin Ling, this is only a speed test. You've won and placed me in second place. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. Second Dream stood amongst the crowd of chosen like a crane in a flock of chickens. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind as she spoke in a calm voice. She didn't seem to be angered by her loss to Lin Ling. Many people secretly admired him for his open-mindedness. After all, the glory of the speed test should have belonged to the second dream. I'm sorry, but you're third. Senior sister Hong is second. However, just as the second dream's voice fell, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also drifted out, causing the second dream's beautiful eyes to widen. That's right, she wasn't second but third. The second person was senior sister Hong, who was walking together with Lin Ling Yu. The second dream was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face became extremely awkward. She no longer had the generous demeanor she had before, and it was clear that she was a little angry from embarrassment. Haha. Looking at the heavens' favorite, Lin Ling laughed out loud. His voice shook the clouds, making all the heavens' favorites seethe with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, the hearts of the spectators surged. Lin Ling, this eccentric, was as crazy as ever. Time passed quietly and the speed test ended. Only 70 or so people had passed. Next was the defense test. The defense test was much simpler. After all, the following geniuses were all extremely powerful existences. Therefore, only 3 people were eliminated in the defense test. One of the geniuses with a tall and sturdy physique who looked like a Vajra descended from the heavens took first place. His name was Song Yang, and his king physique was a bell. He was extremely mysterious and rarely had any opponents in the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Next up was the third test, Purgatory Battlefield. Countless people were looking forward to it. The previous assessment had been a basic assessment, there hadn't been any battles that relied on strength. But the following Purgatory Battlefield would be a battlefield of blood and slaughter. Geniuses were not flowers in a greenhouse. They had to experience life and death battles. Only geniuses who could experience life and death battles could become dragons among men and be reborn. In the Purgatory Battlefield, the top 20 prodigies will enter the final round. The losers will be eliminated. An ancient voice rang out, causing the 70-plus geniuses to narrow their eyes in anticipation. There are countless demonic beasts in the Purgatory Battlefield. Your test will be to see who can kill the most demonic beast. Go in. After the final announcement, a huge black hole appeared in front of the misty cloud. An ancient bloody aura filled the air. It was violent, crazy, and terrifying. Host, I forfeit. 3 geniuses hesitated for a long time before finally giving up. Although this battle was very important and concerned their future martial path, their lives were also very important. Alright, the 3 of you are ranked below the 70+. Old Dao's voice rang out. Disdainful voices rang out from the spectators. Geniuses became stronger the more they fought. How could they give up just because of some small setbacks? Those people didn't have the qualifications to become geniuses. Trash. The remaining Sky Pride snarled coldly and then strode into the black hole. Lin Ling and Hong are also stepped into the black hole. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the other side of the void, dark clouds billowed in the sky. The earth was blood red as if one had come to a burning hell. A bloody infernal energy filled the air, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lin Ling's body soon appeared. His feet touched the ground, his eyes faintly looking in front of him. There was no one around. It seemed that after entering the void channel, everyone had been randomly separated. In front of him, the infernal energy was extremely rich, and there were even occasional roars of demonic beasts that soared into the sky. The 7 profound martial house's first-generation martial house master is truly fierce. He actually hid such a secret land and even raised demonic beasts in this secret land. Lin Ling secretly admired. He took out the tyrannical song sword and slowly walked forwards. Above his head, a multicolored jade card appeared. It recorded the demonic beasts that Lin Ling had killed. The Purgatory Battlefield was to see who had killed the most demonic beasts. And on that multicolored jade card, there were over 15,000 demonic beasts recorded. This meant that Lin Ling's score was currently the highest. Sure enough, in the attack test I was first, so I was rewarded with 5,000 demonic beasts. But in the speed test I was first, so I was rewarded with 10,000. Lin Ling thought for a moment and had a guess in his heart. This was the advantage of having the best score in the previous test. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as he walked forwards, the mountain in front of him began to move. An ancient toad the size of a mountain appeared, its cold eyes staring at Lin Ling. It was obvious that after so many years, this was the first time that a human had entered the Purgatory Battlefield. This caused it to be restless. Looking at its aura, it's at the late Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He stepped forwards, shooting towards the ancient toad. He raised the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed down. 10 million genes of physical strength and 10 million genes of tyrannical song sword strength. An ordinary late Emperor spirit realm martial artist simply wouldn't be able to block this. Gotcha. The sword fell and the huge ancient toad was split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere and it was as if a small mountain had crashed down. Lin Ling stood there calmly. His tyrant song sword emitted a blood-red light, and it actually absorbed the blood and flesh, turning into endless light that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was the 3rd hidden secret of the tyrannical song sword. The first was a cultivation support tool that could weigh 10 million genes at any time. The second was to allow the sword intent to appear on one's movement speed. Sword steps. The third was to absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and life essence. Of the 10,000 small worlds in my body, another 3 have awakened. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He was grateful to Animo. The tyrannical song sword was practically tailor-made for Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling continued forward, constantly killing demonic beasts. At the same time, in the purgatory battlefield, everyone was doing their best to kill demonic beasts. After all, this wasn't the previous test where passing was enough. They had to rush into the top 20. Therefore, in order to obtain demonic beasts faster, many geniuses attacked each other. This was because killing each other would also give them demonic beasts. Chapter 853. Is that all you can be proud of? Hua Yutong has fallen. Poor thing. In the outer world, countless people were looking up at the sky. The entire sky was showing everything that was happening in the purgatory battlefield. The 70-plus sky prides could see everything clearly. Of course, most of their attention was on the second dream. The second dream looked like a girl, but her speed in killing demons was terrifying. Young Master Tang is not weak either. All the sky prides who encounter him will die. There's also Zhong Lingshan. He's vicious and merciless. The crowd sighed inwardly, but they didn't think much of it. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weaker than others, you should just give up. If you dared to compete and fight, you couldn't blame others if you were killed. As time passed, more and more geniuses died. The crowd suddenly realized that this was actually a battlefield of slaughter. It wasn't about who killed the demonic beasts and made it into the top 20. Instead, it was about who survived until the end and became the 20th person. The sky prides in the purgatory battlefield also realized this and began to give up on killing demons. Instead, they chose to hide and wait for time to pass or assassinate others. These sky prides were very smart. Lin Ling. Many people's eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling didn't hide like the other sky prides and waste time. Instead, he continued to move forward with his sword in hand, killing demons everywhere. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was very mysterious and no one could see through him. Therefore, some people guessed that Lin Ling should be invincible in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, he was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. If he continued to move forward so arrogantly, he would sooner or later meet his end. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this at all. He continued to move forward slowly. The spectators saw that not far from Lin Ling was Xianxia. Lin Ling, be careful. Those who knew Lin Ling shouted. Unfortunately, how could their voices reach the purgatory battlefield? They could only hope that Xianxia was a girl and would let Lin Ling go. As for Lin Ling's strength, even the Sword Elder and the others weren't too sure. They guessed that he was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and that was it. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. At this moment, Lin Ling was still advancing forward. However, at this moment, on top of a blood-red hill, a beautiful figure appeared, calmly looking at Lin Ling. It's you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, then he nodded and continued forward. You don't seem to know that the purgatory battlefield has changed. Xianxia played with the strands of hair by her ear and muttered to herself. Lin Ling paused and frowned. How did it change? It has become a battlefield of slaughter. The last 20 people will pass. Xianxia was still talking to herself. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He really didn't know about this. He then cupped his hands and said, Thank you for the reminder. No need. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm pretty? Compared to the second dream, who is prettier? Am I the prettiest girl you've ever seen? Her gentle smile and gentle voice made it seem like she was talking to a lover. Many people outside were stunned, but those who knew Xianxia had cold eyes. Xianxia was going to kill Lin Ling. I'm sorry. To be honest, you're pretty, but you're not the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand why she would ask such a question. Then I'm sorry too. You must die. Xianxia's eyes finally met Lin Ling's. She didn't hide her murderous intent at all. It was hard to imagine that a girl in her early 20s could have such a strong murderous intent. However, only those who knew Xianxia knew that Xianxia wasn't a weak girl since she was ranked at the top of the prodigy list. In fact, Lin Ling didn't have to die. He only had to say that Xianxia was the prettiest. However, Lin Ling spoke his mind. He was courting death. Why? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't have any feud with Xianxia, but she wanted to kill him. There's no reason. If there's a reason, it's because the retard must die. The strong will walk to a higher stage. You don't have to beg for mercy. It's useless. Xianxia's voice grew colder and colder. Her small feet stepped on the red ground as she walked down step by step. I know that your physical strength is strong, but your speed is your weakness. I have 100 ways to kill you. You can't escape from me. Speed. That's right. In the previous speed assessment, Xianxia ranked behind the second dream. Lin Ling's speed wasn't fast at all. He won by relying on his insight into the mysteries of heaven. Many people nodded in realization. Lin Ling didn't have the power to fight back. Lin Ling was pitiful. He had two chances to live. First, he could hide. However, Lin Ling didn't. He walked around the purgatory battlefield arrogantly. Second, he could flatter Xianxia. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was too sincere and told the truth. Why are you so sure that you can kill me? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. She wanted to kill him so he wouldn't have any pity for her. I've already said it before. Xianxia shook her head. She took a step forward and her body turned into an afterimage. The entire ground was filled with her shadow. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. My imperial physique is a shadow. Coupled with my martial intent, you won't be able to fight back. Xianxia's arrogant voice floated out. The eyes of the spectators narrowed. Xianxia was indeed powerful. If she made it to the next round of the competition, she would shine brightly. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a sword shadow shot out. It was extremely fast, like a swordsman drawing his sword. Legend had it that swordsmen didn't draw their swords. However, the moment they drew their swords, it was like a thunderbolt that could decapitate a person. However, what was terrifying was that it wasn't a sword that drew the sword, but a person. A slender figure appeared in front of Xianxia. A blood-red giant sword hung in front of Xianxia's neck. Sword steps. After the person appeared in front of Xianxia, the cold voice was heard. It was faster than the sound waves. Is that something to be proud of? The calm voice entered Xianxia's ears. Her delicate body trembled. She hadn't noticed Lin Ling's quick steps earlier. The only thing she could sense was that Lin Ling seemed to have applied his martial intent to his speed. Her martial intent was only at 70%. However, Lin Ling had surpassed her. He must have reached 80 or even 90%. It was terrifying. You said before that only my physical body is strong. My speed is my weakness. Do you still think so now? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke softly again. Xianxia opened her mouth, but no words came out. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any weaknesses. Killing her, who was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, was as easy as pie. Wait, I was wrong. Xianxia said anxiously. The sword was already hanging around her neck. The cold gleam of the blade made her unable to resist. You said before that there's no need to beg for mercy. The weak must die and the strong must move on. Chapter 854. Natural selection. Xianxia stared at the slender figure. She had thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and that eliminating him would allow her to advance to the next round. However, she seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Ling had defeated her in her strongest field, speed. Plop. Xianxia fell to the ground, becoming the next person to be eliminated from the massacre battlefield. In the outside world, everyone was silent. The shocking scene in the purgatory battlefield was that Lin Ling had easily killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. One had to know that those were not ordinary prodigies. To be able to appear in the purgatory battlefield, which one of them was not strong enough. However, they were still dead. Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as weak as we thought. Many people looked at the figure in blue and white robes, their hearts surging. They seemed to have seen the mad god Lin Ling rise in the purgatory battlefield. Many people thought that Lin Ling's speed was slow. However, they did not know that the reason why Lin Ling was slow in the beginning was because the tyrannical Song Sword's 10 million power was suppressing him. However, after removing the 10 million power, Lin Ling's speed was not slow at all. Especially when he used the sword step, the speed of his sword had reached 90% of the sword will. The only flaw of the sword step was that its speed was linear. It was not as complicated and varied as a movement technique. It was as straight as a sword and slashed in a straight line. Lin Ling was able to defeat Xianxia. He hid his strength very well. The semi-finals are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if he will be able to become one of the last 20. Many people were looking forward to it. Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, but he had two trump cards. First, his strong physical body. Second, the speed of his sword. The battlefield has reached a climax. The weaker prodigies are hiding while the stronger ones are still killing the monsters. If this continues, the top 20 will be revealed soon. Many people then looked at the battlefield again. There was already smoke everywhere. Heroes were fighting for supremacy. Other than Second Dream, who was still killing demonic beasts, 18th Prince Tang Tianshu was already challenging Yu Fanzi, a prodigy of the older generation. The battle between the two was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Young Master Tang was the youngest heavens chosen under the Second Dream. Yufanzi was slightly older, so you were no match for young Master Tang in terms of talent. However, Yufanzi was like a reclusive scholar. You seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, but when you made a move, you were incomparably powerful. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Other than the two of them, Zhong Lingshan and Song Yang were also fighting. These geniuses seemed to be warming up, causing the blood of countless people to boil. They even imagined that they were the main characters of the battlefield, receiving the attention of everyone. Another genius has risen. This person's king physique is very strange. He can actually transform into a demon. I think he's from a 1,000-year-old ancient clan in the rainforest's holy land, the Great Serpent Mansion. His opponent is a genius from the Justice Duan family, the Frost Qilin. The crowd stared fixedly at one of the battlefields, their faces incomparably solemn. Even some of the top geniuses were frowning. Although they were all at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were much stronger than them. This meant that other than the top geniuses on the Martial Arts Hall's genius ranking, no one in the Emperor Spirit Realm could stop them. What a terrifying strength. When geniuses faced off against geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. Rumble. In the Purgatory battlefield, a giant purple snake was fighting against a Qilin that was emitting a blue icy mist. The two king physiques were displayed, causing a large number of monsters around them to die. As for the weaker geniuses, they were all hiding. They had no right to be arrogant. They're all at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but there's still a difference in strength. I'd better not provoke the top geniuses for now. Let's go find the weaker ones. In the ancient mountain range, the weaker geniuses were scattered. When they met geniuses who were stronger than them, they would immediately turn tail and run. When they met geniuses who were on the same level as them, but they weren't sure if they could win, they would all be wary of each other. They were very smart, they knew to save their strength for the last round of the competition. Of course, there were also arrogant and overbearing geniuses who moved forward without any fear. This person was Tsang Wuxia. Among the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, he was known for his viciousness and ruthlessness. Senior Sister Hong, I trust you've been well since we last met. As soon as he crossed a mountain range, the tall Tsang Wuxia saw a beautiful figure quietly walking past him. He smiled faintly. She was an alchemist from the Linglong Valley. In the past he had gone to the Linglong Valley to get some pills, but because his attitude was too arrogant, Hong had chased him out of the Linglong Valley. He had always been brooding over this matter, but he couldn't afford to provoke an alchemist from the Linglong Valley, so he had always held it in. But now he didn't have to hold it in anymore. This was the Purgatory battlefield. Those who dared to step in here had no one to blame for their deaths. Tsang Wuxia. Tsang Wuxia. Honger's beautiful eyes also looked towards the top of the mountain range. There was a youth standing there playing with his right hand, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. This youth had a scar on his face and his eyes were small. As he smiled, he licked his lips. Hong naturally knew this person. He was one of the 36 apprentices of the 7 Profound Martial House, a disciple of the South Central Tyrant. He had also received guidance from the Great Sun Elder once or twice. Basically, every proud son of heaven that could appear in the Purgatory battlefield had their own background. If they didn't have the backing of the 5 great ancient countries, then they weren't the most favored disciples of the apprentice masters. Let's go. Go. Without another word, Hong took a step forwards and ran towards the distance. With her understanding of Tsang Wuxia, this person was arrogant and overbearing, arrogant and unruly. Now that she saw him today, she knew that he wouldn't let her off easily. As Hong moved, Tsang Wuxia sneered and slowly chased after her. Senior apprentice Sister Hong, why are you running so fast? He didn't chase after her but slowly followed. Perhaps what he enjoyed was the refreshing feeling of dominating the lives of others. The more anxious others were to escape, the more he wouldn't kill them. Step by step, he would chase them until their hearts finally collapsed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly crossed many large mountains. But there were many proud sons of heaven hidden in these mountains. As they looked over, they sneered. The alchemist from Exquisite Valley was very unlucky. He had actually run into Tsang Wuxia. In the Purgatory battlefield, meeting the second dream or young Master Tang was good, but they absolutely could not meet Tsang Wuxia. This didn't mean that Tsang Wuxia was stronger, but that the proud daughters of the second dream would care about their reputation, thus they wouldn't easily attack. But Tsang Wuxia was different. This person's nature was cruel and brutal, and he didn't care about status or reputation. Bastard, Nan Tianba, this disciple of yours has gone too far. In the outside world, Elder Long Dan couldn't help but angrily shout as he saw this scene in the sky. Hong is Elder Long Dan's disciple, and now she's being chased down. No wonder Elder Long Dan is angry. Many people's eyes flashed. Now that Elder Xian was angry, what would happen to Nan Tianba as an apprentice master? Your skill is inferior, so you can't blame others. In the distance, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man was sitting down. This person was one of the 36 apprentices of the 7 profound martial house, Nan Tianba. His temperament was also wild and unruly. He simply didn't fear Elder Xian. Chapter 855. Half-spiritual weapon. Sure, but you have to kill me first, said Nan Tianba expressionlessly. He wasn't afraid at all. The semi-final is a battle between young geniuses. You can't blame anyone for that. If you want to kill me because of that, I can only say that you, Elder Xian, are overbearing. I'm overbearing. Long Dan Lao was furious. Nan Tianba was really overbearing. He was accusing him of being overbearing. The semi-final of the young geniuses list isn't a game. You have to go through blood and death. Long Dan Lao, I know that you love your disciples, but don't embarrass yourself. At this moment, Palace Master Qinlin's voice rang out, causing Long Dan Long to grit his teeth. In the end, he fell silent. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, but the majority of them supported the palace lord. After all, the battlefield was so cruel. Just because he was Elder Long Dan's disciple, others would not dare to make a move. However, some people with powerful identities knew that Palace Lord Tianlin had long disliked Elder Long Dan, so how could he help Elder Long Dan? Then the crowd looked at the purgatory battlefield again. At this moment, the two figures had already crossed more than half of the battlefield. Honger's face was getting paler and paler. It was as if the Grim Reaper was constantly following behind her. This was giving her a lot of pressure. She was slightly weaker than Song Wuxia. She had tried to fight back when she was running away, but most of her attacks had been blocked by Song Wuxia. Hong also saw that Song Wuxia's king body wasn't very strong. His true meaning of cultivation was similar to hers. What was terrifying was his shield, the piercing bone shield. She didn't know what kind of beast that shield was made of, but its defense was terrifying. I wanted to save my trump card for the final competition, but I couldn't help but use it when I see Hong. With the piercing bone shield, you will never be able to hurt me. After all, it's a half-spiritual weapon, said Song Wuxia proudly. Hong was surprised. She gnashed her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" She also stopped. It seemed like she couldn't escape. "Run. Why don't you run?" said Song Wuxia mockingly. He was playing with the white bone shield in his hand. The way of the 9 words mystical fire. Honger's beautiful face turned dignified. She didn't believe that she couldn't break through that shield. Her hands moved rapidly as multicolored flames floated around her like stars. She was an alchemist, but she was also a fire attribute martial artist. The firefly-like flames gradually condensed into words. Lin Bing Do and Jaral in front. The burning and mysterious characters were like characters from the heavens descending from the heavens. Layer upon layer they rushed towards Song Wuxia. Each character was bigger than the previous one, and they carried a sacred and majestic aura. It's the 9 words profound flame. Is Senior Sister Hong planning to use that ultimate technique? Good luck. In the outside world, the martial artists of Nimble Valley began to cheer. It was obvious that they all recognized this powerful flame martial art. It was said that Ruby had already cultivated to the 7th character, reaching 70% of the true meaning of fire. Is it useful? On the other side, Nan Tianba sneered with incomparable confidence. Rumble. After the giant flaming characters collided with the shield, a massive inferno erupted, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Honger's strength wasn't weak either. It seemed that those who could reach the semi-finals weren't weaklings. Is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted, and the colorful flames were all shaken away. Under countless gazes, a young man in white armor appeared. This person's armor had a large number of bone spikes, and there were fangs on his shoulders, knees and fists. He was like a skeleton warrior, and the flames could not harm him at all. It was Song Wuxia. What a terrifying spiritual weapon. The crowd's pupils constricted. A half-spiritual weapon was really extraordinary. Nan Tianba, you really dote on Song Wuxia. You even gave him the piercing bone shield. It seems like in the semi-finals, even if Song Wuxia can't compete with the second dream, his ranking won't be too low, said a student next to Nan Tianba. Nan Tianba smiled proudly. He really doted on Song Wuxia. He even treated Song Wuxia as his own son. Song Wushue's temperament and appearance were very similar to his son who had died in the past. The bone-piercing shield is indeed powerful. With this shield in hand, I dare to challenge the second dream. Other than the second dream, all of you are trash. On the battlefield, Song Wushue looked extremely aggressive and heroic. On the other hand, Hong Er looked gloomy. He was too strong. Song Wushue was probably one of the top 10 geniuses of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. Tell me, how do you want to die? Song Wushue took a step forward, looking at Hong Er mockingly. Actually, there isn't much enmity between the two of us. It's just that I rejected your request for a medicinal pill in the past. Because of this, you want to kill me? Hong Er said with a frown. Indeed. Song Wushue nodded expressionlessly and said, since I was a child, nobody has dared to go against my will. Nobody has dared to do that in the past, in the present and in the future, so you will regret it. How domineering. His voice transmitted outwards. The hearts of many outside trembled. Because they didn't follow his wishes, he found an opportunity to kill them? I can see that you're regretting it, and I've enjoyed your regretful attitude before your death. Now you can die. Song Wushue shook his head and took another step forwards. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had made Hong Er regret, so he didn't intend to keep her alive. Because someone dared to go against your will, you hold a grudge and kill them for fun? At that moment, a voice suddenly spread in the air. Song Wushue's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked towards the source of the voice. In the middle of an ancient mountain range, a slender silhouette was holding a sword. He was walking towards them step by step. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. In the outside world, many people were also looking at the person who had suddenly arrived. It was a young man. He had a sharp face and a sharp chi. However, his blue and white robe gave people an incomparably clean feeling. He had a gigantic blood-red sword in his hand. It was dazzling, but at the same time, it gave people a domineering feeling. Sharp chi, clean chi, domineering chi, three strange chi combined in one person. It seemed like there was a conflict, but at the same time, there was an incomparable harmony. It's Lin Ling. The crowd finally reacted. Lin Ling, shouted Hong Er softly. Her heart was filled with calmness. However, Song Wushue's eyes were twinkling. When Lin Ling had arrived, he had thought that it was some powerful genius. However, when he got closer, he realized that it was Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. Even though Lin Ling didn't have any enmity with him, he had surpassed everyone else. That made many geniuses unhappy with Lin Ling. Song Wushue was one of them. You have a problem with that? Asked Song Wushue indifferently. Your shield seems very powerful. Try my sword, said Lin Ling coldly. He looked at Song Wushue. Before, he had killed many beasts and awakened 3 small worlds in his body. After that, he had seen what was happening. After all, Song Wushue had chased Hong Er across half of the battlefield. How could Lin Ling not see that? Xianxia. Chapter 856. Daring to attack. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the ground started to shake. It was terrifying. However, the spectators couldn't sense it. They only saw that Lin Ling was about to attack Song Wushue, but was Lin Ling a match for Song Wushue? Only Song Wushue could sense that Lin Ling's sword was very strange. He didn't dare to fight against it. But how was that possible? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Not only was he at the late stage of the Royal Spirit Realm, he also had a semi-spiritual weapon. How could Lin Ling be a match for him? He must be overthinking things. Boom boom boom. The sword seemed to have come from the horizon, from the depths of hell. A silhouette crossed the sky and slashed towards Song Wushue. Insignificant skill, shouted Song Wushue coldly. The bone-piercing shield on his body started to change. Ka-ka-ka sounds were heard as a bone-piercing shield appeared in front of him. That was the strongest form of the bone-piercing shield. It was said that it could block 90% of the true meaning of martial arts. Clang clang. The sword and the shield collided, and a deafening sound filled the air. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided in midair. However, a moment later, Kacha, the mountain behind Song Wushue, was cut in half. 3 mountains had been cut in half. One sword had cut off 3 mountains. What? The spectators stood up. Lin Ling's sword was so sharp. Song Wushue's pupils constricted. He didn't turn around, but he could feel that the 3 mountains behind him had been cut in half. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ling was more terrifying than he had imagined. If he didn't have a semi-spiritual weapon, Lin Ling would have been able to fight someone who was at a higher cultivation level than him. Kacha. At that moment, a clear sound was heard. It sounded like bones were being broken. Song Wushua's pupils constricted. He saw that the bone-piercing shield that had blocked Lin Ling's sword had cracked and many bones were broken. Impossible! Shouted Song Wushue furiously. His shield could block 90% of Lin Ling's true energy. How could Lin Ling's sword break through his shield? In reality, how could he know that Lin Ling's sword had already reached 90% martial true intent? In addition to 10 million points of physical strength and sword power, how could that be an ordinary sword true intent? You asked me if I had an opinion before? Calmly holding the tyrannical Song sword, Lin Ling raised his eyes and calmly looked at Song Wushue in front of him. At the same time, his indifferent voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with mercilessness and murderous intent. Song Wushue's heart was pounding. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Besides, Lin Ling's sword could break his shield. Retreat. Song Wushue did not dare to say anything. He took a step forward and started running away. Song Wushue ran away. When the crowd saw that, they felt like they were dreaming. A moment ago, Song Wushue had killed people for fun, but now he was running away like a stray dog. How ironic. Do you think you can run away? Lin Ling indifferently said as he watched Song Wushue flee. He waved at Hong Er and slowly chased after Song Wushue with her. Besides, Lin Ling wasn't running fast. It seemed like he wasn't in a hurry to kill Song Wushue. They had never seen such a scene before. Before, Song Wushue had chased Hong Er like that. Now Lin Ling was giving him an eye for an eye. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Shouted Song Wushue furiously when he sensed Lin Ling's intention. He was extremely aggrieved, as if he had been humiliated. Before, he had wanted to play with Hong Er until she collapsed. Now Lin Ling wanted to play with him until he collapsed. I'm going too far, so what? I'm going to make you regret it. However, Lin Ling's cold voice came from behind. Song Wushue gnashed his teeth. Song Wushue and Song Wushue were running at full speed. Nan Tianba was staring at them. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Lin Ling was surprisingly playing with his disciple. Serves him right. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Dan's mocking voice came out at the same time, which made Nan Tianba even angrier. Lin Ling is insane. He's chasing after Song Wushue. Besides, it seems like his semi-spiritual weapon can't block Lin Ling's sword. How strong is Lin Ling's sword? Thought the crowd. Lin Ling was a young man. He had kept a low profile when he hadn't risen up. However, when he had risen up, he had attracted the attention of millions of people. Kill him. I will reward whoever kills him for me. Even though I, Song Wushue, have a violent temperament, I am a man of my word. Shouted Song Wushue while running away. He knew that many young geniuses were watching him. Therefore, he wanted all the young geniuses to kill Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling was extremely strong, could he resist all the young geniuses? Even though Song Wushue is abnormal, he is a man of his word. We can help him. Lin Ling has already offended us. Let's kill him to appease our anger, said the young geniuses who were hiding in the mountain ranges. Killing Lin Ling would satisfy the other young geniuses. Besides, they would get Song Wushue's promise. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. In a mountain range, a figure soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Ling, causing the geniuses in the distance to frown. That was Lian Feng, who was also very famous on the genius roll. Most importantly, he was very lucky and was the closest to Lin Ling, so he managed to snatch a great merit. You are just a young man at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit layer. How dare you be so arrogant? Even if old Xian is your backer, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf, shouted the young man coldly. He stepped into the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling and Hong Er stopped moving. Lin Ling looked at the young man coldly and shook his head. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. To him, this young man was a fool. Song Wushue didn't dare to face him. That was why he had sent people to kill him. This young man didn't understand his intentions and had overestimated himself. Boom, boom, boom. The sword was like lightning and it killed decisively. The young man wanted to say something arrogant, but a sword scar appeared on his head, causing his eyes to narrow. He wasn't even as strong as Song Wushue. How could he be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Bang. In the end, he didn't say anything. His body fell from the sky. The young geniuses in the distance were stunned. Lian Feng was smart. Since the beginning of the battle, he had been hiding in the dark. He had managed to survive until now. It was rare for him to be in the limelight, but now it was time for him to die. Lin Ling can fight above his cultivation level. After that, many young geniuses realized something terrifying. Their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, Lin Ling walked forward with Hong. Along the way he saw the young geniuses standing on top of the hill, looking at him with fear. Those eyes were filled with mockery. When Lin Ling had arrived they had all thought that he was a pushover. That was why they had looked at Lin Ling with greed and killing intent. But now they were filled with fear and seriousness. Die. Without saying anything, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air. The 10 million strength made the sword move extremely fast. You're crazy. The young geniuses roared. They hadn't killed Lin Ling, but Lin Ling seemed to have attacked them. You're courting death. One of the young geniuses' face was cold. He was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and used a powerful martial art. Shua. Chapter 857. Kill everyone who tries to stop. Another prodigy has died? Many people felt as if they were dreaming when they saw this scene. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was the one being slaughtered on the battlefield. However, no one knew that Lin Ling was the hunter. Ignoring the shocked geniuses on the hill, Lin Ling continued forward with Hong. He had two goals for participating in the semi-finals. First, to take revenge on the second dream. Secondly, he also wanted to see the power of powerful geniuses. After all, Lin Ling was also an ancient martial art practitioner. His heart of martial arts was above the clouds. He also had his own goals. He also wanted to fight with geniuses of the same generation and see their dazzling brilliance. Like all ancient martial art practitioners, he wanted to prove himself on the huge stage. However, these geniuses were not as strong as him, but they were jealous of his results and wanted to harm him. How could Lin Ling be merciful? Perhaps it was because he had been too merciful and kept a low profile that these geniuses thought that he was weak and bullied him. The best way to change all of this was to kill them. You killed them. Lin Ling, you have offended many people. Just as Lin Ling was about to continue forward, a genius on the mountain peak mumbled to himself. It seemed that he was still in a daze. In the sky, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at that genius. His cold gaze caused the genius's pupils to dilate. He seemed to have said something wrong. Lin Ling, I am the disciple of the Zuoxiao Earth Master. That genius frowned and said, So what? Lin Ling replied coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out gently. The sword slash was a combination of killing intent and sword intent, sweeping everything in its path. You dare to kill me? The genius's eyes widened. He had only said one sentence, but Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, the sword slash would not stop because of his words. The sword had always been merciless. Whoosh. Another prodigy who had died under Lin Ling's sword. Another one. In the outer world, the hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was so cold. Those who wanted to kill him were all killed by him. There were only 3 people left on the hill. At this moment, their bodies were all trembling. Lin Ling had killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator with such ease. His strength was probably in the top 10 of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. With that thought in mind, the 3 Sky Prides immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Lin Ling, spare my life. On the battlefield of slaughter, strength was everything. If they had the strength, the one who would be killed today would be Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, so how could they not beg for mercy? You attacked me during the speed test, expecting me to die under the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs. Now you're begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly. Whoosh. Wherever the sword passed, the heads of the 3 people kneeling on the ground flew off. All the Sky Prides who had come to kill Lin Ling were dead. Lin Ling waved his sword and led Hong forward again. The Purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of slaughter. At first Lin Ling didn't know the rules. However, after Xianxia appeared, she told Lin Ling the rules. The weak would be eliminated and the strong would advance. Since that was the rule, then Lin Ling just had to follow it. Lin Ling, you're actually so strong. Hong followed Lin Ling forward, her heart in shock. She had always thought that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were high, but she never imagined that his martial skills would be so strong as well. She even thought of taking care of Lin Ling after entering the semi-finals. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled lightly. He was confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the semi-finals. However, the further you go in the Purgatory battlefield, the more intense the competition will be. Hong said worriedly. The remaining Sky Prides didn't have any scruples in order to win. At that time it would be either you live or I die. The remaining ones would be the most talented Sky Prides. This was a competition that was similar to raising poisonous insects. Survival of the fittest and the weak would be eliminated. The martial arts palaces also chose to accept this. After all, the semi-finals weren't forced by others but by one's own choice. Since one had chosen, then one had to be mentally prepared. Don't worry. If others don't kill me then I won't care. But if they do then I won't leave a single one alive. Lin Ling said coldly. If they wanted to eliminate him, Lin Ling, then they would have to see if they had the strength to do so. Then the two of them sped up and chased after Zhang Wuxia. At that moment, Zhang Wuxia was anxious, worried and even angry. He was being chased by Lin Ling step by step. To him this was a great humiliation. Previously he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, but the result was that all of them had been wiped out. Lin Ling's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. One sword and he could laugh at the world. If this continues I will definitely die. I have to go to the top Sky Pride's battleground. Only there can I live. Zhang Wuxia's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Lin Ling had conflicts with the Second Dream and young Master Tang. If he lured Lin Ling to the Second Dream's side, then maybe the Second Dream would kill Lin Ling. Thinking of this, he flew towards the top Sky Prides. Currently, most of the Sky Prides were hiding in the mountains. Only the top Sky Prides would appear in front of the crowd and kill demonic beasts openly. They were powerful and didn't fear others. They even said to the Sky Prides, "If you want to die, come and try to kill me." Zhang Wuxia, what's making you so anxious? After stepping into the area, a soft voice rang out. It was Ouyang Zhen, who was ranked 12th among the remaining geniuses. His strength was also extremely formidable. Moreover, that was his previous ranking. Perhaps his current ranking was even higher. Brother Ouyang, please help me. Lin Ling wants to kill me? Zhang Wuxia didn't care about his face and said anxiously. This area was full of top Sky Prides including Yu Fan, Tang Tianshu, and other strong cultivators. When they heard Zhang Wuxia's words, their eyes narrowed. Zhang Wuxia wasn't as strong as them, but he wasn't weak. It was said that he had a half-spiritual weapon and was favored by the Southern Sky Tyrant. But now he was being chased by Lin Ling? Was this a joke? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he chase after Zhang Wuxia? Zhang Wuxia wasn't weak even when facing a top Sky Pride. Lin Ling can kill you? Ouyang Zhen frowned, still in disbelief. Why not? If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from afar. Then two figures stepped on rainbows and slowly walked over. Lin Ling was here. Looking at the godlike figure, Zhang Wuxia's body trembled. He was completely terrified and his mind was about to collapse. Being chased by Lin Ling made him collapse. The surrounding Sky Prides were shocked. Lin Ling was so arrogant, saying that if Ouyang Zhen dared to stop him, he would kill him. What did he think Sky Prides were? Trash? Lin Ling, you'd better look at yourself, said a Sky Pride coldly from afar. He was from the Great Serpent Palace. Say one more word and I'll kill you too. However, Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Since he had decided to kill, he wouldn't hesitate. Whoever dared to come out, he would kill. Chapter 858. Kill you until you submit. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. In the outer world, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Lin Ling had come out of the water and arrived at the battlefield of the top geniuses. He had said that no one could save Zhang Wuxia. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. I don't know what kind of grudge you have against Zhang Wuxia, but today I will protect him. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him. So, don't cross my bottom line. The moment I draw my blade, you will regret coming here. Of course, you're not my target right now, so I don't want to waste too much time and energy on an ant. Get out of my sight. Ouyang Zhen looked at Lin Ling coldly. He thought it was ridiculous. Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant in front of him? If he didn't want to waste too much energy, he would have killed Lin Ling already. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to waste time and energy. His target was young Master Tang Yufanzi and the other top geniuses. Is that so? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly and decisively. How dare you? The moment Ouyang Zhen raised his sword, Nantian Ba stood up and shouted furiously. Lin Ling dared to kill his proud disciple? Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be heard in the purgatory battlefield. Since it could be heard, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill him? Swoosh. Ouyang Zhen's pupils constricted. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack him. As for Zhang Wuxia, his mouth was wide open. He raised his bone shield in an attempt to block the sword. However, his bone shield had already been broken. How could it block the sword? Swoosh. A bloody wound appeared on his neck. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Zhang Wuxia, was originally supposed to be the most dazzling star in the semifinals. With the addition of his half-spirit artifact, he was confident that there would be few opponents that could match him. However, he had encountered a freak like Lin Ling. His sword had broken through his spirit artifact, causing him to perish on the purgatory battlefield. Even in death, he didn't understand how Lin Ling's sword had broken through his shield. How could he know that not only was Lin Ling's sword intent formidable, but the sword in his hand was also a mid-grade spirit artifact? Compared to Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword, his half-spirit artifact was simply a joke. Dead. The crowd looked at Song Wuxia, who was slowly closing his eyes. The crowd remained silent. Only Nan Tianba's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at the sky. How dare you kill him? Ouyang Zhen's voice was hoarse. He had just told Lin Ling to scram. With him, Ouyang Zhen, nobody would be able to kill Song Wuxia. However, in the next instant, Song Wuxia had died in front of him. Lin Ling didn't give Ouyang Zhen any face. Blood-drinking saber, blood-drinking saber, I wanted to let you shine in the last round, but now it seems like you're going to use your saber. Ouyang Zhen helplessly shook his head. He slowly untied the black cloth wrapped around his saber. There was a look on his face as if he was looking at his lover. It was as if that wasn't a saber but his partner, his lover. Of course this was normal. Swordsman and swordsman were the same. Once they got used to using a weapon, the weapon would accompany them for life. They didn't need a partner, family, or friends, they only needed a saber. Blood-drinking saber. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes twinkled. Last month, Ouyang Zhen had snatched the Pavilion Master's order from the Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps he had upgraded his blood-drinking saber. This might be Ouyang Zhen's greatest trump card in the semifinals. If Lin Ling hadn't been so arrogant, Ouyang Zhen wouldn't have used his saber. No wonder Ouyang Zhen had told Lin Ling to scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been able to kill Song Wuxia, which meant that his strength was beyond their imagination. It meant that he could kill geniuses at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Plane, but Ouyang Zhen was even stronger. He ranked very high among all the cultivators at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Plane. Could Lin Ling block Ouyang Zhen's blade? Being able to die under the blood-drinking saber is a reward for you. Ouyang Zhen said indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling's face was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the tyrannical song sword with both hands and slashed at Ouyang Zhen. Lin Ling made his move. He wanted to see how powerful that saber was. You're courting death. Ouyang Zhen shook his head. His blood-drinking saber was now a spirit artifact. It could drink blood and become stronger. Moreover, it had suppressed a weight of 5 million. Amongst the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven, who could have a weapon heavier than his? Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Clang. Saber and sword collided in midair. There was no true meaning attack, only a pure collision of weapons. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling, waiting to see him cut in half. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in the next moment, a terrifying event occurred. Lin Ling's sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It ruthlessly cut down, cutting Ouyang Zhen into the ground. The earth split open and dust spread out. Overwhelming, this was truly overwhelming. A 5 million pound saber dared to compare with Lin Ling's sword? How could this be? The crowd was silent. What kind of sword did Lin Ling use? Was it also a spirit artifact? Your saber is only SOSO. Lin Ling floated in the air, proudly looking down. At the same time, a figure shot out like a cannonball, also floating in the air. But his eyes were wide open, staring at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with disbelief. In the previous collision, Ouyang Zhen realized that Lin Ling's sword was even more mysterious. Its strength surpassed his saber. It was like a dragon or an axe, mighty and domineering. Such a useless saber, and you dare say you'll leave it for the final round? Lin Ling taunted again, causing Ouyang Zhen's complexion to become extremely ugly. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, his saber was indeed useless. What kind of sword is that? Ouyang Zhen clenched his teeth and said, to die under the tyrannical song sword is a kind of reward for you. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't answer Ouyang Zhen's question. He took a large step forward, and the tyrannical song sword in his hand cut towards Ouyang Zhen. 10 million pounds of physical strength in addition to the 10 million pound weight of the tyrannical song sword, it was invincible. Clang. Ouyang Zhen raised his saber to block, releasing a terrifying aura. However, after the sword passed, his saber shattered and his arm broke. With a spiritual weapon in hand, he could indeed kill any late-stage Emperor's Spirit Realm genius, but the prerequisite was that his opponent's spiritual weapon was weaker than his. Ouyang cried out in pain as his saber broke and his arm broke. He retreated continuously in the air, his heart shaking like thunder. Lin Ling defeated him in 2 moves. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Yu Fan and the other top geniuses. Wait, I won't pursue the matter from before. Ouyang shouted as he retreated. He had already lost the will to fight. Although he didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling made him afraid. Ironically, he wanted to stop Lin Ling from killing Wuxia. He didn't expect that he himself wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. A dead man doesn't care too much. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his killing intent enveloped the tyrannical Song Sword. He slashed out like a rainbow, and the sword seemed to split heaven and earth. Heaven was above the sword, hell was below, and the human world was in the middle. Whoosh! The sword passed and Ouyang was split in 2. Blood spurted out, and a large amount of blood-red light was absorbed by the tyrannical Song Sword. Then it disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was even more ironic. The blood-imbibing saber killed people and drank their blood. It was the same for the tyrannical Song Sword. However, the result was that the blood-imbibing saber's owner was killed. Another top heaven's pride has fallen. Chapter 859. Bodhi's Sacred Palace. The top geniuses frowned. They had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now they were hesitating. It wasn't because they couldn't win but because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if they could kill him, it would take a lot of effort which would be disadvantageous to them in the last round. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to acknowledge Lin Ling's position. Who's still not satisfied? While the top geniuses were deep in thought, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing their pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had defeated Ouyang, but he didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to provoke them. Although it was hard to swallow for the sake of the upcoming competition, they had to endure the humiliation. See you in the next round. Some of the top geniuses said coldly, but Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Since he had stayed in the last round, he would wait for them to come. It's still that sword. Looks like without the sword Lin Ling is just SOSO. Sigh. Far away, Tang Tianshu and the other geniuses mumbled to themselves. They were not too worried. Perhaps it was best to leave everything for the next round of the competition. After all, they had attacked Lin Ling. Who knew who would attack them in the next moment? Kill. Kill. All the geniuses started to kill the demonic beasts, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Looking carefully, there were exactly 20 geniuses who dared to kill the demonic beasts in broad daylight. Obviously, these geniuses would most likely advance to the next round. Of course, it wasn't that the others didn't have a chance. Unfortunately, if they wanted to rise, they would have to challenge these 20 people. However, they didn't have enough confidence. Many of these 20 prodigies were veteran powerhouses, and their strength was ridiculously strong. Only Lin Ling was a rising dark horse, but his strength was also incomparably powerful. Previously, he had killed everyone who came to challenge him. He had completely stabilized his position, and he had killed so many that no one dared to challenge him. Lin Ling, the mad god, had made a name for himself today. Time passed quietly, and the purgatory battlefield finally ended. As expected, the top 20 geniuses had passed. Among these 20 geniuses, many were famous people such as the Second Dream and Tang Tianshu. There were also new dark horses such as the 2 geniuses from the Great Serpent Mansion and the Justice Duan family. Of course, the biggest dark horse was Lin Ling, who was famous for his killing. He had made it to the finals, of course. Lin Ling editor. Dark God fall. Those who didn't like Lin Ling was Lin Ling rumble. In the outer world, the sky rumbled like thunder. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient aura spread out, as if an ancient bronze door had opened. Then a black hole leading to a mysterious foreign land appeared, and 20 figures walked out from the black hole. These 20 were the top 20 geniuses who made it to Limu's Transin. They're coming out. Many people looked at the 20 people that proudly walked out, their complexions incomparably dignified. Before, the Martial House Master had said that in this year's semi-finals of the 7 major martial halls, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list was the strongest. This meant that of these 20 people, several of them were the strongest of the 7 major martial halls' proud sons of heaven. What a terrifying result. The 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list semi-finals was equal to the strongest semi-finals. Of course, the reason for this was the Second Dream. Then their eyes fell on Tang Tianshu, and they were also surprised by his formidable strength. Of course, they also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest dark horse. Although his strength couldn't compare to the Second Dream, it had to be known that Lin Ling was only at the middle royal spirit realm. With this strength, he had stepped into the circle of 20 people. This explained everything. Lin Ling's talent was truly fierce. Lin Ling. Several disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House coldly glared at Lin Ling. Among them, Nan Qianba was the leader. Lin Ling had killed his disciple. Unfortunately, there were countless powerhouses here. Even if their hearts burned with anger, there was nothing they could do. But as if he was aware of Nan Qianba and the others' angry gazes, Lin Ling faintly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he were saying, "Sorry I killed your disciple, there's nothing I can do about it." As a result, Nan Qianba and the others were even more furious. This boy was young, but he was abominable. Yes, no wonder the 7 Profound Martial House semi-finals are the strongest of the 7 martial halls. 3 proud sons of heaven under 20 years old have stepped into the final round. This is a rare sight. The era of geniuses has begun, and because of you, it will be glorious and dazzling. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to surge. As they looked up, they saw 3 figures slowly walking down from the sky. 2 of them were young girls, and they were leading a deer that was covered in white fur. This deer was like a divine deer, and it looked at all living beings with a kind and peaceful gaze. Behind the deer was a very ordinary-looking carriage. Sitting in the carriage was an old woman wearing a white fur robe. She looked at all living beings, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through the myriad facets of life. This dear old mother. The 7 martial arts hall masters' expressions changed. They stood up and bowed slightly. There was no lack of top experts present from the 5 great ancient countries and the Great Serpent residence. However, many of their eyes were flickering, as though they were extremely unfamiliar with the old woman. Only the people from the 4 desolate races had a slight change in expression. They stood up and bowed slightly. This was because only the top powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the great tree of the rainforest's holy land, Bodhi Saint Palace. Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence in the rainforest's holy land. It was as mysterious as smoke and no one could see through it. But it was able to see through the entire rainforest's holy land, and the master of the Bodhi Saint Palace was the #1 powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. This dear old mother was one of the Holy King's subordinates. She didn't think that such an ancient powerhouse would come today because of the martial hall semi-finals. It seemed that the strength that these proud sons of heaven had displayed had moved her. "I'm so envious," the other martial hall's proud sons of heaven secretly thought. After all, the martial hall semi-finals had been held before, but they had never allowed anyone from the Bodhi Saint Palace to appear. But today, someone from the Bodhi Saint Palace had come. This meant that they favored the 7 Profound Martial House's proud sons of heaven. In fact, they didn't know that in the past, the Bodhi Saint Palace would also pay attention to the martial hall semi-finals. But what they paid more attention to were the proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old. And today, the 7 Profound Martial House had 3 proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old that had reached the final round. So it was impossible for them not to be moved. The second dream. Not bad. The white deer in the sky floated on the ground. This dear old mother patted her clothes. It was extremely strange that there was snow falling down. But only the powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed to lead directly to the divine palace in the sky. The weather there was constantly changing, so it wasn't strange for there to be snow. As for what this dear old mother had said, the second dream? She really did come for the second dream. The crowd's thoughts were even more complex. Although many proud sons of heaven were jealous, they also felt that the second dream was well deserved. The second dream greets Senior. Chapter 860. The evaluation was even higher. Another compliment made countless geniuses even more jealous. Forget about the second dream. She was a girl favored by the heavens, so it was not strange for her to be praised by the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, Tang Tianshu was also qualified. Although his talent was not bad, his strength was not at the top. After all, there were some top geniuses at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm present who were stronger than Tang Tianshu. Of course, even though they were jealous, they could not deny that Tang Tianshu had the right to be arrogant among the heavens' favorites below the age of 20. Or else he wouldn't have the right to be called the 18th young master. Tang Tianshu greets old Mother Lu. Tang Tianshu was excited and quickly bowed. What kind of glory was this? To have the Bodhi Sacred Palace come for him, this was the first time this had happened since the semifinals of the Prodigy rankings. Lin Ling. After that, Mother Earth Deer looked at the third ranker who wasn't even 20 years old but had entered the last round. She smiled, which made Second Dream frown. Tang Tianshu was also unhappy, thinking that Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. You're younger than them, but you're more mysterious. Even I can't see through you. Old Mother Benlu said in praise. The crowd fell silent. An expert from Bodhi Saint Palace could not see through Lin Ling? How was this possible? The second dream was strong and Tang Tianshu was strong. This was not strange, but Lin Ling was only stronger than the average late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant? What? The second dream and Tang Tianshu felt a chill run down their spines. On the surface, the Sacred Palace seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than the two of them. Junior greets senior. Lin Ling also bowed and saluted. He was shocked. Someone from the Sacred Palace? The owner of the ancient tree was sitting on this piece of land under their feet? Your royal body isn't the strongest, it can't even compare to Tang Tianshu. Your martial arts foundation isn't the strongest, it can't even compare to the second dream. None of your domains are the strongest, but all of them are perfect. Even though you haven't reached the peak, you're close to it. Most importantly, all of your domains are the same. Old Mother Earth Deer smiled at Lin Ling. In fact, she liked Lin Ling more than the second dream and Tang Tianshu. This was because only a powerhouse at her boundary knew just how difficult it was for a martial artist to cultivate all their domains to a perfect boundary, and how solid their foundation was. If such a proud son of heaven were to grow up, he would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Perhaps he might even reach the heights of a saint's son. Lin Ling is perfect in all fields? Why do I feel like he only won because of that sword? That's right, Lin Ling must have used some method to deceive the people of the Saint Palace. What a lucky kid. Many people were jealous and unwilling, especially the proud sons of heaven. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were incomparably ugly. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their glory, but who knew that Old Mother Earth Deer's evaluation of Lin Ling was higher than theirs? They were the ones who took advantage of Lin Ling's glory. Old Mother Earth Deer naturally heard these words, but she didn't care at all. These proud sons of heaven were currently stronger than Lin Ling, but that was just a flash in the pan. Lin Ling would surpass them sooner or later and stand at the top of the 7 martial arts halls. These proud sons of heaven were mediocre, they didn't know what it meant to be a genius. Tonight, at the Bodhi Ancient Tree, I will hold a banquet to congratulate the 20 of you for entering the final round. Old Mother Earth Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. This was a banquet for the Bodhi Sacred Palace to recruit these rising sons of heaven. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, the Saint Palace had taken the initiative to recruit geniuses and focus on training them. However, this sort of thing was very rare. Only the true geniuses would be recruited. Lin Ling, the second dream, and Tang Tianshu were clearly the main characters of this banquet. Senior Mother Earth Deer, since it's so difficult for you to come, how about our 7 martial arts halls also allow some proud sons of heaven to enter? Heaven-bearing Palace's martial house master smiled. Old Mother Earth Deer frowned but finally nodded. Many peak-proud sons of heaven faintly smiled. It seemed that they also had a chance to go. They didn't know if they would encounter some lucky chance that would increase their strength. After all, this was a chance to climb the Bodhi Ancient Tree. This was a chance that all of them yearned for in their dreams. Today, Senior Mother Earth Deer has arrived. Your presence brings light to the 7 profound martial house. The semi-finals will be held in 3 days. 20 proud sons of heaven will compete for the championship. Martial House Master Skylin also stood up and smiled at the crowd. The meaning of today's semi-finals had also changed. It was no longer an ordinary semi-finals of the proud son of heaven ranking. It had become much more formidable, and many peak Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven felt a great pressure. Junior Apprentice Sister Heavenly Concubine, this friend of yours is really fierce. He is getting closer and closer to our circle. If he can win in the final competition, then he will step into our top circle. Yang Gan deeply looked at Lin Ling, and then turned to Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling's origin wasn't simple, so he believed in Old Mother Earth Deer's words. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that excelled in all aspects. No wonder he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He always felt that Lin Ling was very strong in this aspect, but it didn't seem to be the limit. He was originally very fierce. Heavenly Concubine smiled, her heart incomparably happy. Lin Ling's friends and family were also the same. Of course, some were happy and some were jealous. For instance, Great Sun Old Man, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family, and other powerful influences. They were all extremely dissatisfied. Lin Ling had gradually become an existence that even an ancient country had to pay attention to. If he could obtain the attention of the Saint Palace, then if his performance was good, he might be able to enter the Saint Palace. At that time, would they dare to move against Lin Ling? Afterwards, everyone dispersed, but they didn't leave. They stayed at the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was also unprecedentedly lively. Mountain River Valley was also bustling with noise. Not only were there people from the Fire Ancient clan, but even people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Many family heads were congratulating Lin Ling, causing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to be incomparably nervous. Heavenly Concubine also arrived. After seeing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, she happily shouted out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was naturally overjoyed. He teased, "Granddaughter-in-law, when will you move to live in Mountain River Valley?" These words caused Heavenly Concubine's face to blush red like an apple. Lin Ling, congratulations on entering the final round. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land, your name has already spread throughout the land. Yangon followed Heavenly Concubine. He looked at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. "Haha, brother Yang, you flatter me." Lin Ling smiled back. Everyone sat down in Mountain River Valley and chatted with each other. Lin Ling chatted for a moment and then went to cultivate. After all, the final round of the tournament was still waiting for him. Once again arriving at the spirit root, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was rich and full of vitality. This was the life energy he had obtained from killing monster beasts. It had to be known that these monster beasts were brought back by the first martial house master from a foreign land. They were priceless, and their body parts could be exchanged for a massive number of spirit crystals. Lin Ling knew that the other proud sons of heaven had also obtained these benefits. Chapter 861. The ancient Bodhi tree. In front of Lin Ling, there were 2 choices. 1. Awaken a small world and stabilize his foundation. 2. Break through a boundary. Lin Ling hesitated for a long time. Finally, he didn't decide which step to take. After all, the final round was 3 days from now. He would have to wait and see. That night, everyone dispersed. Lin Ling also headed towards the ancient Bodhi tree. In accordance with Old Mother Lu's agreement, he was accompanied by Ruby, Yangon, and the Heavenly Concubine. Ruby was one of the 20 people that had passed. She had the qualifications to go, but Yangon and the Heavenly Concubine could also go. Lin Ling was a bit curious. Haha, those that can go to the ancient Bodhi tree are those that stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. We have received orders from the ancient Dao Martial Palace's martial house master, so we naturally have the qualifications. Yangon slowly explained as if he knew Lin Ling's doubts. Lin Ling nodded, understanding. Then, after they left the 7 Profound Martial House, someone came to pick them up. They used a carriage to bring them to the ancient Bodhi tree. This was Lin Ling's first time going to the ancient Bodhi tree. The divine tree was ancient and filled with mystery. It was said that no one had ever reached the peak of the tree. It was said that this was the holy palace of the Rainforest's Holy Land, and also the road to the other side. There were all sorts of rumors, but what was certain was that the ancient Bodhi tree was the symbol of the Rainforest's Holy Land. Now, Lin Ling had gone from a nameless youth of the 100 Territories to the most sacred place of the 100 Territories. One day, when he reached the peak of the tree, perhaps he would be able to rule over the Rainforest's Holy Land and the 100 Territories. Lin Ling's eyes shined as he looked at the divine tree. As he came closer and closer, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Ling, the final round is about to begin. At that time you will definitely be first place. You have also stepped into our circle. The Heavenly Concubine smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's mind to return to normal. He looked at the Heavenly Concubine, puzzled. Had the Heavenly Concubine also entered the circle of the Rainforest's Holy Land's top elites? The circle of top elites represented the strongest circle of the Royal Spirit Realm. 90% of the elites were at the peak of the Royal Spirit Realm, or even outstanding individuals of this realm. Hee. Sensing Lin Ling's surprised gaze, the Heavenly Concubine giggled. I won the previous semi-finals of the Prodigy role. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The Heavenly Concubine was indeed powerful, but he also felt that it was normal. After all, she had obtained the great treasure, the Heavenly Fish Sacred Halberd, back in the old tomb. At that time, Lin Ling thought that the halberd was a spirit treasure, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it wasn't so simple. It was just that his knowledge was limited back then, so he didn't understand it. This also explained why the Heavenly Concubine could represent the ancient Dao Martial Palace and come to the Bodhi Ancient Tree. Junior sister Heavenly Concubine is not weak. Beside her, Yangon affirmed for Heavenly Concubine. However, he was puzzled. Heavenly Concubine had said that Lin Ling would obtain first place. Where did junior sister Heavenly Concubine's confidence come from? After all, Lin Ling's opponent was the strongest genius in the history of the semi-finals of the Prodigy role. It was even more difficult than the semi-finals of the Prodigy role in the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Could he obtain first place? It seemed that Lin Ling still had secrets that he didn't know. Alright, I definitely won't lose. This is what I promised the others. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He had promised to take revenge for his elder brother, so he would definitely do so. No matter how powerful the second dream was, he would make sure that the second dream would never be able to stand up again in the second battle of revenge. Strong confidence bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes, causing Yang Gan's eyes to flicker. At this moment he realized that even if he were to face Lin Ling, he didn't have any hope of winning. This was a terrifying intuition. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. We're here. Geniuses, please climb the tree. The carriage stopped under the ancient tree. Lin Ling and the others alighted and looked up. Looking at the ancient tree from a close distance, it was even larger than before. It was like a giant mountain with no end in sight. Then a leaf drifted down and stopped in front of them. This tree has a spirit and is controlled by the sacred palace. Climbing the leaf will take you to where you need to go. However, our luck isn't bad. After all, the leaf takes an hour to make a round trip. At least we didn't have to wait that long. Before the person from the sacred palace could speak, Yang Gan had already spoken. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was Yang Gan's first time at the Bodhi ancient tree, but he seemed to be very familiar with this place. How mysterious. The Heavenly Concubine and the others didn't notice this detail. Instead, they excitedly climbed onto the leaf. An hour to make a round trip? Then we really came at the right time. Wait. When Lin Ling and the others climbed onto the leaf, a cold shout came from the distance. Several youths strode over. One of the youths looked at the Heavenly Concubine and Hong and smiled. Our luck isn't bad. We actually have such beautiful companions. I wonder if we'll have some luck with women? Although these people were dressed differently, their auras were the same. They were all strange specters, as though they had the same natural king body. And Lin Ling knew two of them. One of them was one of the 20 elites who had passed the semi-finals, and the other was the youth from the Great Serpent residence, Hui Yuan, whom he had met while setting up a stall in the Saint Market. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold when he saw this person. This person had previously made the Great Serpent residence kill him. Haha, we sure are fated. I never expected you to be so strong. I even thought you were an ant. However, it can be said that out of an exchange of blows, friendship grows. How about we write off our previous grudges? From now on, you will be a friend of the Great Serpent residence. Hui Yuan clearly saw Lin Ling and was slightly surprised. Following that, he spoke with a smile. Indeed, he had always thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence. But who would have thought that when his people went to kill Lin Ling, they would be saved by someone from the Desolate race? Of course, he guessed that this was because of the Desolate race's bloodline, Mo Xiaoyan. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications for the Desolate race to appear for him. However, in the 7 Profound Martial House semi-finals, he had never thought that Lin Ling would also be one of the elites who had participated. Not only that, but Lin Ling had also obtained results that he was proud of. Now, his name had already shaken the Rainforest Holy Land. The use of such a proud elite was not small. In addition, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, and had also vented his anger. Thus, he did not plan on killing Lin Ling again. He wanted to give Lin Ling a chance to become friends with the Great Serpent residence. Brother? Is he a junior that the Great Serpent residence has been training? Beside Hui Yuan, a youth was puzzled. This youth was one of the 20 elites who had passed the assessment. Wait. Not yet, but the Great Serpent residence intends to recruit him. Hui Yuan proudly said, as if recruiting Lin Ling was the greatest gift to Lin Ling. Of course, this was also normal. Their Great Serpent residence was a millennium-old ancient clan of the Rainforest Holy Land. To them, the martial artists of the 100 domains were no different from lowly commoners. Besides the 5 great ancient kingdoms, they simply did not place any other influences or family clans in their eyes. Lin Ling had a bit of talent, thus he had the qualifications to be recruited by the Great Serpent residence. Lin Ling, these are your friends? They seem to be very proud of you. Yang Gan looked at Lin Ling and said. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the several youths in front of him. After all, they had come from extraordinary backgrounds, and yet they were arrogant enough to say that they wanted to recruit Lin Ling. No, they're just a few dogs. Lin Ling's eyes were still looking at Hui Yuan as he coldly said these words. Yang Gan was surprised, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He found it strange. How could a proud and arrogant fellow like Lin Ling become friends with some ugly fellows who couldn't see through themselves? If so, then that would be too disappointing. Chapter 862. The Rainforest Holy Land's strongest banquet. The Great Serpent House is so thick-skinned. They don't even know him, yet he's trying to recruit them. Many people had already gathered around, and many of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene before them. Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? Don't waste the opportunity the Great Serpent House gave you. Or do you still not know what the Great Serpent House represents in the Rainforest Holy Land? Huiyuan smiled in astonishment, and his expression turned cold. He had thought too highly of himself when he tried to recruit Lin Ling. Not only did Lin Ling not give him face, but he even called them dogs. The Great Serpent House represents my son. Lin Ling smiled coldly and slashed out with the tyrannical song in his hand. You're crazy. Huiyuan roared. Lin Ling actually attacked after cursing the Great Serpent House. That was too arrogant. His hands moved rapidly as an ancient aura emanated from him. A gigantic purple stone snake appeared behind him, its aura brutal and savage. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the incoming sword slash. However, Huiyuan had underestimated that slash. With a cracking sound, the purple stone snake exploded in the next instant, its head chopped off. Gurgle. However, the gifted king body of the great serpent was indeed powerful. After its head was cut off, its aura flowed like water. It was as if the sun and the moon had merged. A new giant purple snake appeared again. In front of the snake, Huiyuan's eyes were extremely red as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to touch him. Lin Ling, I'm coming too. The heavenly concubine smiled and stood on the cloud leaf. Her jade-like hands formed a beautiful trajectory and she pulled the void. A black and white halberd appeared, making her look like a goddess of war. She then threw it forward. The mysterious ancient black and white fish appeared, swallowing clouds and mist. It was like a halberd that could split heaven and earth, and it ruthlessly stabbed toward Huiyuan and the others. How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Yangon also smiled heroically. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand and drew the trajectory of the Big Dipper in the void, then slapped it heavily. The 7 stars Holy King's finger. This martial art was extremely terrifying. The stars were like lightning and the king was like the heavens covering the earth. Rumble. The earth in front of them shook and dust billowed. Huiyuan and the others' angry roars. They came to participate in the most noble banquet of the Rainforest Holy Land, but they were humiliated at the entrance. Lin Ling, don't go if you dare. Huiyuan's furious roar could be heard from the billowing dust and smoke. Lin shrugged. Lin, S. And? You. S. To say, to, me. To. But, that's right. A cold voice drifted down like a gust of wind. Lin Ling's murderous intent rolled down. To those who wanted to kill Lin Ling once was enough. Lin Ling would definitely get his revenge. Today was an accident. Lin Ling didn't expect to meet Huiyuan, so he didn't plan to kill Huiyuan in front of the sacred palace. But this grudge wouldn't last long. Huiyuan must die after the competition. That's Lin Ling, the heaven's pride who made a name for himself in the purgatory battlefield. How arrogant. More and more people gathered under the ancient tree. They were all here because of the invitation. Naturally, they were shocked by what they saw. Lin Ling dared to offend the Great Serpent House in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was indeed bold. Now, everyone was watching Lin Ling and the others fly up to the sky, while they could only look up and wait for the next cloud ascension leaf to arrive. It was extremely embarrassing. Haha, even the Great Serpent House has come. It looks like the Sacred Palace's banquet is becoming more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting some people up there. Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with interest. Such a grand banquet should be very lively. He should meet many old acquaintances. The boat-like leaf seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It didn't take long for it to come to a stop under a giant tree branch. Although it looked like a tree branch, it was actually more like a road. Lin Ling and the others were shocked by the uncanny workmanship of nature. Following the vast tree branch, it didn't take long for a palace shrouded in mist to appear before their eyes. This palace was like an otherworldly paradise, filled with an ethereal aura. There was a golden leaf above the palace's door, and on it were 3 words, Moon-Admiring Palace. This palace wasn't a sacred palace. It was only a moon-admiring palace. But its magnificence and mystery were enough to broaden one's horizons. At this moment, there was a large number of people in the moon-admiring palace. They were all famous experts in the rainforest's sacred palace. Only they were qualified to step into the ancient tree. Moreover, they were only allowed to enter after the sacred palace agreed. Otherwise they wouldn't be qualified at all. The moment he walked into the admiring moon palace, the fragrance of hanging flowers assaulted his nostrils, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. There was even a faint feeling that his cultivation realm had risen. These fragrances seemed to be extremely rare, able to make a cultivator's strength rise along with it. At this moment there were many people in the palace. They were talking in low voices. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze around. Here he saw Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Duan Xuanwang of the Justice Duan family, Patriarch Qin Nan of the Great Qin Empire, the 7 martial arts palace masters, and many other top geniuses. Every one of them had unfathomable strength and an incomparably terrifying status. This banquet could be called the most powerful banquet in the Rainforest's sacred palace. As Lin Ling walked in, he instantly attracted countless gazes. The 7 profound martial houses' mad god, Lin Ling currently, there was no one who didn't know his name. He was at the Middle Emperor's soul realm. No one knew what his strength was, but he was highly valued by the sacred palace. In today's assessment, he had even received a higher evaluation than the second dream. And today he had also come. The second dream between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu, who do you think is stronger? Martial House Master Tianlin was also among them. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, his heart heavy. From the moment that the second dream had been conferred the title of Elder, Lin Ling had risen up in front of his eyes. He had thought that Lin Ling's schemes were fierce, and he knew how to take advantage of the situation. But now he discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to be valued so highly by the sacred palace, he feared that he did indeed have some ability. But as for what that ability was, he couldn't see it. On the surface, Lin Ling is not Tang Tianshu's match. But Lin Ling is a person who doesn't play according to common sense. He is the most difficult to measure, so I can only say that it's 50-50. The second dream quietly said. Then she added, but he is not my match. Her beautiful eyes were dignified as she looked at Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the bane of her life. Most importantly, she had never been able to see through Lin Ling's mysteries. This was what made her most depressed. Don't worry, we don't need to wait until the next round. Lin Ling will have a good time now. Martial House Master Tianlin faintly said. He could sense that there were many people here who were dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, seeing so many great figures, why don't you, a small junior, bow? Chapter 863. Who's the one toasting? As for Lin Ling, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant when he first met him at the Dragon Tower. However, Lin Ling had risen up in such a short period of time. Although he had yet to display his strength, his reputation had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land. Therefore he was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lin Ling. Some were smiling, some were cold, some were gloating, and some were worried. There were many important figures here. If Lin Ling said something wrong, it would be easy for them to grab hold of it and deal a heavy blow to him. Lin Ling, ignore him. Hong said anxiously beside Lin Ling. It was better not to say anything at the moment. After all, there were too many experts here. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward step by step until he was in front of Long Aoxiang. He looked at Long Aoxiang indifferently, causing Long Aoxiang to frown slightly. Lin Ling was not afraid of him in front of so many experts? I'm a genius ranked higher than you on the Heaven's Pride roll. Why don't you bow when you see me? Why don't you bow when you see so many important figures? You should know that you're in the Rainforest Sacred Land's sacred palace. How can you be so rude? Long Aoxiang shouted coldly. Clap, clap, clap. The aura of a peak Emperor Spirit Realm expert bloomed from his body, making him look like a dragon or an emperor. This kid is brave and extraordinary. His future is limitless. Many people from the major forces nodded slightly. Long Aoxiang was one of the few who dared to speak so righteously in the sacred holy palace. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood quietly in front of Long Aoxiang. Then, he nodded and turned to walk to a luxurious table. He picked up a glass of wine on the table and slowly walked to Long Aoxiang. What is he doing? Many people had a mocking expression on their faces. Propose a toast and apologize. In front of the sacred palace, as a junior brother, he naturally has to bow when he sees a senior brother. Moreover, with so many important figures here, if he dares to be arrogant, he will definitely incur the wrath of the major forces in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said softly. He didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant here, but that didn't stop him from seeing Lin Ling lose face. That's interesting. I'll go up and make him kneel down and propose a toast. After all, with my status, it doesn't seem difficult to be his senior. Duan Zun Wang of the Justice Duan clan said with a smile. Lin Ling had caused great damage to the Justice Duan clan and even caused the death of Duan Qinhuang. How could they not take revenge? Right now he was just taking back some interest. That was what everyone thought. Lin Ling was toasting and saluting. Long Aoxiang naturally thought the same. He had the noble bloodline of the heavenly dragon. His status was higher than that of a lowly commoner like Lin Ling. He was a genius ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy list. His status was also higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling only had great potential. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant in front of him? Furthermore, no one knew where this potential came from. It was just Mother Lu who said it, so who knew if it was true or not? To propose a toast, you have to raise both hands and kneel down on one knee. This is the way of respect. Long Aoxiang looked down at Lin Ling and said. At the same time, he was enjoying the gazes of 10,000 people. It was as if he was telling everyone that Lin Ling was arrogant, but that was only in front of the weak. Facing a top heaven's pride like him, Lin Ling still had to kneel down. You're right. The Saint Palace is a sacred place. It's the most dignified place in the 100 territories. No one can blaspheme it here. You have to understand the way of respect. Lin Ling said calmly as he came in front of Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang nodded and said, You understand. Today's matter is being watched by millions of people. Naturally, you have to understand etiquette and respect. Propose a toast. After saying that, he waved his hand casually. However, propose a toast? Lin Ling nodded. He splashed the wine in his hand onto Long Aoxiang's face and said, This toast is for trash like you. The crowd quieted down. They thought that Lin Ling would obediently offer a toast and lower his noble head. But who would have thought that he did not pick up the wine cup to offer a toast? Instead, he spilled the wine on Long Aoxiang's face, which was equivalent to giving him a slap. Do you want to die? Long Aoxiang's face stiffened. He was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was as arrogant as ever. He dared to humiliate him. Was he looking to die? Long Aoxiang. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly let out a loud shout. His previously calm aura quietly changed, as if the calm sea of an ancient well had suddenly turned into a monstrous wave. You are a top 100 heaven's pride of the 7 profound martial houses proud list. You are very proud, but who am I? Lin Ling's voice floated out from his mouth like the might of the heavens. Long Aoxiang wanted to humiliate him, but how could Lin Ling allow this to happen? He wanted to humiliate him back. You are only a trash of heaven's pride that didn't even reach the top 100. You have yet to participate in the final round. You will never have the qualifications to stand above me. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and said. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many great figures here, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But even so, he still wanted to teach Lin Ling a good lesson. However, just as his words fell, an icy cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Shut up. When the second dream was conferred the title of elder, you failed. Who is the new elder of the 7 profound martial house? The voice was like thunder, shocking Long Aoxiang so much that his pupils shrank. His mind buzzed and he took a step back. He had forgotten that Lin Ling was an elder of the 7 profound martial house. In fact, he hadn't forgotten, he just hadn't cared. No one present had forgotten, but no one cared. After all, Lin Ling was the youngest elder of the 7 profound martial house. But the truth was that many people didn't think of him as an elder, because he was too young. Although no one cared, the status of an elder still existed. In the sacred Saint Palace, an elder was an elder. No matter what kind of proud son of heaven one was, when facing an elder, one had to put away their pride and speak to them in a respectful tone. As for the reason, it was very simple. This was because the elder was your teacher, because the elder's status was higher than yours, and also because this was the most sacred Saint Palace. Tell me, who am I? Lin Ling took a step forwards, his aura magnificent. Me. Long Aoxiang was left speechless. But Lin Ling shouted again. You are an elder of the 7 profound martial house. Long Aoxiang looked all around. He knew that many powerhouses were looking at him, and perhaps even seniors from the Saint Palace were watching, so he had no choice but to speak. Bah! A slap fell on Long Aoxiang's face, burning with pain. Lin Ling had attacked. To have an elder propose a toast in front of everyone, and to have an elder kneel, is this your attitude towards your seniors? Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold, leaving Long Aoxiang speechless. Heavenly Dragon Empire, if the upper beam is not straight, then the lower beam will be crooked. Today in the sacred Saint Palace, you dared to offend your superiors and run amok. In the future, You will inevitably become the source of chaos in the 100 territories. Lin Ling's words caused Lord Long's complexion to become incomparably ugly. In the past, Lord Long had slandered Lin Ling as a demon, a homicidal maniac. Today, Lin Ling had returned the favor, and had even cursed the Heavenly Dragon Empire in front of the Saint Palace. My apologies, Elder. I was negligent before, I admit my mistake. Long Aoxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he still had to speak respectfully. After he finished speaking, he strode away. Today he had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had lost all face. Stop. But, did he think he could leave just because he wanted to? He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had failed and now he wanted to leave? What else do you want? Long Aoxiang stopped, his back facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful. To propose a toast, one must raise both hands and kneel on one knee. This is the way of respect. Lin Ling held his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind. These were the words that Long Aoxiang had said before, and now he had returned them. Chapter 864. To have a strong backbone. You. Long Aoxiang finally turned around with an ugly expression on his face. Lin Ling did not let him off. He wanted him to propose a toast with both hands and on one knee. This was a huge humiliation not only to him but also to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The entire palace fell silent. Countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was standing proudly, with complicated expressions on their faces. It was said that Lin Ling could not be humiliated. Otherwise he would be humiliated 100 times over. That was how he got his name, the Mad God. Now that they had seen him today, they knew that he lived up to his reputation. Even in front of countless experts, Lin Ling was still fearless. He still had a strong backbone. Humiliate him? 10 times the humiliation. Aoxiang propose a toast. Yes. Long Aoxiang had no choice but to propose a toast. If he refused, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would lose even more face. Going back on one's words, being rude and lacking in manners, it would be fine if it was any other place, but not in the most sacred place, the Saint Palace. After all, this was the core of the rainforest. Even the Holy King might be watching this scene. Most importantly, Lin Ling's current status was higher than Long Aoxiang. Propose a toast? Long Aoxiang roared. He wanted to propose a toast. There were so many people here, including many of his old rivals. He could not throw his face away. Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang said in a low voice. He could not throw his face away either, but he had to do it. Long Aoxiang gritted his teeth and had no choice but to stride forward. He came to the side of the table, picked up his wine cup and walked towards Lin Ling. In the process, many top geniuses could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. If it were not for the fact that this place was beneath the most sacred Bodhi Saint Palace, they would have long burst out laughing. They were competitors with Long Aoxiang. Now that they saw the proud genius being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. Then they looked at Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Lin Ling, this junior, was much younger than them and his cultivation was much weaker. However, he did what they could not do. This Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Perhaps in the future he would surpass them. Sister, is this the Lin Ling that Lu Mama was talking about? At first, I thought that he was a weak man without any manliness. But who knew that his counterattack was so powerful, like a thunderbolt? He didn't fear the presence of the strong and wasn't alarmed even if the sky collapsed. He let the people who humiliated him smash their own feet. Above the palace, on a huge leaf, 2 women were looking forward. There was a leaf as big as a stone table, displaying everything in the palace. This child's king body is of the 8th grade, which isn't the best. I don't know how strong his true meaning of martial arts is. According to his age and cultivation level, I wonder if he has reached half a step into 90%. The white-clothed woman next to him was as cold as a fairy under the moonlight. She spoke indifferently. I'm talking east, but you're talking west. The other woman in red was more lively. I think he's very handsome and he's also very handsome. Especially his eyes, they give off a pure and clear feeling, but also a deep and mysterious feeling. On the surface, this kid doesn't have any hope in the last round of the 7 Profound Martial House tournament. I don't know why Lu Mama say this. The woman in white lightly said, as if she hadn't heard the woman in red's words. The woman in red rolled her eyes. Her senior apprentice sister was a martial arts maniac. She didn't care about the martial path at all. Of course, a martial arts maniac was obsessed with the martial path. She had no emotions, only martial arts. Such a person could cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. In addition, this woman was a saint child, and had been trained by the Saint Palace since childhood. Since Lu Mama said this, I naturally have my reasons. In any case, I believe her. The woman in red curled her lips. The woman in white lightly shook her head. On the road of martial arts, seeing is believing, hearing is false. Everything that is nothingness, as long as there is no proof, everything can be false. She still didn't believe that Lin Ling was fierce, so she stood firm on her position. You are right, but without proof, how do you know that Lin Ling is weak? The woman in red retorted, causing the woman in white to be speechless. At this moment in the palace, countless people were looking at Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and walked in front of Lin Ling with a cup of wine in his hand. Just as he was about to offer the cup of wine, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, "A toast needs both hands. Don't go too far." Long Aoxiang roared, his voice hoarse, but he still offered the cup of wine with both hands. Kneel on one knee, this is the way of respect. However, Lin Ling spoke again, causing Long Aoxiang's body to tremble. Finally, with a plop, he knelt down on one knee and offered the cup of wine with both hands. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. He slowly took the cup of wine and said, "Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Aoxiang, it seems that you cannot soar. This is the evaluation of the 7 profound martial house elders." Bang. Bang. Long Aoxiang knelt on one knee, the strength of his anger cracking the stone beneath his knee. His strength was greater than Lin Ling's, but now he had to kneel on one knee before Lin Ling. This sort of humiliation could be imagined. And Lin Ling had said that he would never be able to soar. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. After drinking the wine, he didn't even look at Long Aoxiang as he walked past him. "Elder Lin Ling, you have great dignity. To bully a junior like this, it satisfies your sense of superiority. But don't forget that in front of us you are also a junior. Although you are an elder, in front of the elders of our 5 great ancient countries, your status as an elder is still a bit weak. Shouldn't you be toasting with both hands and kneeling on one knee? I remember that you said that this is the way of respect." After taking a few steps, a loud voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. There really were many people here who wanted to look good on Lin Ling. Then everyone looked at the speaker and discovered that it was the Justice Duan family's Duan Xuanwang. Duan Xuanwang, this old man was as mighty as a heavenly general. He was a godlike character of the Justice Duan family. In the past, in the Rainforest Holy Land, he had relied on his invincible Qilin iron fist to establish a mighty reputation. With a single punch, he had killed tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit powerhouses. Duan Xuanwang. Lin Ling stopped and coldly looked at Duan Xuanwang. This old man and Lord Long had killed Old Man Xiao. Seeing him today, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but fill with killing intent. Duan Xuanwang, Lin Ling is one of the 24 patriarchs of my great Qin dynasty. Does he need to bow to you? Boom. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded out. It was the great Qin dynasty's Qin Nan who publicly supported Lin Ling. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a status in the great Qin dynasty. If Lin Ling was the patriarch of the great Qin dynasty, then his status wasn't low. He didn't need to bow to Duan Xuanwang. Duan Xuanwang's face stiffened and he couldn't say anything. He wanted to use his status to make Lin Ling lower his head, but he failed. "Toasting with you? In your dreams. I can spray wine all over your face, but do you dare to accept it?" Chapter 865. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' actions were straightforward, and he attacked as soon as he said he would. Whoosh. The wine was like a sword. The combination of power and spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. Of course, this kind of wine was naturally harmless to Duan Xuanwang. He waved his right hand in front of him, and the sword-like wine was swept away by him. It turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. But what made Duan Xuanwang angry was that Lin Ling was like a hoodlum on the street. He didn't care about face, etiquette, or that they were under the sacred palace. He actually dared to spray wine at him. This Lin Ling is crazy. Everyone gasped. After all, no matter who came here, they had to restrain their ferocity. This was also out of respect for the legendary Holy King. Therefore, the strong people here had always been polite. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, they had to find a reasonable excuse. However, Lin Ling didn't play by the rules. He sprayed wine at them and they couldn't react in time. As expected of a barbarian. You don't care about reason or etiquette. The sacred palace is a sacred place. You stepped on the ancient tree and blasphemed the Bodhi sacred palace. Duan Xuanwang roared. Lin Ling's previous spitting of wine made him seethe with anger. After all, although Lin Ling was the patriarch, people with discerning eyes knew that Lin Ling's strength was like an ant to experts like them. You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. Your status is the same as mine, but you overestimated yourself and asked me to kneel down and toast you. Are you old and blind? Lin Ling glared at Duanzun Wang like a ferocious tiger. He finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and threw the cup at Duanzun Wang. This was under the sacred palace. Everyone restrained themselves and behaved politely. However, it didn't mean that they were really righteous. They just wore a mask of hypocrisy. And Lin Ling disdained to wear a mask of hypocrisy. He was angry when he saw Duanzun Wang, so he sprayed wine at him and smashed the cup at him. Duanzun Wang killed Old Man Xiao. This was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, a pain that could never be erased. Old Man Xiao doted on him, Lin Ling, and supported him. That day he died an unjust death. Today, when he saw his enemy again, if Lin Ling didn't say anything and even exchange pleasantries with Duanzun Wang, it would be a blasphemy and insult to Old Man Xiao. Lin Ling would never do such a thing. Even if he was chased away by the Saint Palace today, he would still take action. Even if he was currently not Duanzun Wang's match, he would not hold back today. If he didn't like Duanzun Wang, then he would attack. Clang. The wine cup shot towards Duanzun Wang, and was naturally blocked by him again. However, after being provoked by Lin Ling twice, Duanzun Wang's fiery temper could no longer hold back. Like a furious qilin, his hair stood on end and he seemed to want to attack. But at the critical moment, a cold voice rang out. He's trying to goad you into perishing together with him. No one knew who the voice came from, but it was like a basin of cold water that made Duanzun Wang calm down. This was the most sacred and mysterious sacred palace, and no one knew what would happen if he erupted with power. Would he die together with Lin Ling? Or would the Holy King value Lin Ling and let him die in the end? He couldn't afford to gamble on any of this. Lin Ling was acting arrogantly here. He didn't know how the Holy King would treat Lin Ling, but he was certain that the Holy King's attitude towards him would be worse than Lin Ling's. This meant that if he dared to behave atrociously on the sacred ancient tree, he would die. Lin Ling, you've got guts. Ugh. Duanzun Wang's expression was extremely ugly, but he finally sat down. As long as I don't die, you will die for Old Man Zhao's revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were red as he enunciated each word clearly. This was his promise. The crowd's eyes flickered. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so arrogant in the Saint Palace. He seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Duanzun Wang, but Lin Ling was righteous. Old Man Xiao was obviously not Lin Ling's relative, but Lin Ling was willing to stand up for him. This showed that he was a man of character. Moreover, he was open and honest, daring to admit his actions without any pretense. This was admirable. What an interesting brat. In every corner of the palace, the experts from the desolate race smiled faintly. Fighting for others, not fearing the heavens and the earth. This was what it meant to be a warrior. Lin Ling, come sit here. Qin Feng was moved. Qin Nan was excited. Even he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Saint Palace. However, Lin Ling dared to, and he did it for his brother Qin Xiao. This made him extremely touched. Old Man Xiao had met a good brother. Lin Ling continued to take deep breaths, suppressing his killing intent. Finally, he walked towards Qin Nan. He knew that he was currently not Duanzun Wang's match, but he believed that it would not be long before he would be able to use this old bastard's blood as a sacrifice to Old Man Xiao. The palace gradually quieted down. Those who wanted to see Lin Ling's performance were also silent. The previous scene proved that they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson at the highest level banquet in the rainforest. However, this was clearly impossible. Lin Ling was a young man with a strong backbone. Even if he offended the Holy King, he would not lower his stubborn backbone. As for whether the Holy King had seen Lin Ling's previous actions, no one knew. Perhaps he had not, or perhaps he had. No one could guess. This kid is brave but not resourceful. He's too impulsive. Impulsive? Back in the palace, the white-clothed woman said faintly. No, he has his own stubbornness, he has his own persistence. That Old Man Xiao is definitely someone very important to him. The red-clothed woman murmured. She did not know why, but she believed in the blue-white robed youth. Perhaps she and the youth had the same blood feud. Vengeance should be forbearing. The white-clothed woman objected. Wrong, forbearing is an insult to the dead. You have no feelings, you will never understand. Yes. The red-clothed woman was also incomparably stubborn. The white-clothed woman frowned, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had no feelings, so she would never understand? Jureyu, let the 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house enjoy the moon leaves. At this moment, an old voice sounded out from behind the two women. The two women froze for a moment and then nodded. They also knew that Old Mother Deer's goal today was still the 20 proud sons of heaven. In fact, it should be the second dream, Tang Tianshu, and Lin Ling, who were all under 20 years of age. Then the white-clothed woman stepped forward. Her white dress was like an immortal fairy, and she disappeared from where she was. In the palace, the white-clothed woman's beautiful figure appeared. 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house, follow me. A calm and emotionless voice sounded out in the palace, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. This is your lucky chance. If you miss it, there will be no more. The white-clothed woman said again. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the second dream. It seemed that she believed that this lucky chance was because of the second dream. She had also heard of the second dream. Today she saw that her talent and beauty were truly fierce, even moving her. If she had been at the second dream's age, her strength would not have been much stronger than the second dream. Lucky chance. Chapter 866. What was martial arts? As for the top geniuses in the palace, their eyes were filled with envy. They had a feeling that the strength of these 20 people would increase tremendously and surpass them. The moon appreciation leaf was a relatively ancient leaf on the ancient tree. It was said that this leaf was the third leaf of the ancient tree that had just grown. As time passed, it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It was now 10,000 years old. The ancient leaf was at the top of the clouds. When the moon was full, it was as if one could reach out and touch the full moon. That was why it was called the moon appreciation leaf. When Lin Ling and his group arrived, they were all shocked. The full moon in the sky was right in front of them. The bright light made them feel as if they had stepped into the moon palace and could reach out and touch the moon. It's the essence of the moon. Looking at the snow-like moonlight, the second dream's eyes sparkled. It was said that the essence of the sun and moon was something that demonic beasts could absorb and grow. It was difficult for humans to sense it, but they could sense it here. This ancient tree was really an excellent place to cultivate. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled as well. He felt that the small world in his body was about to move. It seemed to be absorbing the moonlight in the sky and was constantly expanding. The essence of the moon was also the essence of life. It was very beneficial to a cultivator's body. It's the first time in so many years that the moon appreciation leaf has welcomed so many people. Calm. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, causing everyone to come back to their senses. They looked over and saw that it was the woman in white who was as cold as a fairy. She was about 20 years old, but her strength was unfathomable, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. No one dared to be negligent. After all, she was from the sacred palace. Tonight is the night of the full moon. You have the opportunity to cultivate here and improve your strength to the next level. However, there is a condition. You must answer my question. The woman in white said indifferently, as if she was an otherworldly being. Senior sister, may I know what the question is? The second dream asked on behalf of the group. The woman in white nodded at her. She looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and asked, "What is martial arts?" Everyone was surprised. What was martial arts? This question has always been my inner demon. Whoever can answer it will be rewarded. The woman in white said again. Many people were excited. Reward? Could this be a reward from the sacred palace? Since the sacred palace was sitting on the ancient tree, this reward must be incomparably precious. The path of martial arts is to be reborn and transcend the limits of man. This is the path of martial arts. One of the geniuses said calmly. It was Hoi Yi from the Great Serpent Mansion. Surpassing the limits? Is this what martial arts are like? The woman in white had a blank look in her eyes, but she shook her head. The crowd's eyes flickered. It seemed that this question was very difficult. For a moment, everyone fell silent. And on an even higher leaf of the ancient tree, Old Mother Deer and the red-clothed woman were standing quietly. The red-clothed woman shook her head and said, Senior Sister Moonchaser is as stubborn as ever. She has asked this question to so many people, but she still hasn't found the answer. She still doesn't know what the martial path is. The martial Tao, the martial Tao. It seems to be 2 words, but it is also broad and profound. In the vast and ancient times, the more one investigates its origins, the more confused one becomes. Moonchaser has fallen into his own heart demon. However, Old Mother Deer shook her head. It looked like a mental demon, but it was also the heart of martial arts. Especially for the martial fanatic Shijueyue, it was the direction of her life. After all, Shijueyue did not have emotions, only martial arts. Now that her direction had disappeared, Shijueyue naturally wanted to find that lost direction. However, everyone's martial path was different. Could she get an answer by asking others? It was obviously impossible. The martial path is the heavens. At this moment a clear voice sounded. It was the second dream's voice. Heavens? The white-clothed woman's eyes lit up. What is the heavens? The second dream frowned and was momentarily unable to answer. The others were even more confused. They had heard the word martial path since they were young, but they could not say what the martial path was. The heavens are all around us. The wind is the heavens, the clouds are the heavens, and the earth is the heavens. The so-called martial path is to break through the heavens. At this moment Tang Tianshu's voice sounded. It was filled with arrogance, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to light up even more. Faintly she seemed to have understood, but it seemed to be even more vague. The second dream, Tang Tianshu's perception is very high. Mother Benlu said faintly. What was the martial path? Everyone had their own opinions, but there was always one that was the best, and the geniuses with good perception would be able to find the best answer. The second dream said that the heavens were the heavens. Then what was the heavens? Tang Tianshu said that everything around him was the heavens. If a martial artist wanted to break through the restraints and rules around him, then he would have surpassed the heavens, and the restraints and rules would be the heavens. Their answers were very good. Amazing. The other geniuses nodded. They had also understood something, and there were even signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation level. It was as if they had figured out something. Senior sister, can the reward be shared between the two of us? Tang Tianshu smiled faintly. In fact, he had read this question in an ancient book when he was young, so he had a rough idea of the answer. Now, they seemed to have solved the obsession in the mysterious woman's heart, so they could receive the reward from the sacred palace. Yes, the reward is a drop of Bodhi's liquid. The woman in white nodded slightly. Her words shocked many people. The Bodhi's liquid was said to be the liquid of an ancient tree. Those who consumed it could expand their spiritual sea and give birth to spiritual power. It could also allow one's body to break through the mortal body and enter the sacred palace. One's strength would increase tremendously, and it could further increase one's strength. The Bodhi's liquid represented the vitality and essence of an ancient tree. If used to break through the cultivation level, there would be no side effects, and one's foundation would still be incomparably solid. The second dream and Tang Tianshu were so lucky. Unfortunately, although they wanted it, they did not have the perception of the other two geniuses. The others will also receive a drop. At this time, the woman in white's words floated out again, and everyone was overjoyed. They would also receive a reward? It seemed that the sacred palace was focusing on nurturing them this time. Everyone would receive a drop, while the second dream and Tang Tianshu would receive 2 drops. They would receive greater benefits. Nonsense. However, at this time, a frivolous voice rang out and everyone fell silent. The woman in white frowned and looked at the person who spoke. She was instantly displeased. It's Lin Ling. Many people looked at the young man who spoke. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Lin Ling, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. This is an ancient tree and it will not tolerate your blasphemy. If you are unhappy, get out of here yourself. Tang Tianshu shouted angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that he was spouting nonsense. Shut up, trash. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain, and his gaze fell on the woman in white. He then said indifferently, You are from the sacred palace but you don't even know what martial arts is. What martial arts are you practicing? His voice was cold and reprimanding. The woman in white was stunned. Lin Ling, a junior of the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, dared to reprimand her? How arrogant! The other geniuses were shocked. Lin Ling was actually reprimanding a cultivator from the sacred palace. Anyone who practices martial arts knows what martial arts is, but you don't. You are trash. Chapter 867. Increase in strength. Lin Ling, remember your place. The second dream reprimanded. Lin Ling seemed to always stand out, which made her very unhappy. Let him speak. However, the white-robed lady interrupted the second dream and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. What is the martial Tao? The martial Tao is you. Lin Ling looked straight at the woman in white, and his voice was resolute and decisive. The martial Tao is her? Many people's eyes flickered, and they were even more confused. If the martial Tao was the sky, then all martial artists were chasing after it and trying to surpass it, then it was understandable. However, the martial Tao was themselves. What did this mean? Interesting, this is the first time I've heard such an answer. Above the ancient tree, Mother Deer suddenly smiled and looked forward to the answer. You are the one who is talking nonsense. The martial Tao is ourselves, then why are we chasing after it? The martial Tao is the sky. This is something that everyone knows. Tang Tianshu's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's rebuttal had caused his prize to fly away like a duck. How could he not be angry? Tang Tianshu? A frog in a well. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain. When I was young, the Guyan sect was my sky. My goal was to break through that sky. However, when I reached that sky, I realized that the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was that sky. Thus, I continued to work hard trying to surpass that sky. When I reached the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, I realized that the rainforest's sacred ground was that sky. Aha, the endless sky with no end. This is just a lie from the sky. Boom. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. The sky's lie? When they thought about it, it was indeed so. When they were still moon guards, they thought that the prodigies were the sky above them. However, when they became prodigies, they realized that the Saint Palace was their sky. However, when they became Saint Sons of the Saint Palace, they realized that there was still a sky above them. This was the sky's lie, and they were always running. According to what you said, if we always respect the sky, we will always be at the same place? The second dream frowned. Reverence? That's because you're trash. If you think there's a sky, then there's a sky. If you think there's no sky, then there's no sky in this world. Lin Ling looked at the second dream and said indifferently, which made the second dream tremble. Lin Ling's goal was so huge, it seemed to surpass the heavens. If you believe that there is a sky, then there is a sky. If you believe that there is no sky, then there is no sky in this world. Lawless heaven and earth alone. The moon admiring leaves fell silent. Although many people were unconvinced by Lin Ling, it was undeniable that Lin Ling's words were absolutely reasonable. Martial Tao is the self. What a martial artist does is not to surpass the empty sky, but to surpass oneself. The sky is not as big as me, so why should I fear the sky? If there is no sky in my heart, why should I surpass it? What I want to surpass is myself. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, but this time, it was like a gust of wind that swept through everyone's hearts. If there is no sky in my heart, then I am the martial Tao. The woman in white murmured to herself. Her beautiful eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The stubbornness that she had been suppressing in her heart all this time seemed to have been dispelled at this moment. After all, to surpass the sky was to enter the lie of the sky. She had been chasing after the sky for her entire life and had forgotten about herself. However, the martial Tao was the self, so she had to surpass herself. Lin Ling, you're stronger than I thought. Finally, the woman in white raised her head and looked at Lin Ling. She then bowed and saluted. Previously, she had always thought that the second dream was the strongest, but today she realized that Lin Ling was the most mysterious. Seeing was believing. She had seen it with her own eyes. Whoosh! A jade bottle shot towards Lin Ling. It was 2 drops of Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling received it with a smile. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were ugly. The duck that was in their hands had flown away. Lin Ling had given the best answer. Lawless, I'm the only one in the world. At this moment, a hearty voice rang out. Mother Earth dear, and the woman in red floated down quietly. Many people saluted them respectfully. It seems that the era is about to begin. The first batch of sky prides nurtured by the sacred palace is indeed powerful. Mother Earth dear looked at Lin Ling with admiration. The era is about to begin? Many people's eyes flickered. In fact, they were also puzzled. Although there were 3 sky prides under the age of 20 in this year's semifinals and they were more dazzling than usual, it wasn't strange for the sacred palace to pay attention to them. But now, the sacred palace was paying more attention to them than they had imagined. Not only were they allowed to absorb the essence of the moon, they were even rewarded with a drop of Bodhi liquid. This was too abnormal. There are many things that you don't need to know now. But if I don't tell you, you will be puzzled. So I'll just tell you roughly. The Heavenly Fall era is about to begin. At that time, the geniuses will rise and the extraterritorial demons will arrive. Mother Earth dear said solemnly. The main reason why the sacred palace was nurturing sky prides was that the Heavenly Fall era was about to begin. At that time, the 6 sacred grounds would face a great calamity. So, they would focus on nurturing sky prides to fight against external enemies. Milky Way compass diagram. Mother Earth dear waved her hand and the starry sky filled with illusions. It was a great battle between gods and demons. Many people looked at the sky and gradually understood. The 6 sacred grounds were about to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. At that time, there would be extraterritorial wars. So, the Bodhi Sacred Palace had started nurturing the top sky prides. And they just happened to be in time. So, they were the first batch of sky prides to be nurtured. With the Sacred Palace nurturing, the 20 of you will be reborn. You will surpass many of the top sky prides of the older generation. Seize the opportunity. 3 days later, Let the rainforest sacred ground see your results. Mother Earth Deer said again. Many people nodded excitedly. They were lucky to be nurtured by the sacred palace for the first time. This meant that after they left, their strength would increase greatly. The older generation of sky prides would be jealous. And the final round of the competition 3 days later would be the strongest in the history of the rainforest sacred ground. The battle strength displayed in the competition would probably reach the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. And those present were all sky prides who had been through many trials and tribulations. They were confident in themselves. As long as they had enough resources, they wouldn't be afraid of the older generation of sky prides. Pa. All of them sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. They absorbed the essence of the moon in the sky. After all, this was a once-a-year opportunity with a full moon. Moreover, they had the Bodhi liquid and were about to be reborn. Of course, before cultivating, they looked at each other and looked forward to surpassing each other in 3 days' time. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged and absorbed the essence of the moon. Then he gritted his teeth and used all his vitality to open the small worlds in his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling already had a large amount of vitality and spiritual energy stored in his body. With the addition of the rare essence of the moon, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Thunder rumbled and numerous small worlds erupted. His strength also increased crazily. After Lin Ling swallowed a drop of Bodhi liquid, a total of 20,000 small worlds awakened, allowing his strength to reach 20 million. Moreover, they were all small worlds of fire. This allowed his true intent of fire to reach the peak. True intent of full perfection. Next would be profound. Chapter 868. The final round, there's still one more drop of Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He swallowed it again and attacked his Dantian's Dao platform. This time he was going to use it to break through to the next level. His Dantian rumbled and the Vermilion Bird Dao platform rumbled. Finally, it exploded. The ancient liquid seemed to have a spirit of its own and fused the fragments together. A new Vermilion Bird Dao platform appeared. Lin Ling's king body seemed to have been cleansed by the Bodhi liquid and stepped into the ranks of the Nine Truths fire. This was a 9th grade king body. So strong. Lin Ling was shocked. Step by step he watched the new Vermilion Bird Dao platform condense. But at the critical moment, he stopped the Vermilion Bird Dao platform from fusing. He didn't plan to break through to the next level immediately. After all, the other geniuses would be much stronger in the next 3 days. Therefore, he had to keep a trump card for himself. Therefore, on the surface, Lin Ling was still in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. But in reality, he could break through to the next level at any time. And this was the effect of the Bodhi liquid. If it were any other method, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. After all, if he stopped at the critical moment, he would be courting death. But the Bodhi liquid could. This ancient vitality liquid was repairing Lin Ling's Vermilion Bird Dao platform at any time, preventing it from collapsing. Time passed quietly. Everyone broke out of their cocoons and became butterflies. Rumble. Many people broke through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The Bodhi liquid was indeed a rare treasure. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wasn't nervous at all. His current king body was a 9th grade king body. He could control the 9 Truths lotus and his true meaning of fire had reached perfection. This was the most frightening thing. Coupled with the rise of the 20,000 small worlds in his body, his true meaning of sword had reached 100% completion. Although it hadn't reached perfection, with 2 peak true meanings of martial, he was confident that he was invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Others might have a stronger king body than him, but his true meaning of martial was stronger. Under the nourishment of the 2 drops of Bodhi liquid, his soul force had greatly increased. In this trip to the ancient tree he was the one with the greatest harvest. In the semi-finals of the strongest 3 days later, Lin Ling wanted to be the champion. After a long time, everyone stood up with deep smiles on their faces, but they didn't say anything. Clearly their strength had increased but they didn't show it. They wanted to give their opponents a shocking blow in the semi-finals. Everyone had hidden their trump cards. Everyone's strength could enter the top 100 of the prodigy roll. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. After Second Dream stood up, she looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and said plainly. Lin Ling was slightly surprised, but he nodded and walked forward. The 2 of them left the moon-gazing leaves and walked along the branches. They came to a more remote branch. The Second Dream was wearing a black cloak. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she looked into the distance. It was a beautiful scene. If Lin Ling didn't have a grudge against her, Lin Ling would have thought that the Second Dream was an innocent and naive girl. I'm sorry for what I did to your brother. But you know the reason. I don't have any grudges against you or your brother. I'm the disciple of the mansion master, so I have to follow his orders. The second dream's voice was as gentle as the wind. Lin Ling remained silent. The second dream turned around slowly and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. It was as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Actually, I didn't want to say this to you. But your strength and mysteriousness have gradually forced me to take you seriously. So, what I want to say is, why don't we stop being enemies and become friends? This was her goal. She was very intelligent. If Lin Ling was still an ant, then she would still kill him. But Lin Ling was not. Lin Ling was an existence even more terrifying than the Sakura. The second dream had great ambitions and could endure humiliation. She knew that if she fought with Lin Ling, no matter who lost, she wouldn't obtain any benefits. So, she weighed the pros and cons of this battle, and decided that it was better not to fight. After all, she had come to the Saint Palace today and had seen a higher sky. She wanted to go further. The seven profound martial house was no longer her goal. No. Lin Ling softly said, steadying his position. What? The second dream frowned and asked. No one has ever attacked my family. After attacking me, they turned from an enemy to a friend. A wrong is a wrong, and they must pay the price for what they have done. Lin Ling faintly glanced at the second dream and then turned and left. Second dream looked at Lin Ling's back and said coldly, "You're a rare genius, I don't want you to die here. Maybe I don't want our battle to end too soon because it's not fair to you, but you still want to fight. I promise you, but you will die. I tried to persuade you before because I didn't want you to die. We have different positions and that's why we hate each other, but I don't want to kill you. You don't have the strength to kill me." As Lin Ling disappeared into the distance, his voice drifted over. What I have before and now I have even more. The second dream sighed and shook her head. On her delicate face, her eyes had turned pitch black, making anyone who looked at her feel fear. After the trip to the ancient tree, her strength seemed to have greatly increased. Therefore, she was confident that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping her hand. But it was because of this confidence that she didn't want to fight with Lin Ling again. She didn't want Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling, this ordinary youth, had given her far too many shocks. In her entire life, he was the person who had shocked her the most. At this moment, above the moon-admiring leaf, all of the proud sons of heaven began to leave one after another. But in the palace, all of the great figures were still waiting. As they watched the proud sons of heaven walk down, some of the powerful martial artists' eyes flashed. They could feel that these 20 people had undergone earth-shaking changes. Lucky chance they had encountered the best lucky chance. So, the semi-finals of the Rainforest Holy Land will begin. I fear that the degree of excitement will not be inferior to the Proud Son of Heaven Rankings finals. Many people were excited. These 20 newly risen Proud Sons of Heaven had opened a new era. 3 days quietly passed. The semi-finals of the 7 Profound Martial House began once again, shocking the world. Everyone knew that these 20 Proud Sons of Heaven were the Proud Sons of Heaven that had been raised by the Saint Palace. They had obtained a lucky chance and their strength had greatly increased. Therefore, this semi-finals would be unprecedentedly fierce. They wanted to see just how dazzling the first batch of geniuses that had been raised by the Saint Palace would be. Early in the morning, the crowd of heroes gathered. The peak Proud Sons of Heaven of each of the major martial halls were already waiting. What they wanted to know the most was just which of these 20 people had surpassed them and walked on top of their heads, becoming the most dazzling peak Proud Son of Heaven of the 7 major martial halls. Of course, this was only a guess. They still believed that these 20 people had not surpassed them. Lively, this is the most lively Proud Son of Heaven rankings in history. The crowd looked at the bustling square and began to talk. The second dream, Tang Tianshu and the others have arrived. Chapter 869. Elimination Round. 20 figures stood quietly on the square, as if they were standing on a divine platform. Some were as steady as a mountain, some were as destructive as a sofa, and some were as vast as the ocean. Every one of them had a different aura. It was as if 20 pillars of light had descended from the sky, making them exceptionally dazzling. These 20 people were no longer the same 20 people from before. Many people weren't even sure if the second dream would still be the most dazzling existence in the semifinals. After all, everyone had undergone earth-shattering changes. Junior brother Nangong, you can do it. Your martial intent should have reached 90%. In the silence, a top genius couldn't help but cheer. Nangong Xiong used to be his junior brother and he had doted on him a lot. Today, Nangong Xiong was finally going to rise, and as his senior brother he had to fight for his honor. That's Nangong Xiong's senior brother Lu Ru, a top genius. He's at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm and is ranked in the 60s. Many people looked at the genius who spoke and said, "Senior brother Lu, you're still in the process of comprehending 100% true meaning. Junior brother can give you a word of advice. Search for the origin of martial arts and learn all the monarch rank martial arts. This will be beneficial to you. Whether or not your strength can rise again will depend on your comprehension ability and diligence." Out of the 20 people in the square, a tall and thin youth said lightly. He was Nangong Xiong. Advice. The crowd was stunned. In the past, Nangong Xiong was Lu Ru's junior brother, and Lu Ru often gave him advice. But now Nangong Xiong seemed to be giving advice to Lu Ru. Did this mean that Nangong Xiong had surpassed his senior brother and was ranked in the 60s? Lu Ru's expression changed. His junior brother had become stronger, but he wasn't as respectful as before. Instead, he was arrogant as if he had become his senior brother. Did the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree really make his junior brother so strong? Maybe this is what cultivators call an epiphany. The Bodhi liquid is indeed a rare treasure. Some of the stronger cultivators were shocked. They could sense the aura of a master from Nangong Xiong. Obviously, the Bodhi ancient tree had opened his spiritual ocean, greatly increasing his comprehension. If Nangong Xiong was already like this, then the other geniuses must have gained a lot as well. The semi-finals. Moreover, everyone knew that the Bodhi Sacred Palace was also paying close attention to this competition. After all, this was the first time the Sacred Palace was nurturing a genius, and they wanted to know the results. Perhaps the genius who won first place would still be rewarded by the Sacred Palace and enter the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, the elderly voice in the sky drifted over from afar. Those who enter the top 5 will be rewarded with another drop of Bodhisattva liquid by the Bodhi Saint Palace. Those who enter the top 3 will be able to head to the Bodhi Saint Palace to train once. Many people were incomparably envious. These 20 geniuses were really too lucky. They had already received rewards before, and now the winners of the semi-finals would also receive rewards. This made people jealous. The 20 geniuses' pupils shrank, and the fighting spirit in their hearts began to boil. They wanted to obtain first place and go to the Bodhi Sacred Palace that no one had ever gone to before. The Sacred Palace is really mysterious. Although I have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, I still cannot freely move about. So in this competition I must obtain first place. Lin Ling gripped his fists. If he obtained first place, not only would he obtain a reward, but if he could obtain the favor of the Bodhi Sacred Palace, then even Martial House Master Skylin would not dare to casually move against him. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, the Duan family and the Great Serpent Palace, he would not need to fear them. This was also a powerful status token. So in order to obtain first place, Lin Ling would stake it all. The semi-finals of the strongest begin. Finally the ancient voice sounded out. The entire square was in an uproar and the blood of countless people boiled. Ka-ka-ka. The earth surged and countless glass-like fragments appeared. They were gorgeous and colorful, forming a jade-glazed space. This space was incomparably large, and there was a crystal-glazed martial platform. The Nihility martial platform has appeared. This was an eye-opener for many people. This was a top martial platform that could withstand the attacks of a Saint Spirit powerhouse. It was very suitable for the semi-finals. After all, the strength of the semi-finals' proud sons of heaven had already reached the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The semi-finals will adopt an elimination system. Losing a match will result in elimination. The proud sons of heaven will draw lots to choose their opponents, and the winner will remain. After 10 people remain, the rules will change. The ancient voice sounded out in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Even the 20 proud sons of heaven had looks of incomparable surprise. Elimination tournament? Losing a match meant being eliminated. There was no chance at all. The semi-finals were indeed cruel, but this was also normal. They were the elites of the elites and they had also gone through the assessment. Therefore it was good that they survived. Not only that, but the elimination system also depended on luck. The proud son of heaven that drew lots had the best luck, because he had the qualifications to choose his opponent. It's about to begin. Fight, fight, fight. All the disciples of the martial hall, millions of people, were watching the tournament in the holy city. Various large factions, ancient countries, the desolate race and reclusive experts were also watching the tournament in the holy city. There were restaurants and markets that used special memory stones to reflect everything that happened in the tournament. As this tournament concerned the Bodhi Sacred Palace, it had alarmed the sacred rainforest. As for the 20 proud sons of heaven, They ignored the voices outside and rested by the side of the Nihility martial platform. They were prepared to replenish their energy so that they could release a dazzling light. Drawing lots depends on luck. Hong Er and Lin Ling sat in a corner. Hong Er said with a frown. After being nourished by the Bodhi liquid, her cultivation level had reached the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. Furthermore, her martial intent and talent king body had increased accordingly. It could be said that she had broken out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. Trash like you are the ones who rely on luck. Why should I rely on luck? Even if others were to draw lots, they would not dare to challenge me so easily. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, a prideful voice was heard. It was the great serpent Manners Huiyi. This person had been humiliated by Lin Ling under the ancient tree not long ago. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he naturally would not give him any face. This person is so rude. Hong Er said with a frown. She was only speaking to Lin Ling, so what did it have to do with that person? He's just a trash snake bloodline. He hasn't embarrassed himself enough before, and now he wants to embarrass himself again. If I'm drawn, I'll be the first to fight him. Lin Ling said without even looking at Huiyi. He knew that Huiyi was deliberately provoking him to vent his anger. However, why would the current Lin Ling be afraid of him? Then if I'm drawn, my first opponent will also be you. Huiyi's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than he was in the previous tournament. Alright, no matter who is drawn, our first opponent will be each other. Hong Er exuded a confident aura as she looked at Huiyi without fear. This caused Lin Ling to be startled. Was Hong Er no longer afraid of Huiyi? It must be because of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree that her strength had increased by several times. Chapter 870. The second dream, let the drawing of lots begin. Countless discussions soared into the sky. However, in the end, an aged voice came from the sky, causing the entire vast land to become silent. It was time to draw lots. I wonder who's the luckiest to get the first lot. The clouds in the sky rolled and quietly formed three giant names. The second dream. Good luck. The second dream is so lucky. The entire square was silent for a moment. Then all sorts of voices rang out. The second dream smiled and her beautiful eyes fell on the dozen or so geniuses. The geniuses' expressions became complicated. Some of them had confident smiles on their faces, as if they weren't afraid of this battle. Some of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they still valued the second dream. Some of them were uneasy, as if they were afraid of being chosen by the second dream. No matter what kind of expression they had, it was clear that the second dream was still the opponent that they did not want to meet the most. These geniuses want to get first place with such a mentality? If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. He looked at the second dream calmly and was not afraid to fight the second dream in the first battle of the semifinals. Because he knew that he would have to face the second dream sooner or later. Many people looked at the second dream and wondered who the second dream would choose. Would it be Lin Ling? Very likely. Lu Fei. The second dream's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, and she took a deep look at Lin Ling. However, in the end, her calm voice drifted out of her mouth. She had chosen her opponent. Lin Ling smiled and sat down cross-legged again. The second dream did not seem to want to fight him so soon. Perhaps the second dream wanted to save the most crucial moment for the battle. The other geniuses relaxed. Although they were confident and were not afraid of the second dream, it would be better if they did not meet the second dream at the beginning. After all, even if they won, it would be a narrow victory. If someone else challenged them in the next round, they would not be able to maintain their best condition and would be in a very dangerous situation. These geniuses were all very smart. They knew that it was best to fight the strongest geniuses at the end. It was not suitable to fight the strongest at the beginning. Damn it, she chose me. Does she think I'm a pushover? All I did was flirt with her behind her back. Today she came for revenge. Lin Ling slapped her 3 times back then. The second dream did not eliminate Lin Ling first. The genius named Lu Fei's expression was extremely ugly. He was very unwilling to accept this. He thought that the second dream would eliminate Lin Ling first. In the end, it was him. Lin Ling was really lucky. Junior sister, the second dream, since you want to fight me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Today you will die on the martial stage. Lu Fei strode towards the martial stage. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. Fortunately, he had benefited greatly from the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. He was now 60% confident that he could defeat the second dream. After all, he estimated that his strength had doubled. You will be defeated in one move. The second dream did not say much. Her black dress fluttered as she floated towards the crystal martial stage. She placed her hands behind her back and looked indescribably spirited. Lu Fei was furious. He had been reborn and was not afraid of any peak Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. But the second dream still ignored him and made him lose his momentum with a single sentence. Begin. At the same time, an ancient voice sounded. Make your move or you will not have a chance. The second dream said softly. Haha, I am at the same cultivation level as you. Do you think I won't have a chance? Lu Fei laughed contemptuously. The second dream still wanted to break his will to fight? Then I will make my move. The second dream's expression was still calm. Her hands danced like willow branches, carrying with them the charm of heaven and earth. Dream of the wilderness. A cold voice came out from the second dream's mouth. The martial arts in her hands were even stranger. It was as if she had opened the door to the wilderness. Endless black light flowed out, turning half of the martial stage into a world of darkness. What is that? The crowd was shocked. What a strange martial art. Martial intent. I'm afraid she has reached 100% mastery. It has a trace of profound energy. Some of the stronger cultivators said solemnly. As expected of the second dream, it was difficult to see through her. While others had doubled their strength under the Bodhi ancient tree, she had tripled it. Moreover, as far as they knew, only the 7 most powerful prodigies of the 7 major martial arts had cultivated to 100% true intent of martial. Moreover, there were less than 10 of them. The most terrifying thing was that second dream wasn't even 20 years old. The black light flowed out like a tide. However, it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Only the sound of the second dream's footsteps could be heard. She left the martial stage step by step. What's wrong? Many people were puzzled. Then the announcement of the result was heard. The second dream wins. Lu Fei dies. Killing her opponent in one move meant that the competition of 20 people had become 19 people. Terrifying. The crowd was shocked. Lu Fei had wanted to kill the second dream, but he was killed by the second dream in one move. It was all very ironic. The second dream had said that she would end it in one move, and indeed she did. The Bodhi ancient tree is indeed a rare treasure. The second dream's strength is not weaker than mine. Yang Gan frowned as he looked at the girl in the black dress from afar. The people beside him narrowed their eyes. Yang Gan's strength was incomparably terrifying on the Heaven's Chosen list. However, he said that the second dream was not weaker than him. The increase in strength of the second dream was too exaggerated. The first battle ended very quickly. It did not even take half an hour. However, the crowd was not surprised. Instead, they were looking forward to the second battle. They wondered who would be lucky enough to draw the second lot. After all, the earlier one drew the lot, the more opponents they would have to choose from. Rumble. In the sky, the clouds rolled and 3 names appeared. It was the second lucky genius to draw the lot, Xianxia. This guy is lucky. Many people looked at a short and skinny young man. That young man narrowed his eyes and then laughed excitedly. He had drawn the lot, which meant that he could choose his opponent. It seems that luck is also very strange. At the beginning, luck fell on the second dream, who was the strongest. Then it appeared on Xianxia, who was the weakest. It seems that luck has taken care of both the strong and the weak. The remaining geniuses smiled faintly. They were not too nervous. They were even looking forward to Xianxia challenging them. After all, Xianxia was not as terrifying as the second dream. All 20 geniuses have increased their cultivation level. However, there are 3 who did not. They are Tang Tianshu, Lin Ling, and Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Tianxiao is only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The crowd stared at the short young man and then looked forward to who Xiang Tianxiao would challenge. Who should I choose? Xiang Tianxiao's small eyes looked at the geniuses. According to his intuition, he should challenge Nan Gongxiong. After all, he had fought Nan Gongxiong before and Nan Gongxiong was no match for him. Although his cultivation level had increased, he should still be able to defeat Nan Gongxiong. Chapter 871. Challenging the bottom line, his gaze wandered between Lin Ling and Nan Gongxiong as he hesitated. The crowd also saw his gaze and shook their heads. Lin Ling and Nan Gongxiong seemed to be at the mercy of others. Whether they were eliminated or left alive, it all depended on each other. Xiang Tianxiao, challenge me if you have the ability. Nan Gongxiong's face turned ugly. He didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon. Lin Ling didn't say a word from beginning to end, his face was indifferent. Lin Ling. Perhaps because of Lin Ling's silence, Xiang Tianxiao chose Lin Ling in the end. Lin Ling's cultivation realm didn't increase and Xiang Tianxiao's strength didn't increase either. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It seems that using Bodhi liquid to cultivate also depends on one's talent and opportunity. Some people have an epiphany and some people are stuck in the same place. Lin Ling was already a dark horse. Maybe his potential has been exhausted, so the Bodhi liquid won't be of much help to him. Many people stared at Lin Ling and analyzed. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family and the other major powers, many people sneered. They weren't surprised at all. After all, the same pill could be consumed by different people. Lin Ling might be the weakest of the 20, so it wasn't strange. Of course, Lin Ling might also be the strongest after consuming the pill. But they didn't want to admit it, so they kept thinking of the worst. Not to mention Lin Ling's current cultivation realm didn't change, so they naturally thought of the worst. Lin Ling, come up. Xianxia leaped onto the martial arts platform and waved at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he leaped onto the martial arts platform. Are you angry because I chose you? Xianxia was short. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile on his face. No. Lin Ling calmly nodded. He knew that someone would challenge him sooner or later. There was nothing to be angry about. Is that so? That's good. Xianxia had his hands behind his back as he walked on the martial platform. He did not attack Lin Ling, which made many people extremely puzzled. Lin Ling, in the previous purgatory battlefield, you were the biggest dark horse and I was also one of the dark horses, so I won't underestimate you. Xianxia said again, causing Lin Ling to frown. In the end, he said impatiently, since you chose me, then make your move. Why the rush? Xianxia laughed faintly. His laughter was extremely strange, making people feel extremely disgusted. Xianxia, was he laughing towards the sky? Moreover, he didn't make a move, yet he said so much. What was he trying to do? I know that you brought the Fire Ancient clan to the Rainforest Sacred Land. However, your Fire Ancient clan has a lot of beauties. If you lose, you will reward me with all the beauties of your Fire Ancient clan. How about that? Also, you seem to have a good relationship with your grandfather. Since you've lost, let your grandfather be my slave. I'm the top genius of the Tree Nation and have many slaves. I'll be very happy to have your grandfather as my slave. I remember that you have a fiancée in the Fire Ancient clan called Xiaolan. She will be my wife too. Xianxia walked slowly along the martial platform. His steps started to become strange, as if he was drunk. Damn it. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan looked at him angrily. That short and ugly genius was too abominable. He actually wanted them to be his slaves. He looks ugly and his words are also ugly. As the saying goes, one's family should not be blamed for their sins. He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Lin Ling. Why is he slandering Lin Ling's family? Many people looked at Xianxia with displeasure. They couldn't understand why Xianxia would do that. Only the geniuses who were familiar with Xianxia knew that he was a very sinister and cunning person. Even if he was stronger than his opponent, he would never defeat his opponent fair and square. He was a person who would do anything to win. Even if he was the center of attention today, he would still win in a very sinister manner. This was Xianxia. Cursing Lin Ling like that wasn't seeking death. Instead, he was trying to infuriate Lin Ling and make Lin Ling lose his rationality. Xianxia wasn't stupid enough to curse people casually. Sometimes, in order to win, he would even pretend to be dead and beg for mercy. Lin Ling, what do you think? Xianxia was still walking on the martial platform. On the martial platform, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Without saying anything, he took a step forward and chased after Xianxia. His fist punched out. Pop, pop, pop. The air was torn apart by the fist, but the fist missed. Xianxia's body appeared on the other side in an extremely mysterious manner. Drunken steps, intoxicating the world. It's a very powerful movement technique. The eyes of many experts flashed. It was the lost drunken steps in the rainforest sacred ground. Lin Ling, your wife is very beautiful. I'm imagining the feeling of touching her skin. It will definitely be as delicate as milk. On the martial platform, Xianxia's smiling voice was still drifting out. Moreover, there was also laughter. Kiki. The laughter was extremely unpleasant to the ears. It would make people furious after hearing it. However, when you chased after Xianxia would use the drunken steps to walk on the martial platform and attack you with his mouth. Many people finally realized Xianxia's intentions. They despised him in their hearts. In order to win, Xianxia actually kept on making Lin Ling angry. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose his rationality. I've said so much, but you didn't say a word? The voice was still drunk and it was accompanied by laughter. However, Lin Ling had already stopped. His handsome face was cold. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I said in the battle between you and me, the loser will be eliminated. You came up with so many schemes and tricks. Do you want to die? Xianxia's heart trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have realized his intentions, but he also seemed to be angry. He laughed even more loudly. Yes, I'm playing with you. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Come and kill me. His voice seemed to echo endlessly like a clown laughing. Not to mention Lin Ling, even many spectators were angry in their hearts. However, Xianxia was looking forward to this scene. The angrier Lin Ling was, the more advantageous it would be for him. He would take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness to give him a fatal blow. Your drunken steps are very strange. Your body is drunk and you are drunk. You can sense your opponent's mood and use it to escape your opponent's killing intent. This movement martial art is really strange. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling seemed to be very angry, but he still seemed to be very calm. They didn't know that the angrier Lin Ling was, the calmer Lin Ling was, and the more terrifying Lin Ling was at that time. Yes, your insight is very powerful. But do you have a way to break it? If you don't, you can't do anything to me. On the martial arts platform, Xianxia's short, clown-like figure weaved in and out of existence, leaving behind many afterimages. This martial art is indeed strange, but it has a huge flaw, and that is stepping on the ground. Lin Ling finally raised his eyes. His eyes were cold and murderous. He raised his right foot high, and like a giant elephant heavily stomping on the ground, 20 million points of strength exploded. Boom. Chapter 872. Why not laugh? Whoosh. At the same time, a sword-like figure shot forward with the help of the shaking stage. Sword steps. What? Xianxia's expression changed. His drunken steps was mysterious and complicated, but its weakness was that he had to step on the ground. Now that the ground was shaking, his drunken steps had temporarily failed. Although it was not even enough for a breath for a top genius, less than a breath's time was enough to change a lot. A figure shot forward and appeared in front of Xianxia. His fist was like the fist of an ancient god. Drunken god's body? Xianxia's pupils constricted. His body twisted as if he was drunk. Against the norm, he tried to forcefully avoid the fist. Boom. However, the fist still hit his abdomen, but at the critical moment he removed a lot of the force. Forget laughter technique. Instead of retreating, Xianxia's expression turned cold. His mouth was wide open and a lot of laughter came out of his mouth. Ah! The laughter was very strange. Some were happy, some were sad, some were disappointed, and some were decadent. It was a combination of all kinds of laughter. Soul power attack. Obviously, during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, he did not use the Bodhi liquid to increase his cultivation level. Instead, he constantly strengthened his soul power. What a strong soul power. Many people in the square rubbed their ears, feeling that the world was filled with the sound of laughter. It was enough to drive people crazy and they had a splitting headache. This also meant that although Xianxia's cultivation level was low, his strength was not weak at all. That kind of attack was also extremely unconventional. It seemed that no one who cultivated in the Bodhi ancient tree was weak. You will become an idiot after being hit by my forget laughter technique. Laughing heaven's palm. After laughing, Xianxia's expression was extremely ferocious. The spiritual energy in his body surged and turned into a palm that slammed toward Lin Ling bang. The palm was extremely powerful. Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by the soul power attack and could not defend at all. Therefore the palm hit him directly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling's soul power was even more terrifying than Xianxia's. He was not affected at all. Lin Ling lost. Many people shook their heads when they saw this scene. On the side of the Great Flame Ancient Clan, everyone's eyes were red. Xianxia was despicable. First he used his family to provoke Lin Ling. Then he used his mysterious laughter when Lin Ling was careless. Finally, when Lin Ling was caught off guard, Xianxia launched his strongest attack. Xianxia had a plan for this battle. Haha, I won the first battle. On the martial arena, Xianxia finally roared with laughter. His short and thin figure didn't cause others to admire him at all, and it caused others to despise him instead. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't care at all and continued to roar with laughter and excitement. In the world of martial arts, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Victory represented everything. Did you win? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing Xianxia's laughter to change. He was still laughing, but his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Ling. Not far from him, the young man was still standing proudly. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and wisps of smoke flowed out of his body, giving people a strange and mysterious feeling. Impossible, you were hit by my laughing sky palm. How can you still be standing? My laughing sky palm is a 7th grade martial art of the royal level, and I have cultivated it to the highest level. Xianxia was still laughing, but he shook his head in fear. How could Lin Ling be fine? You have many tricks up your sleeve and you have a plan for this battle. However, you forgot one thing. No matter what you do, you can't hurt your opponent. Everything is just empty talk. Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a punch. Previously, he could have avoided the attack because Xianxia's soul power couldn't affect him at all. However, he didn't dodge because it was unnecessary. Bang! The punch sent Xianxia flying like a meteor. He smashed into the ground and spat out blood. Using brute force to subdue intelligence. No matter how insidious your tricks are, you can't beat your opponent. Everything is just a joke. The crowd's eyes narrowed. This meant that Xianxia's attack couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. Laughing sky palm of 3 sages. On the ground, Xianxia roared. He slapped the ground with his right hand and jumped up. Then he pounced on Lin Ling. Was everything he had done in vain? He couldn't believe it. Bang bang bang. Deafening sounds rang out as 3 terrifying palms landed on Lin Ling's body. Many of the peak-level Royal Spirit Realm geniuses narrowed their eyes. Even they didn't dare to take those 3 palms head-on. After all, a 7th grade martial art of the Royal Spirit Realm wasn't just for show. Spiritual chi exploded and formed smoke. However, as the smoke drifted away, Lin Ling was still standing on the stage. He didn't even move his feet. He had awakened 20,000 small worlds, and his physical body was extremely strong. His defense was terrifying. Why would he be afraid of Xianxia's attack? After all, Xianxia was only at the late stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing? Lin Ling said coldly. In front of him, Xianxia's eyes were wide open. He still had a smile on his face, but he couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Ling stood there and let him hit him. He couldn't even hurt him. Whoosh! Lin Ling stretched out one hand and grabbed Xianxia's neck. Then he slapped him. With a slap, all of Xianxia's teeth flew out. This person was too ugly. Lin Ling felt very uncomfortable looking at him. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing? If you don't laugh, I'll beat you until you laugh. Slap, slap, slap. Countless people looked at the stage. Lin Ling grabbed the short Xianxia and kept slapping him. It was as if he was a noble in the palace slapping a servant. Lin Ling beat him until he can never laugh. The people of the Great Flame Ancient Clan cheered. Xianxia was too despicable. They didn't offend him, but he used them to provoke Lin Ling in order to win. This kind of person was too disgusting. Laugh, you have to laugh for me. A domineering voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Was he toying with Lin Ling? Was he laughing arrogantly around Lin Ling? Today Lin Ling wanted to see how he would laugh. Slap, 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 slap. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Xianxia, one of the 20 supreme talents who had been nourished by the Bodhi liquid, was now being slapped by Lin Ling. Ha ha ha. Finally, Xianxia let out a terrifying laugh. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling's regret. He should not have used such a method to challenge Lin Ling's bottom line. I admit defeat. Xianxia begged for mercy. However, his voice was very soft. No one could hear him except for Lin Ling. It's too late. I don't care what method you use to fight me. I will accept it head-on. However, you can't use my reverse scale to challenge me. This is my bottom line. If you lose, you don't have to die. However, if you challenge my bottom line, you will die if you lose. Lin Ling grabbed Xianxia's neck and said coldly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. No. He let out an unwilling roar. At this moment he was even more regretful. In fact, he had investigated the backgrounds and origins of the 20 supreme talents and knew their weaknesses. Therefore he knew Lin Ling's weakness very well. Therefore, after challenging Lin Ling, he used Lin Ling's relatives to provoke Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that the consequences of provoking Lin Ling were terrible. That was death. Chapter 873. Another battle? Die. Lin Ling gathered 10 million points of strength in his right hand as he grabbed Xianxia's neck and slammed him into the ground. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as cracks appeared on the crystalline martial stage. It was extremely dazzling. Amazing. Many people's eyes widened. What kind of power was that? Even the martial stage cracked with a single smash. Lin Ling slowly turned around and left the martial arts platform. On the martial arts platform, the cracks formed a huge, gorgeous flower. In the center was Xianxia, who had been smashed to death. Then the cracks slowly disappeared. This was the advantage of the glazed martial arts platform. It could be repaired when it was damaged. The crowd looked at the cracked flowers from blooming to disappearing. They felt even more complicated. Out of the 20 Sky Prides, 2 had died in 2 battles. The remaining Sky Prides looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The previous battle had let them know that Lin Ling's defense was extremely terrifying. He could withstand a 7th-grade Emperor-ranked martial art. Of course, Xianxia was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. So, if they were to use a 7th-grade Emperor-ranked martial art, Lin Ling would not dare to take it head-on. "Lin Ling, are you alright?" Hong asked worriedly after Lin Ling returned. "I'm fine." Lin Ling smiled brightly as if the merciless killing god from before was not him. However, Hong was relieved when she saw Lin Ling's smile. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be injured after receiving Xianxia's attack. That would be disadvantageous for the upcoming competition. So far, no one has admitted defeat and been eliminated. The losers are all dead. There are still 18 Sky Prides left. I wonder who will make it to the end. The crowd quickly regained their composure and looked up at the sky again. Rumble. The third lucky person appeared in the sky. It was Han Sanyun. Among the remaining Sky Prides, a young man who was sitting cross-legged like a stone statue opened his eyes. A murderous aura flowed out from him as a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect to be so lucky as to draw a lot. Originally, I wanted to let others draw lots to see which short-lived guy would dare to challenge me. But now it's my turn to choose my opponent. The young man stood up and the bones in his body crackled. This person's life was rather strange. His legs were thin, but his upper body was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were thicker than his legs, and they were filled with a sense of majestic power. His innate king body was also incomparably mysterious. In his hand was a large saber that was as tall as a person. It was his weapon. This saber was like a machete shining with a cold light. The back of the saber was as thick as an adult's fist. It was obviously very heavy. It should be a weapon that was not weak. The remaining Sky Prides were waiting coldly. They wanted to see if Han Sanyun dared to challenge them. The crowd was also looking forward to seeing who Han Sanyun would challenge. Moreover, judging from Han Sanyun's confident tone, he would most likely challenge even more powerful Sky Prides. There's a huge loophole in the elimination round. Those who have fought before will have to fight again at any time. There's no chance for them to recover. However, I like this loophole very much. Han Sanyun's cold voice rang out, causing the crowd's heart to tremble. Han Sanyun did not challenge a very powerful opponent. It seemed like he wanted to challenge those who had fought before. In this way it would be easier for him to win. Previously only 2 people had fought. One was the second dream and the other was Lin Ling. The answer was obvious. Han Sanyun challenged Lin Ling. It's so unfair. Lin Ling has just fought and now it's his turn. Many people from the Fire Ancient clan shouted. This was too unfair. Did they all think that Lin Ling was a soft persimmon? On the other hand, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Consecutive battles. He was a little surprised by this result. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was normal. After all, Han Sanyun was a Sky Pride. Although he said that he was not afraid of any opponent, he still wanted to win. Therefore he wanted to eliminate the weak. But he was the weakest? After his previous battle, it would be easier for him to win if he fought again? You can die now. Lin Ling did not say much. He stepped on the crystal platform again and waved his hand at Han Sanyun. Get up here. There was no need for formalities or nonsense. He directly asked Han Sanyun to get up here. After all, Han Sanyun did not want to let him rest and wanted to take advantage of him. Lin Ling did not want to give him any face. Haha, you are in a hurry to die. Han Sanyun was stunned for a moment and could not help but laugh. However, his laughter was very cold. He took a step and shot towards the platform like a cannonball. Then he landed heavily on the ground. Lin Ling, you are so pitiful. Everyone has broken through, but you seem to be the third one who has not. In addition to the previous battle, I am afraid that you can only use 70% of your strength now. You might be injured. No wonder Han Sanyun challenged Lin Ling. He has a good plan. The crowd started to discuss. If Lin Ling was indeed injured, it would be even harder for him to win. Whether I am injured or not, we will know in this battle. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were cold. Actually, there's another reason why I'm challenging you. I like your sword. So if I kill you, your sword will belong to me. After all, my mountain chopping blade is only a high-level weapon, while yours seems to be a spiritual weapon. It would be a waste for such a good weapon to fall into your hands. Hun Sanyun stepped on the platform and a dull sound rang out. The king body behind him shone brightly. It turned out to be a giant red bear. This bear seemed to have the ability to reach the heavens. It beat its chest and roared. The king body of the beast increased strength. It was not pure physical strength but a combination of spiritual qi and strength. It was different from the martial Tao of the Water Moon Holy Land. Where is your sword? If you don't use it now, you will not have a chance. Hun Sanyun held the blade in his hand and his aura became even stronger. The aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm and the saber intent made him look like the saber king of bears. However, his attainments in the saber intent were not high. What he was good at was his attacks. The sword must be used when it is needed. Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his right hand. He slowly stretched out his fingers and looked at Hun Sanyun coldly. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better use your full strength or you will not have a chance. How arrogant! The crowd's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made Hun Sanyun use his full strength before he even made a move. Lin Ling was indeed more arrogant than he was in the previous competition. You are only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Do you think you are qualified to make me use my full strength? Hun Sanyun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He took a big step forward, held the machete with both hands, and slashed at Lin Ling as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Pa pa pa. The saber slashed through the air and a huge saber appeared. It was dazzling and terrifying. It was a very sharp saber with great strength. Moreover, it was not a saber attack formed by the saber intent. It was a pure power. Lin Ling is good at physical strength and so is Hun Sanyun. However, Hun Sanyun does not use his physical strength. He uses his king body. Not many people can withstand that attack. Chapter 874. A one-hit kill. They were not the only ones looking forward to it. Even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords and the 4 desolate races were looking forward to it. Among them, Auntie Mo frowned slightly. She knew that Lin Ling's body was very strong, but according to her estimates, Lin Ling's body should not be able to withstand that saber strike. Unless Lin Ling's body had increased in strength again while he was on the Bodhi ancient tree. Astral winds blew, causing Lin Ling's clothes to flutter. He still had one hand behind his back and his right hand stretched out. His open palm moved slightly, and 20,000 small worlds jumped up at this moment, filled with endless fighting spirit. Lin Ling has gone mad. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still standing on the stage, motionless. If this wasn't madness, what was it? What is he doing? Even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords could not see through Lin Ling's actions. Was Lin Ling still not going to attack? Linger. Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes were filled with worry. Although he believed in his grandson, was his grandson planning on not doing anything against the strike at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm? At this moment, just as the gigantic saber was about to reach them, a crisp sound finally rang out. Countless people saw that Lin Ling's right hand had finally clenched into a fist. An invincible fighting spirit surged out as his right foot stomped on the stage, causing layers of cracks to appear. Following that, he punched at the saber that was slashing down from the sky. He's using his fist to resist. The crowd finally understood Lin Ling's intentions. His motionlessness was not because he was unable to retaliate, but because he was crazily using his fist to block the punch. The second dream and the others were sitting cross-legged, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. However, at this moment they all stood up. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Under countless gazes, that simple punch seemed to shatter the heavens. It was accompanied by a cold voice. Fiery annihilation. Fiery annihilation. Fiery annihilation. Legend had it that when the fiery fist was unleashed, it could destroy cities and burn the heavens. However, the current fiery annihilation did not have flames, only fists. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. In the air, the fist and the huge machete collided. It was like a peerless battle in the void, a clash of pure violence. Ping ping ping. That massive machete carried with it a boundless and merciless strength, but when it came into contact with the fist, it instantly cracked and exploded, turning into countless sparkling fragments. His fist still went straight for the root of the problem. After breaking the saber, it was time to break the 3 clouds. Behind the saber, Hun Sanyun's eyes widened. There was no heaven and earth in his vision, only a fist, the fist of a god king that looked down on the world. This fist contained a power beyond his imagination. Earlier it had destroyed his weapon, but now it was here to kill him. His mind was buzzing. He had never seen anyone with such terrifying fists and such powerful physical strength. It seemed that he was invincible just by relying on his physical strength. How could he know that when Lin Ling's strength reached 10 million, he was invincible within the same boundary, and could even kill a martial artist one step higher? But now, with his strength at 20 million, how could he underestimate that fist? No. Retreat. Hun Sanyun quickly retreated, but it was too late. He could only watch as the fist hit his abdomen. In fact, he could block this fist, but he had underestimated Lin Ling, so he did not use his full strength. Now it was too late to block it. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. You'd better use your full strength, or you won't have a chance. Hun Sanyun understood what this meant. Because he did not use his full strength, he had no chance. That fist was a sure kill. Am I going to die here? In this short moment, this was the only voice in Hun Sanyun's mind. He thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, and with the previous battle, it should be easy to defeat Lin Ling. However, he did not know that it would be difficult to defeat Lin Ling. In fact, it was not difficult, but he did not have a chance. He had wasted a lot and chosen the wrong opponent. Boom. Under countless gazes, Hun Sanyun was blown to pieces by the fist. It was a shocking scene. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly walked down the fighting ring. Lin Ling wins. Results. The announcement of the results rang out at the same time, causing the remaining geniuses to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses. First place was Xianxia, who was at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. His cultivation level wasn't that high, but second place was Hun Sanyun, who was at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling was even more decisive. He killed Hun Sanyun with a single punch. It was as if he was warning them that if they wanted to take advantage of him, Lin Ling, after the battle, then they would have to wait to be killed with a single punch. Is he really at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm? Yes. The geniuses who were watching the battle murmured to themselves. Hun Sanyun's strength was obvious to all. In this realm, he had killed 80% of the geniuses with his king physique. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, but he had killed his opponent with a single punch. What kind of punch was that? What level had Lin Ling's physical body reached? This kid seems to have used the Bodhi liquid's effect on his physical body. The eyes of some powerful cultivators flashed. According to Lin Ling's previous battles, Lin Ling's physical body was strong, but he definitely wouldn't be able to block Hun Sanyun's palm. But now he had blocked it. This meant that Lin Ling's physical body had improved again. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. The geniuses who hadn't fought yet didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. At least if they drew a lot, they wouldn't dare to casually challenge Lin Ling. Sure enough, Nangong Xiong was the next to draw a lot. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged with a confident smile on his face. It was as if he was saying, "Come and try me if you dare." A challenge Wu Shuangning. Yes. Nangong Xiong finally chose his opponent. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling's punch had indeed made many people afraid to challenge him. Bastard. On the side of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lord Long gritted his teeth. Long Aoxiang was also the same. Could it be that they could only watch Lin Ling rise step by step and gradually surpass them? Nangong Xiong and Wu Shuangning's battle lasted for half an hour. Both of them had king body talents, but both of them had cultivated their martial intent to 90%. It was shocking. In the end, Nangong Xiong won. Li Luo. Another prodigy drew a lot. It was a young lady who seemed to be keeping a low profile. When she walked out, her determination was firm. Tang Tianshu. The crowd was surprised. Li Luo seemed to want to challenge the second strongest genius, Tang Tianshu. I knew it. Tang Tianshu was not surprised as he walked out elegantly. His brilliance made the hearts of many of the young girls flutter. Li Luo, the descendant of the famous Fian sect. On that day, the Fian sect was completely eradicated. The leader was Tang Tianshu of the Great Tang Empire. It seems like Li Luo is the last descendant of the Fian sect. She must be here for revenge. Some people could see that Li Luo had a king body talent. It was a mysterious swallow type, so they guessed her origin. Graceful swallow flight. On the martial stage, the battle began. Li Luo was able to reach the last round. Her strength was also extremely terrifying. Her martial intent had reached 90%. With each step, thousands of swallows danced around the martial stage. It was as if the swallows were returning to their nest after the rain. Each swallow would take away a portion of the opponent's spirit chi until the opponent's spirit chi was exhausted. Chapter 875. True Intent of Rupture. Heaven and Earth Emperor Cauldron. Unfortunately, Li Luolua's opponent was Tang Tianshu. His hands were behind his back as monarch elixir fire gushed out, making him look like a golden volcano. The fire hovered in the sky, forming a giant cauldron. He's an alchemist, but he's treating his opponent like an elixir. Although Li Luolua's graceful swallow is powerful, if she falls into the cauldron she won't be able to escape. The principal of the martial arts palace looked at the stage and said, Tang Tianshu's innate king body was very strong and was of the 9th grade, which surpassed Li Luolua's. Although Li Luoluo had 90% martial intent, her innate king body was weaker and her advantage was weaker. After being refined by the flames, Li Luoluo finally spat out blood and lost. On the day of the competition I won't kill women. Admit defeat yourself. Tang Tianshu said indifferently, which made Li Luoluo grit her teeth. Because it was a competition he wanted to leave a good impression, so he didn't kill her? Tang Tianshu, you're heartless. One day you'll kick an iron plate. Li Luoluo shouted unwillingly. She was the next genius to be eliminated. Tang Tianshu is so strong. He's the only one who didn't break through, but I don't know why, but I feel like he's hiding something. The crowd's hearts trembled. Tang Tianshu won too easily. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. His soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed that Tang Tianshu had broken through, but was hiding it. Obviously, Tang Tianshu wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he'd better not meet Lin Ling, or else Tang Tianshu wouldn't be surprised. Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu's feud would end in the semi-finals. Next round, Zhong Lingshan. Another genius who was lucky enough to draw a lot. He was already very strong before going to the Bodhi ancient tree, but now he's even stronger. The crowd looked at Zhong Lingshan, their eyes twinkling. Another domineering genius. Ah, luck treats me well. Zhong Lingshan walked out step by step, looking at the remaining geniuses. Including himself, there were only 15 geniuses left, which meant that there were 5 more geniuses who would be eliminated. Who could it be? Many people also noticed this and their hearts were surging. Lin Ling. Zhong Lingshan suddenly chuckled, causing the faces of the crowd to stiffen. During the speed test, Zhong Lingshan had tricked Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling would seek revenge on him, so he decided to end the grudge ahead of time. However, in the next moment, Zhong Lingshan's voice sounded out. Ah, I'm just playing around. Seeing that you're so scared that you don't dare to speak, don't worry, you're too weak. Sooner or later you won't be able to go far. I don't care to eliminate you. Song Yang, get out here. It turned out that everything before was just a joke. He wanted to make Lin Ling nervous and afraid, but Zhong Lingshan's real opponent was Song Yang. Idiot. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Playing with him? He couldn't wait to immediately take Zhong Lingshan's life. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and didn't draw the lot. Song Yang, the Sky Pride, ranked first in the defensive assessment. At this moment, the crowd was looking at a tall and sturdy young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged and looked as calm as a bell. After hearing the voice, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After the battle in the Purgatory battlefield, the grudge between you and me has ended. Let's decide who will win and who will lose. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he strangely appeared on the martial platform. At the same time, Zhong Lingshan also appeared. The wind blew past the martial platform, and the aura on the martial platform was tyrannical. Both of them were extremely powerful sky prides. Their cultivation bases were both at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, and their talents were similar. However, it was unknown who was stronger in terms of martial intent. The earth has the rules of the earth and the sky has the momentum of the sky. The god-breaking halberd, break the laws, form the momentum. Rumble. On the martial platform, Zhong Lingshan's hand stretched out in the air, and a pitch-black and dazzling halberd appeared, making him look like a god descending to the mortal world. 5 Mountain Tai bell shakes heaven and earth. Song Yang's powerful king body was also displayed. It was a simple and mysterious ancient bell. Fight. The flames of war between the two surged. They approached from afar and clashed in the center of the martial platform. Bang, bang, bang. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This intense battle was simply the strongest battle in the Emperor's spirit realm. Void-shattering spear. Bus, bus, bus. Zhong Lingshan's halberd transformed into a spear was extremely terrifying. When the spear struck out, circles of ripples appeared in the air, and its speed was so fast that it could break through the void. Get back. Song Yang's hands moved rapidly, and as if he was pushing the sea, he struck out with his palm. Water demon dragon, boundless sea. Crackle. The two great martial intents crazily clashed, and the degree of ferocity reached 90%. It was extremely ferocious. Is this all you've got? Zhong Lingshan's spear failed, and his body swam around the martial platform like a dragon. The halberd in his hand swept out as if it was sweeping away an army of 1,000. A huge waterfall slashed out like a crescent moon in the sky. If there were 100 Emperor's Spirit Realm martial artists present, this move would be able to kill them all. This was the halberd of 1,000 people. Void-shattering strike. The most terrifying thing was that this attack carried the charm of heaven and earth. It seemed far, but it also seemed close, making it impossible to guard against. Fire Divine Dragon, heaven-piercing flames. Song Yang's long hair fluttered, and he was as calm as a bell. He specialized in defense, but defense could also kill enemies. It was extremely powerful. Thick Earth Dragon. No evil can invade. Wood Evil Dragon. Time-withering glory. Arrogant voices rang out continuously in the square, making everyone's blood boil. Song Yang's innate king physique was the 5-element psychic bell. He specialized in all 5 elements. Fire Dragon Soaring Sky, Earth Dragon 100 Evils, Wood Dragon Withering Glory, 3 Dragons Cauldron. Bang, bang, bang. Even more terrifying explosions rang out on the martial platform, and it seemed like the martial platform was about to explode. A large number of Sky Prides swallowed their saliva. The Bodhi Ancient Trees group, these former junior brothers, were all above them now. This made them feel very uncomfortable. All of them have 90% martial intents. Amazing. I wonder what kind of martial intents they have. Among the Sky Prides, Hong Er looked at the martial platform with a serious expression. Indeed, there was no strongest, only stronger. Song Yang's innate king physique is the 5 elements intent. It leans towards earth and metal, so it specializes in defense. As for Zhong Lingshan, he specializes in the rend intent. His attacks can rend the void and reduce the opponent's attack and defense by 30%. Lin Ling said indifferently. Hong Er's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was so strong. She was shocked and said, "Between them, who will win?" One attack, one defense. According to the norm, it should be the defense that wins. Unfortunately, Zhong Lingshan's martial intents are too strange. It seems like he didn't attack Song Yang, but in fact, the martial intents are constantly transmitted to Song Yang's body through the rend. Although Song Yang's defense is strong, his innate king physique's defense is strong. His physical body is ordinary. Lin Ling evaluated. Really? Hong Er didn't believe it. After all, Song Yang's innate king physique was very special. When the 5 elements Divine Dragon appeared, the ancient bell wouldn't be defeated. BFFF. The battle on the martial platform lasted for 2 hours. It was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Finally, Song Yang vomited blood and admitted defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. This battle was the most intense battle since the start of the tournament. It was only at the last moment that the victor was decided. I admit defeat. Song Yang's face was pale. It was obvious that he was injured by Zhong Lingshan's martial intents. Chapter 876. A new round. Even if he admits defeat, he will still be killed? Many people widened their eyes. Zhong Lingshan was ruthless. Obviously, he wanted to use the competition to take Song Yang's life and not leave any future troubles. The sky was silent for a long time, as if they thought that Song Yang had admitted defeat, but Zhong Lingshan still killed him. This move was too despicable. But in the end they remained silent. Song Yang didn't leave the martial stage. If he left the martial stage and Zhong Lingshan still killed him, it would be considered as revenge. If he was killed on the martial stage, Zhong Lingshan could say that he didn't hear Song Yang admit defeat. Zhong Lingshan wins. The result was finally announced. Zhong Lingshan slowly walked down and licked his lips. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at Lin Ling. In this semi-final he had 3 enemies. The first was Song Yang, who was stronger, so he killed him first. The second was Nangong Xiong, who also had a deep hatred. The third was Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't have much hatred for this person, but he had harmed Lin Ling before. He knew that Lin Ling would take revenge, so in order to prevent future troubles, he would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling also knew this, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Lin Ling, do you have a way to break his true intent of rupture? Hong Er was a little worried. Zhong Lingshan was a ruthless person. Sooner or later, he would have to face Lin Ling. No. Lin Ling shook his head and Hong Er's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was even more worried. But soon she heard Lin Ling's smiling voice, "Just kill him directly." His laughter was very light, as if he was talking to a friend, but his words were very cold. There were 4 more rounds and the lots were drawn one by one. However, they were all challenging some of the weaker geniuses. No one dared to challenge Zhong Lingshan and Yu Fanren. Lin Ling was also considered by the geniuses. But perhaps because Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses in a row, it left a shadow in their hearts. So in the end they didn't challenge Lin Ling. Until the last round, Hong Er was the one who drew the lot. She did not hesitate and chose Hui Yi of the Great Serpent Mansion as her opponent. This was what she had promised Lin Ling before. Lin Ling, you have many opponents. Hui Yi, I'll help you take care of him. Hong Er stood up, her words causing many people's eyes to sparkle. This Lin Ling was truly enviable. After the red-clothed woman drew the lot, she didn't choose a weaker opponent but instead helped Lin Ling eliminate his enemies. No need. You can choose a weaker one. Lin Ling's heart was filled with gratitude, but he stopped her. Hee, look at how many of them are weak. Senior apprentice Sister Hong Er smiled, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. That's right, the remaining geniuses were getting stronger and stronger, and the weak ones had all been eliminated. I'll say this first. If I win, you have to teach me how to refine pills. I'm very curious about your cauldron-less refining method. Also, you have to agree to go on a date with me. Hong Er stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Ling's nose, causing the corners of Lin Ling's eyes to twitch. He was extremely speechless. This fellow. As for Hui Yi, his expression was ugly. Hong Er seemed to like Lin Ling. For Lin Ling, she had challenged him. Hui Yi, kill that woman. Far away, the people from the Great Serpent Mansion had cold expressions. Among them, Hui Yuan roared with monstrous killing intent. Naturally, Hui Yi stood up as cold as a snake. As for Hong Er, she leaped towards the square. Her red robes were like fire, making her look extremely valiant. The 2 of them looked at each other on the stage. Without saying a word, they each attacked. Serpent Shadow Cup. Hui Yi's king body was extremely strange. After it erupted, a green giant snake appeared. It hovered behind him, its strange eyes staring at Hong Er. The Great Serpent Mansion has a 1,000-year-old bloodline. It is said that this bloodline did not originate from the rainforest sacred land, but from another domain. From the way he attacks, it is indeed different from the rainforest sacred land. An old man from the 4 desolate races said, "Are you the only one with a king body?" Double-headed WRM Phoenix. However, Hong Er did not speak out. Her king body also erupted. It was an extremely mysterious beast form, a WRM and a phoenix. The WRM was fire while the phoenix was law. Hong Er. Seeing the king body illusion in the square with surging spiritual energy, Long Danlong's pupils constricted. His disciple seemed to have awakened the king body talent. The Bodhi liquid was truly powerful. Lin Ling's pupils also constricted. Hong Er's king body talent was even higher than his vermilion bird flames. It had reached the 10th grade. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Bodhi elixir had allowed one to be reborn. Every prodigy had become stronger while his talent had become the weakest. This also meant that his bloodline couldn't compare to the prodigies from the rainforest Holy Land. Of course, back in the Water Moon Sacred Land, his martial uncle had mentioned that he had a king body talent, the eyes. That was an even more terrifying existence. What was this king body talent? Why could he not control it at all? Was it because his strength was too low? If that was the case, it was probably an existence that surpassed the king body talent. Rumble. At the same time, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. One flame, one meow, no regrets in the world. Hong Er became braver as she fought. The WRM was the flame, the phoenix was the meow, and the phoenix was the most terrifying. It was good at music. After the sound wave attack, Hui Yi's king body talent paled in comparison. Hui Yi is going to lose. Some powerful warriors could see the situation. Die. Sure enough, Hong Er's cold voice came from the martial stage not long after. The double-headed WRM Phoenix killed Hui Yi, causing the people from the Great Serpent Mansion to roar. Lin Ling had allowed his senior sister to kill their bloodline. Hong Er walked down from the martial stage. Her face was extremely pale as if she had exceeded her limit. Lin Ling quickly went to support her, allowing her to sit cross-legged to recover. Although Hong Er had killed Hui Yi, she had clearly paid a price. It would be difficult for her to fight again in a short period of time. There are only 10 people left. The final battle is getting closer and closer. I wonder who will make it to the end. The crowd looked at the remaining 10 geniuses. After the previous elimination, 10 of the 20 top geniuses had been eliminated. The ones left were the elites at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Some of the warriors at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm looked at the remaining 10 and sighed. These people were all very young, the youngest not even 20 years old. However, they had already walked the path that would take them a lifetime to complete. Now they were all above their heads. This made them sigh with emotion. Geniuses were indeed not measured by common sense. The second dream is still mysterious. Young Master Tang also saved his trump card for the end. Yu Fan is still as low-key as before. No one can see through him. Zhong Lingshan's strength has increased greatly. Lin Ling seems to be the weakest, but he still hasn't been eliminated. These people are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm looking forward to the final battle between the second dream and young Master Tang. The others, like Duan Wuji from the Justice Duan family, are also very strong. Anyway, the final battle is getting more and more exciting. Many people were excited, staring at the 10 people sitting cross-legged. Chapter 877. Drawing lots. Lin Ling hasn't shown much of his strength yet. Maybe he can go further. The Sword Elder, the Fire Ancient clan and the others were excited. Lin Ling had shown his physical strength and hadn't used his sword yet. They were looking forward to it. The rules for the last 10 people have changed. No one has to fight 2 rounds. If they lose both rounds, they will be eliminated. The ancient voice sounded in the sky. The rules had changed. It was still a drawing of lots, but each person had to fight 2 rounds. If they lost, they would be eliminated. Obviously, the remaining people were elites, so they were given 2 chances. Rumble. Soon, clouds began to appear in the sky, forming 2 big words, Hong-er. Hong-er had drawn the first lot. She was very lucky. At least she was the one who chose her opponent. It wasn't her opponent who challenged her. Meh. Hong-er's eyes narrowed. She was very surprised. She had drawn the lot twice. Her luck was too good. Her luck isn't very good. She won against Hui by luck. Her energy and spiritual qi haven't recovered. If she fights again, she will definitely lose. Many people looked at Hong-er and said, she was very lucky to have drawn the first lot. However, if her strength hadn't recovered, the first lot would be wasted. At this moment, Hong-er's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Indeed, her situation was as everyone had guessed. Her strength hadn't recovered, so it would be difficult for her to win no matter who she challenged. Moreover, the remaining opponents were each stronger than the last. There was only one choice left for her. Give up. Challenge me. However, at this moment, a soft voice sounded in Hong-er's ears. Hong-er was stunned. The person who spoke was Lin Ling. Challenge me. I'll let you win. Then you can go further and have a chance to rest. Lin Ling looked at Hong-er and smiled. Hong-er's mouth was wide open, but she couldn't say anything. Did she want to challenge Lin Ling? Lin Ling is crazy. Many people heard Lin Ling's decision and thought that Lin Ling was crazy. After all, Lin Ling was wasting his chance. It's okay. I just need to lose 1 round. I won't lose the second round. Lin Ling said resolutely, ignoring the thoughts of the people around him. I will. Hong-er hesitated. In the end, when she saw Lin Ling's resolute gaze, she nodded her head. The 2 of them stepped onto the martial stage and Lin Ling admitted defeat very quickly. This made many people shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling had given up 1 chance, and if someone challenged him in the future, he would be eliminated if he lost again. Hong-er wins, Lin Ling loses. The announcement of the results spread out, causing some of the people who had grudges against Lin Ling to sneer. Lin Ling had spun a cocoon around himself, he was too confident. The second round arrived very quickly, and it was Nangong Xiong who drew the lot. His gaze swept across the side of the martial arts platform, and in the end he chose Zhong Lingshan. I knew it was me. Looks like your confidence has swelled after defeating Wu Shuangning. Zhong Lingshan leaped onto the martial stage, and a halberd appeared in his hand. He sneered at Nangong Xiong, and Nangong Xiong's body was also filled with killing intent. He had to kill Zhong Lingshan. In the past, you killed my junior brother. Today you didn't expect this result, right? Result? What result? Is this the result of your death? Zhong Lingshan fiendishly grinned. The god-breaking halberd turned into a beam of light as it slashed out. The true meaning of rending appeared, space-rending strike. The void shook and split open, transmitting the message to Nangong Xiong. Lingshan, kill him. On the edge of the square, an old man coldly said. This person was Great Sun Elder. Zhong Lingshan was her disciple, and of all her disciples, he was the one she doted on the most. She had even obtained a spirit artifact, the god-breaking halberd, for Zhong Lingshan. As for Nangong Xiong, he was the disciple of 7 profound martial houses Elder Qing. She and Elder Qing had always been at odds, so she knew why Nangong Xiong had challenged Zhong Lingshan. Nangong Xiong, bring honor to your master. On the other side, Elder Qing also coldly said. Peng peng peng. On the martial stage, the crazy battle continued. Nangong Xiong's strength was extremely fierce, but after this battle, he discovered that Zhong Lingshan was fiercer than he was. The true meaning of rending was not 90%, but 100%. This meant that in the previous battle, Zhong Lingshan had been hiding a hidden card. This boy is really the strongest dark horse of the semifinals. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. Every time I think he has reached his limit, he will reveal another hidden card, making it impossible for others to see through him. The crowd was shocked. Zhong Lingshan had been strong from the start, but when others thought that he was only this strong, Zhong Lingshan had once again revealed an even more terrifying method. And now, 100% true meaning of rending had appeared. The martial stage was so shocked that it cracked open. 100% true meaning of rending. This alone proved that Zhong Lingshan had stepped into the circle of the strongest peak Emperor Spirit realm. On the edge of the martial stage, Yu Fanren, Tang Tianshu, and the other peak proud children of heaven had solemn expressions. Zhong Lingshan was truly worthy of being called the greatest dark horse. Admit defeat. Finally, Elder Qing's unwilling voice rang out. He had no choice but to have his disciple admit defeat. If this continued, then Nangong Xiong would die. But now that he had lost, Nangong Xiong still had a second chance. God-vanquishing strike. However, Nangong Xiong seemed to want to admit defeat, but Zhong Lingshan still attacked with a killing blow. He even used his strongest trump card to avoid future troubles. Zhong Lingshan, you dare! Elder Qing angrily shouted. Nangong Xiong was his proudest disciple. How could he allow him to die in this tournament? But he didn't dare? Zhong Lingshan had always cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. Why wouldn't he dare? You are courting death. Elder Qing couldn't help but stand up. His powerful aura erupted, wanting to stop Zhong Lingshan. After all, this boy was just too hateful. This is the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. Elder Qing, don't lose face for the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Great Sun Elder's massive aura also erupted, blocking Elder Qing. On the martial stage, Nangong Xiong was obliterated by Zhong Lingshan. This caused Elder Qing's eyes to turn red. His disciple Nangong Xiong had already been reborn, and his future achievements were limitless. However, he had fallen in the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. The most hateful thing was Great Sun Elder. This insidious old woman had actually blocked him. Lingshan, well done. Great Sun Elder then sat down, smiling as she nodded. Zhong Lingshan was becoming more and more important to her. In time, Zhong Lingshan's name would shake the entire rainforest holy land, and her face would also rise. Thus, she planned to wait until the tournament ended before focusing on cultivating Zhong Lingshan. What a ruthless method. These proud children of heaven have all experienced the tempering of the Bodhi liquid. Their future is limitless, but because their opponent's potential is terrifying, they have the strength to obliterate their opponent so that they can avoid future troubles. The crowd looked at Zhong Lingshan, their hearts fiercely trembling. Then they looked at Great Sun Elder. This old Xian was also ruthless. He had made Elder Qing watch as his disciple died in front of him. Unfortunately, Elder Qing was helpless. After all, this was the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. How could he overstep his authority to save someone? Haha, there's one less competitor. On the martial stage, Zhong Lingshan couldn't help but laugh in excitement. The more proud children of heaven died, the more fame and fortune he would obtain in the future. After all, no one could compete with him. Then he proudly left the martial stage. His eyes swept over the remaining proud children of heaven, causing them to have dignified expressions. Zhong Lingshan was arrogant, but it was undeniable that his strength was terrifying. He had actually hidden 100% of the true meaning of rend. And now, of the 10 strongest proud children of heaven, only 9 remained. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, the clouds in the sky billowed, and a new name appeared. This time, the sky was silent and the earth was silent for a long time. Chapter 878. Let you rest, Lin Ling, you're finally lucky for once. The crowd cheered. Lin Ling gave off a strange feeling. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but he had somehow made it to the final round. And now he was going to fight. Lin Ling gave Hong a round before. He must fight this round and he must win. Otherwise he will be eliminated. Then some people realized. This meant that Lin Ling had no choice. He could only win and not lose. There were 9 remaining opponents and none of them were weak. Who would Lin Ling choose? He can choose Hong Er. Yes, he must choose Hong Er. Some people guessed. Hong Er won one round, but she could still lose one. If she gave Lin Ling one round, Lin Ling would be lucky enough to pass. Without a doubt, Lin Ling would definitely choose Hong Er. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling rubbed his nose. He was finally lucky. He had been waiting for this draw for a long time. Then, his gaze swept across the remaining people. Zhong Lingshan, you can die now. What? The crowd was shocked. At the same time, in the direction of the main city, millions of people were watching the battle. But at this moment they were also in an uproar. Was Lin Ling stupid? He had the chance to challenge Hong Er. As long as Hong Er admitted defeat, he could safely pass this round. However, Lin Ling gave up this chance and challenged Zhong Lingshan instead. Zhong Lingshan's strength was obvious to all. He had comprehended the true meaning of rupture. How could Lin Ling fight him? Zhong Lingshan was also stunned. According to his guess, he had erupted with terrifying strength in the previous two battles. He had become an existence that could not be underestimated among the remaining Sky Prides. No one would dare to challenge him easily. However, Lin Ling had challenged him. He had really challenged him. Lin Ling, you're courting death. What, you don't dare? Lin Ling looked at Zhong Lingshan indifferently. Don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I can't wait to fight with you. If I win, I'll win both battles and pass this stage easily. Zhong Lingshan smiled and shook his head. In order to prove whether he dared or not, he jumped onto the stage faster than Lin Ling. Then he waved his hand at Lin Ling and said, "Come on up. As a reward for challenging me, I won't let you lose within 3 moves. After all, it wasn't easy for you to come this far. You still have to shine before you die." Lin Ling nodded. He naturally knew that Zhong Lingshan wanted to kill him, but he also wanted to kill him. Whoosh! Lin Ling's body moved and landed on the martial platform, causing many people to be filled with anticipation. Lin Ling had fought 3 battles so far. The first 2 were shocking, his body was invincible and he obliterated his opponents. The 3rd battle was given to Hong Er. Now it was the 4th battle, but his opponent was not weak at all. Would Lin Ling be able to resist his opponent with his body alone? Take a rest. Just as his feet landed on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling said softly. Zhong Lingshan was stunned. Many people around were also stunned. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest. What did he mean by that? You have just finished a great battle, and your spiritual qi has not recovered, so I want you to take a rest. Lin Ling said lightly again. Crazy. Many people gasped. They finally understood what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest first, so that Zhong Lingshan would not be able to exert his full strength. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? One should know that Lin Ling was in the last battle. If he lost, he would be eliminated. He did not seize the opportunity and instead let his opponent rest. This boy is so heroic that it is admirable. Some top experts could not help but nod. Not bad, interesting. Zhong Lingshan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lin Ling could not see clearly. If he wanted to recover, why didn't he recover? Time passed quietly. Not long after, Zhong Lingshan stood up again and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. In order to repay you for choosing me, you will die in the 4th move. Pop pop pop. The broken god halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd turned into a spear and pierced towards Lin Ling, void-piercing spear. A spear with 90% Ren true intent. Many people widened their eyes. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would block it. Would he still dare to use his fist to block it? Swish. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was finally revealed. It was majestic and domineering. He's finally using his sword. It's Lin Ling's first time using his sword, but can he block 90% of the true meaning of split? More people were looking forward to the battle. Even in the main city, millions of people were watching nervously. Lin Ling was the dark horse of the previous assessment, the most dazzling dark horse. But after the Bodhi Ancient Tree expedition, Zhong Lingshan had become the strongest dark horse of the semifinals. His strength was clear for all to see. When these 2 dark horses collided, it was unknown who would be the darker one, the more dazzling one. Sword Overlord Soaring Sky. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was the sword move of the Overlord sword art. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling held his sword with both hands. Without releasing any spiritual qi, he used his sword to block the void-piercing spear. What? Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling blocked 90% Ren true intent with a single sword move? One had to know that in the previous battle, no one dared to block the Ren true intent without relying on martial arts. You have some skills, but can you block my Ren? Ren. Zhong Lingshan maintained the posture of his long spear thrusting forward. His eyes turned cold as the formless and colorless crack vibrated towards Lin Ling, causing the martial stage to crack. It's useless. Lin Ling's body shook like a fierce tiger. The vibrating Ren true intent was shattered by him. His body was as solid as diamond. Idiot, everyone knows that I used the Bodhi liquid to refine my body. Do your tricks work on me? After shattering the Ren true intent, Lin Ling said lightly. Zhong Lingshan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling, what a strong defense. If you only have this much skill, I advise you to use your full strength. Otherwise, when I attack, you won't have any chance. Lin Ling smiled gently. His smile was so bright and so confident. It was still the same sentence. If you don't use your full strength, you won't have any chance. I realized that we seem to have underestimated Lin Ling. Many people stared at the confident figure, and their hearts beat violently. They had evaluated the second dream, young Master Tang and Yu Fan, but they seemed to have forgotten to evaluate Lin Ling's strength. Your physical body is strong, but you are 2 realms away from me. No matter how strong your physical defense is, it can't make up for the gap between realms. Ren space. Zhong Lingshan's eyes stared at Lin Ling. His body emitted a strong aura. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Therefore he had to erupt with a stronger strength. Pop, pop, pop. The halberd in his hand turned into a beautiful trajectory and slashed out in the air. With him as the center, the half-moon radiance slashed out in all directions, causing the void to explode. This was the even more powerful Ren true intent. Earth-shattering sky. The terrifying Ren space slashed out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. This move was quite powerful. If he hadn't gone to the Bodhi ancient tree, he would have to use more trump cards to face it. But now, with the 20,000 small worlds in his body and the 10 million tyrannical song sword, it was enough to resist everything. Clang, clang. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gave up holding the sword with his left hand. Instead, he held the sword with his right hand. The storm-like sword slashed out. There was still no spiritual energy attack. It was purely a defense of strength. This kid is blocking it with one hand. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's sword was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was too sharp. Bang. Chapter 879. Why wouldn't he dare? After he used his sword, his strength increased by a terrifying amount. Wow. Many people stared at Lin Ling, their expressions extremely wonderful. That man and sword finally bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Mad God Lin Ling had finally held his sword in the semi-finals. With just a sword, he had destroyed a 90% true martial intent. This was too dreamy, too ethereal. How could they know that there was no true martial intent in the Water Moon Holy Land, but the cultivators there were not weak at all? This meant that once one's physical body was strong enough, they could also resist true martial intent. I'm sorry, but I still broke your move with a difference of 2 realms. Now, what right do you have to be confident? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was still as proud and frivolous as before. Nangong Xiong and Song Yang couldn't take the move, but he, Lin Ling, could. Previously, Zhong Lingshan had said that Lin Ling was 2 realms weaker than him and couldn't make up for the gap between realms. But now Lin Ling had told him why he couldn't? At this moment, Zhong Lingshan's pupils were tightly focused. He had 3 enemies. One was Song Yang, one was Nangong Xiong, and the last one was Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and that after killing the first 2, no one would dare to have any enmity with him. But who knew that the last enemy was the most terrifying? You said that you would let me release my last light before killing me. This sentence was actually left for you. You've already released the light of 2 moves. There's still one more. Hurry up, once it's over you can die forever. Wow. Lin Ling calmly held his sword and walked forward step by step. Zhong Lingshan wasn't a good person. Before, he had constantly killed his opponents, cutting the weeds and removing the roots. Since he liked to cut the weeds and remove the roots so much, then Lin Ling would cut the weeds and remove the roots. Impossible, you're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could you block 2 of my moves? I won't lose, I'll kill you. Zhong Lingshan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. In truth, after 2 moves he had already realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. It was as if there was no limit and he couldn't see through him at all. He even thought that Lin Ling was also at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. God-slaying strike. A thunderous voice came out of Zhong Lingshan's mouth. He could not lose, so he finally used his strongest trump card. He used his strongest trump card to kill Nangong Xiong. His god-shattering spear became illusory, and the spatial void rippled. Ripples spread out, and anything that got close to the ripples was shattered. This was the true intent of rupture, and it had reached the peak of 100%. This move was his proudest move so far. Fissure was also a type of power. Earth fissure, mountain fissure, and air fissure were all types of fissure. In fact, fissure was also a type of vibration. It was also a type of true meaning of martial arts, but it was more ferocious. It could tear apart the enemy, the earth, and the air. 100% Ren true meaning. I've already begun to grasp the profound meaning. Although Zhong Lingshan is vicious, he is indeed a terrifying prodigy. The crowd looked at the terrifying ripples that appeared on the martial stage. The martial stage seemed to be deformed by the vibration and it was distorted. 100% Ren true meaning, then let's try 100% sword true meaning. Lin Ling stepped on the martial stage and he was as steady as a mountain. He finally grasped the sword in his hand tightly. The sword was faintly jumping and a terrifying murderous aura surged out. It was vast and mighty like a sea of blood. The sword let out a deafening sword cry, which made many people's eardrums hurt. What is that? A large number of people looked at Lin Ling. They finally realized that this was the first time Lin Ling had used spirit chi since the semifinals of the strongest. And after using it, it was very terrifying. That was the true meaning of sword. Another 100% sword true meaning. The 7 martial arts hall masters stood up one by one, and their eyes were wide open. Zhong Lingshan had comprehended 100% Ren true meaning and so did Lin Ling. They even had a feeling that Lin Ling's true meaning of sword was even more terrifying. First, murderous aura. The murderous aura from killing 100,000 people merged into the sword, making the sword even sharper. Second, physical strength. The powerful physical strength allowed Lin Ling to withstand 90% martial true meaning, and now that it had merged with the true meaning of sword, there was no doubt about the increase. Xiaxia. A hoarse voice sounded on the martial stage. It actually caused the deformed martial stage to revert back to its original form. A blood-red sword appeared on the martial stage, causing the crystal martial stage to reflect a dazzling light. It was as if there was only one sword left in this world. Xiao. The sword slashed out as if it was cutting through the void. Kacha. The halberd that was filled with the true meaning of Ren shattered like glass, turning into countless crystal lights. True meaning collided with true meaning. The true meaning of sword cut through everything. Impossible. Zhong Lingshan's entire body trembled. He even felt that he couldn't hold on to the god-slaying halberd anymore. He never imagined that Lin Ling would be so powerful. It even made him recall the scene in the speed test. Because Lin Ling surpassed him, he tried to frame Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling would kill him, but he wasn't afraid. Because he knew that if Lin Ling dared to come, then Lin Ling would die for sure. However, Lin Ling came and the result was that he would die for sure. They were all top geniuses, but who said that a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator couldn't kill a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator? Stop. Stop. At this moment, a fierce roar rang out, causing the space to tremble. It was the Great Solar Elder. Lin Ling was the disciple that she was most proud of. Now that he had been forced into a corner by the true meaning of sword and was about to be cut down by the sword, how could she allow Lin Ling to do as he wished? Her disciple would bloom with a dazzling light in the future. He could not die here. The voice caused the decisive sword to pause, and it began to resist the powerful aura in the air. At the same time, a tyrannical voice sounded out, Zhong Lingshan admits defeat. Lin Ling, you win. The Great Solar Elder admitted defeat for Zhong Lingshan. How unfair. As many people heard this voice, their eyes flashed. When Nangong Xiong had been killed, Elder Qing had stepped forward to stop him, but the Great Solar Elder had blocked Elder Qing. Now that Zhong Lingshan was about to die, the Great Solar Elder had stepped forward to stop Lin Ling. How shameless. Great Solar Elder, this is the semi-finals for the strongest. Do not lose face for the 7 profound martial house. At that moment, Mr. Qing's voice resounded in the air. His powerful qi was like a blade, cutting off Mr. Dong's qi. Mr. Dong shouted furiously, Mr. Qing, you're courting death. Elder Qing coldly smiled. When Zhong Lingshan had killed his disciple, it was the Great Solar Elder who had stopped him. Now he would return the favor. Then he said to Lin Ling, do what you want to do. What he wanted to do was to kill Zhong Lingshan. Lin Ling, you dare? The Great Solar Elder suddenly erupted with a shrill roar. Lin Ling wanted to kill her disciple in front of her? I don't dare? When Zhong Lingshan killed the other proud sons of heaven, why didn't you say you didn't dare? So, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. However, a cold voice sounded out from the martial stage. The sword cut down once more with unprecedented firmness. There was nothing that he didn't dare to do. All around the square there was silence. There was nothing that Lin Ling didn't dare to do. Shua. On the martial arts platform, a sword mark appeared on Zhong Lingshan's head. Even the terrifying sword mark slashed at the edge of the martial arts platform. The void was also split into two. It was a very sharp sword that revealed its killing intent. Your 3 moves of light have ended. I will kill you with a single sword. Chapter 880. Not to be underestimated Pudong. Zhong Lingshan stared intently at Lin Ling's back before finally collapsing. He still had one more battle before he could win both battles. When Lin Ling challenged him, he believed that his luck had come, allowing him to win both battles. But in the end he died in the second battle. He died at the hands of the enemy he believed to be the weakest among his 3 enemies. Furthermore, that enemy did not use his sword, but when he did, one strike was enough. That strike was dazzling and it contained 100% sword intent. It had destroyed everything he had. The square remained silent. Elder Great Sun Child stared intently at the dead Zhong Lingshan. The disciple she was most proud of had died under Lin Ling's sword. Her backing was gone, and the work she was proud of was gone. Lin Ling still dared to kill under her threat. He was still resolute and decisive in killing. Lin Ling. Elder Great Sunchild's eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. She roared angrily with killing intent, die. Lin Ling had spoiled her plans several times. She could no longer tolerate Lin Ling. She had to kill Lin Ling. Phew. A figure filled with billowing killing intent shot towards Lin Ling, who had left the stage. It made Lin Ling frown. Elder Great Sun Child wanted to kill him in front of so many people? Elder Great Sun Child has gone mad. Everyone also sensed Elder Great Sun Child's intentions as they drew a cold gasp. Today's competition was being watched by millions of people. Elder Great Sun Child's actions were too bold. Kill Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes shimmered with a strange light. It was rare that he did not stop it. It was as though he did not see it. Furthermore, there was a voice in his heart. It was as though he wanted to see Lin Ling die here. Other than him, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, Duan family, Great Serpent Manor and other large factions were sneering. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Today someone was going to kill Lin Ling. That was for the best. Courting death. Among the 4 desolate races, Auntie Mo's face was extremely frosty. Around her body, a terrifying mist appeared, making her look mysterious and vast. However, at that moment, a blinding light shot down from the sky, causing everyone to feel pain in their eyes. After that, a painful cry rang out. Countless people looked over, only to see Great Sunchild Elder's right arm being chopped off. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. And on the ground there was a leaf stuck there, incomparably dazzling. A leaf fell from the sky and sliced off Great Sun Elder's arm. This leaf was just too terrifying. Many people suddenly looked up at the sky. The leaf came from the sky, it seemed to be the leaf of the Bodhi ancient tree. In that case, the person who severed the right arm of Great Sunchild was someone from the Bodhi Sacred Palace. I'll take your arm as a lesson. If something like this happens again, I'll kill you immediately. A majestic voice rang out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to thump in fear. It really was someone from the Sacred Palace. Great Sunchild Elder looked up at the sky, her face filled with malevolence. Her left hand stroked her severed right arm, where a massive amount of blood was constantly gushing out. She had tried to kill Lin Ling, but not only had she not killed him, but she had also lost an arm. Today she had gone for wool and come home shorn. Unfortunately, she was facing the ancient Bodhi Sacred Palace. She had no strength to fight back. Serves you right. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold and mocking voice floated out like the wind, causing Great Sunchild Elder's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling was gloating over her misfortune, saying that she deserved it. Great Sunchild Elder spat out a single word. If looks could kill, she would have already killed Lin Ling hundreds of times. Unfortunately, she could not, and she did not dare to. 7 Profound Martial House Master Skylin, are you not going to say anything about this matter? Lin Ling's eyes turned, coldly looking at Martial House Master Skylin. He knew that Skylin was aware of this, but he had chosen to turn a blind eye to it. Now, how could Lin Ling allow him to sit there as if this matter had nothing to do with him? Lin Ling. Martial House Master Skylin's pupils constricted into a thin line as he looked at the youth standing on the martial stage. Lin Ling actually dared to question him? Here, within the 7 Profound Martial House, the one who acted was Old Xian of the 7 Profound Martial House. As the Martial House Master of the 7 Profound Martial House, do you think you have no responsibility? Lin Ling icily shouted. His eyes collided with Martial House Master Skylands in midair, blooming with invisible sparks. Today's tournament was the focus of all eyes. Not only that, but the mastermind was no longer the seven profound Martial House, but Bodhi's sacred palace. Thus, Lin Ling did not fear Martial House Master Skylan. What great courage! Lin Ling even dares to reprimand his own Martial House Master. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was fearless, he had the pure and innocent heart of a child. Martial House Master Skylan's complexion constantly changed. Now countless eyes were looking at him. How could he not speak? This matter is within my jurisdiction. Before, I did not protect the order of the tournament, that was my dereliction of duty. Martial House Master Skylan stood up and lightly said to the entire world. These words could be considered an apology for his dereliction of duty, and also an apology to Lin Ling. He had no choice but to apologize. This was because the tournament was being held within the seven profound Martial House. As the Martial House Master, he shouldered the responsibility of protecting the tournament. How could he escape this responsibility? Elder Great Solar Child, enter the demon abyss of ice and fire, and be punished for 1 year. Martial House Master Skylan coldly said. Demon abyss of ice and fire. Elder Dark Child anxiously shouted out. That was the most severe punishment of the seven profound Martial House. It was an abyss tens of thousands of miles underground, where ice and fire intersected all year round. Ordinary people simply did not dare to enter. But she had been punished to go there for a year, and this year would be like a year for her. Martial House Master Skylan's face was cold and indifferent. He sat down again, but his heart was filled with a cold chill. Lin Ling had forced him to move against Elder Dark Child, and Lin Ling had forced him, the powerful Martial House Master. How hateful. Lin Ling. Elder Dark Child also looked at Lin Ling. She wished she could kill Lin Ling, but the green leaves on the ground made her not dare to act rashly. She could only leave step by step. In her heart, Lin Ling had grown up step by step, and had become a great calamity. Today not only had he killed her disciple, but he had also cut off her arm. Most importantly, she had to suffer the punishment of ice and fire for a year. After a year, just what degree would Lin Ling grow to? At that time, it would be even more difficult to make a move against Lin Ling. This episode did not affect the semi-finals, but it made many people feel complicated, especially the ancient countries like the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They also felt that the semi-finals had allowed Lin Ling to rise, and he even had the qualifications to hurt them. How powerful 100% sword intent. So this is Lin Ling's trump card. As for the peak geniuses of the various martial arts halls, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They thought that Lin Ling's body was strong, and this was his trump card. However, they were wrong. Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying. 100% sword intent, just a step away from reaching the peak of Lin Ling's sword. Such strength was completely qualified to compete with the second dream, young Master Tang. Lin Ling's harvest from the Bodhi ancient tree trip was not the smallest. The remaining geniuses looked deeply at Lin Ling. Currently, there were only 8 people left. Lin Ling's battle had made him famous, and his position among the 8 was not to be underestimated. Lin Ling is still strong. He is the most dazzling dark horse. Everyone is looking forward to it. Chapter 881. Heavenly Star Cultivator. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, a new name appeared, Greedy Wolf. This person was famous for his savagery. In the previous tournament, no one had dared to challenge him. He was a powerful proud son of heaven on the same level as Lin Ling. His opponent was quickly chosen. It was a proud son of heaven named Heavenly Star Cultivator. This person was an extremely low-key proud son of heaven, but his powerful aura made everyone know that he had been patiently waiting for the final battle to amaze the world. The battle between the two broke out under countless gazes. Greedy Wolf was a proud son of heaven with average talent, but he seemed to have obtained a powerful cultivation method that had been lost in the rainforest Holy Land. He could constantly awaken, and every time he awakened, his strength would greatly increase. A total of 7 awakenings. They were Burning Life, Annihilation, Creation, Metamorphosis, Void Spirit, Yang Essence, and the Pinnacle of Void and Reality. Greedy Wolf's 7 Revolution Secret Art. Every time he awakens, his strength will double. This Greedy Wolf has really hidden himself deeply. Some powerful martial artists' eyes flashed. The world was vast, and the path of martial arts was vast and broad. A 7 Revolution Secret Art was extremely rare. Hold on, Heavenly Star Cultivator is surnamed Tian. As for the other opponent, many people suddenly realized something. Heavenly Star Cultivator was surnamed Tian. In the 7 Profound Martial House, this meant that he was related to the Martial House Master, Skylin. In the 7 Profound Martial House, no one dared to be surnamed Tian. Among the watching proud sons of heaven, the second dream's beautiful eyes constantly twinkled. Only she knew that Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son that her master had secretly raised. If it weren't for this semi-finals, perhaps Heavenly Star Cultivator would not have surfaced. But regarding Heavenly Star Cultivator, she had only seen him 3 times. She only knew that this boy was very mysterious. He often went out adventuring and had even left the rainforest Holy Land. Using a saber? The second dream faintly stared at Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber. That saber was simple and unadorned, but it had the power to return to simplicity. It seems that he is a martial arts fanatic. His master is the sky. The second dream's final evaluation. Although she was also a disciple of the Martial House Master, she was different from Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator regarded Martial House Master Skylin as the sky in his heart. He was the most sacred existence in his heart of martial arts. However, second dream was different. She was even more ambitious. 7 Killing Saber. On the martial platform, saber chi gushed out as if it wanted to slash apart the world. Each saber was brighter and fiercer than the last. It was as if it could slice apart the world. Voracious Wolf used the 7 Revolutions cultivation method to continuously raise his own strength, but the Heavenly Star cultivators used the 7 Slaughters saber, 7 Slaughters under heaven, to continuously raise the true meaning of the saber, and among them was a dense murderous aura. I admit defeat. Under the 7th slash, Ravenous Wolf finally conceded unwillingly. A Heavenly Star cultivator's saber was too frightening. The final slash had reached 100% saber true intent, and there was even a great deal of killing intent within. Another Heavens chosen with 100% mastery of the true meaning of martial. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star cultivators. Currently, 2 great geniuses with 100% true meaning of martial arts had appeared. One was a sword and the other was a saber. They did not know who was more powerful. On the martial arts platform, the corner of the Heavenly Star cultivator's mouth revealed an indifferent smile. He sheathed his saber and stood. Currently, the final battle was getting closer and closer, and he did not need to hide any trump cards. Then, his gaze turned towards Lin Ling, and the saber intent in his eyes blossomed. I want to test your sword. An arrogant voice floated out, causing a commotion in the entire square. Indeed, the saber wanted to battle the sword. If you have the chance, you can fight me. Lin Ling's eyes also blossomed with a strong desire to battle. 100% true meaning of martial arts, he also wanted to test his opponent's strength. Next, another lot was drawn, and the second dream's name finally appeared in the sky. The weak will be eliminated first. The second dream's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. His words puzzled many people. Eliminating the weak first? Currently, other than Ravenous Wolf and Lin Ling who had each lost 1 battle, the others had 2 chances. In that case, the second dream would eliminate one of the 2. Ravenous Wolf. The second dream's voice was quickly heard, causing Ravenous Wolf to grit his teeth. The opponent he feared the most was the second dream. If I fight to the death, I might be able to win. On the martial arts platform, Ravenous Wolf knew that he could not avoid this, so he might as well fight with all his strength. Therefore, he used the 7th transformation right from the start, increasing his strength tremendously. You have just fought a battle, so you should be resting. But in fact, it makes no difference whether you rest or not. The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. Her small Hongyan mouth gently spat out 2 words, driving shadow. Something strange happened. Ravenous Wolf unleashed a powerful strength, but he could not move. It was very mysterious and scary, as if he was being controlled by someone else. I admit defeat. Even his speech was controlled. Ravenous Wolf admitted defeat, but in fact he did not want to admit defeat at all. He did not even know what had happened. The second dream left slowly, not bothering to explain anything. The crowd was in an uproar, and their voices seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. What ability did the second dream use? Her talent is the Imperial Body, driving shadow body. She can control the shadows of others, and through the shadows she can control a warrior's body. Therefore, Ravenous Wolf was controlled by the second dream and admitted defeat. The second dream's imperial body is like a goddess under the night sky. No one can violate her. Among the 4 desolate races, a powerful elder said lightly. It made many people draw a cold gasp. This natural king body was too heaven-defying. Was this the Night King? Ravenous Wolf had lost 2 battles and was completely eliminated. Out of the 8 final elites, 7 were left. The next lot was drawn and countless people were looking forward to it. Hong-er. A huge name appeared in the sky, making many people sigh. Hong-er was very lucky to have drawn 2 lots consecutively. As for Tang Tianshu, Yu Fanren and the other elites, they shook their heads. Until now they had not fought, but they were not in a hurry. After all, what would come, and the later they fought, the stronger their opponents would be. Therefore they were looking forward to it. Hong-er had drawn a lot, but she did not know who to choose. Her opponents were all extremely powerful, and she could not challenge Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling lost again, it would be equivalent to being eliminated. Who should she choose? Heavenly Star Warrior. Hong-er finally gritted her teeth and said. This made the Heavenly Star Warrior smile, and he walked out step by step with his sword on his back. You are Elder Long Dan's disciple. Long Dan Long seems to be very close to the D family. I represent the Tian family, so in this battle, I will let everyone related to the D family know the strength of the Tian family. The D family can only dream of regaining their former glory. Clang. Bold words floated out, and a sword that could hold up the heavens appeared on the martial stage. It was dazzling, as if a monarch had descended upon the world. That sword seemed to represent the Tian family. At this moment, many people finally knew the origin of this Heavenly Star Warrior. This person represented the Martial House Master. What was different from the second dream was that he represented the Martial House Master's pride. He was surnamed Tian, and also represented the Martial House Master's heart of martial arts. In this battle, the Tian family would rise. They would tell everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land that the Tian family bloodline was the true master of the 7 profound martial house, and that the D family bloodline of the past was nothing but trash. The Tian family would also be able to clear their name. Chapter 882. Heavenly Star Cultivator's Conviction. Many people quietly looked at Martial House Master Heavenly Lin. They discovered that Martial House Master Heavenly Lin was sipping his tea, but deep in his eyes there was a touch of pride. Those who knew of Martial House Master Heavenly Lin's origins were well aware that Heavenly Lin was once a disciple of the previous Martial House Master. Afterwards, he was unwilling to be an ant for the rest of his life, so he joined forces with others to severely wound the previous Martial House Master. In old Xian's great battle for the position of Martial House Master, he finally obtained it. Moreover, Martial House Master Heavenly Lin had seized the talent of the previous Martial House Master's son, Di Wuji. This action was very ugly. Although no one in the 7 profound martial house dared to say this, many ancient powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land knew that this was a thorn in Heavenly Lin's heart. Thus, in these past years he had constantly wanted to prove himself, to clear his name, to tell everyone that he, Heavenly Lin, had become the Martial House Master. This was the will of the heavens, and he had not obtained the position of Martial House Master through schemes and machinations. But now, his adopted son had cleared his name, and he had used a shocking method to clear his name. Perhaps this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's only conviction, and also the conviction of his blade. On the martial stage, 2 figures quietly stood. Ruby's face was dignified as she looked at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. She did not dare to underestimate him. Use your strongest attack, otherwise you will not have a chance. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's calm voice floated out, causing many people's eyes to flash with a strange light. These words were what Lin Ling had constantly said before, and now the Heavenly Star Cultivator was actually saying that he was competing with Lin Ling. 2-headed Flood Dragon Phoenix. Calm. Ruby did not speak. She immediately erupted with her powerful innate king body, and her Flood Dragon Phoenix unparalleled appeared. Weak, go back and tell your master that the Martial House Master is his best choice, not the Sword Elder. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator lightly said. He raised the blade in his hand, and a saber intent cut out in all directions like an astral wind, a murderous aura gushing out. Murderous aura? Come. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword had a murderous aura, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber also had a murderous aura. In addition, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had said what Lin Ling had said before. This meant that he wanted to crush Lin Ling from every angle. What Lin Ling could, he could. What Lin Ling could do, he could do Lin. 7 killing heaven. Heaven. Whoosh. His right arm slashed out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was pitch black in color. The saber's surface was simple and unadorned, for Chi 3 Cun. It did not release any light, but only a true powerhouse would know that was a killing saber. A killing saber did not need to be too dazzling. This saber was named Eternal Peace. This signified that the Heavenly Star Cultivator's sword supported the Heavenly Forest swords. All voices of dissatisfaction were beheaded, so as to achieve the effect of eternal peace. Rumble. With one saber strike, the heavens and earth changed color. The true intent of the saber burst forth. There was no need for any shocking attack. All he needed was one saber strike. Pop, pop. The flood dragon behind Hong shattered, causing her to spit out blood. And below the martial platform, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade was indeed very frightening. If he had not increased his strength in the Bodhi ancient tree, perhaps his sword would not have been able to block the Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade. 7 mysteries forever. The cold voice rang out again and another slash was made. Pop, pop. The phoenix head behind Hong was chopped off. The true intent of the saber and the sword was different from the others. It was the most straightforward, and its purpose was to behead the enemy. And the other true intent of the saber had other effects, such as strengthening oneself or influencing the enemy and so on. 2 sabers were enough to cripple Hong. This was a Heavenly Star Cultivator. What a powerful saber. Many people discovered that at the end of the semi-finals, Lin Ling was not the only dark horse. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was also a dark horse, so dark that it was dazzling. Hong has lost. Many people said soon after. I admit defeat. However, something unexpected happened. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had clearly won, but he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. This shocked everyone, and they did not understand why the Heavenly Star Cultivator would do this. That was a challenge to Lin Ling. Everything that Lin Ling has done, the Heavenly Star Cultivator has also done. Lin Ling let Hong win, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator also let her win. How arrogant. The crowd immediately realized the reason. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was using a shocking method to prove his strength. This was also a provocation to Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the descendant of the D bloodline, no wonder. The Sword Elder and the rest understood the meaning behind the Heavenly Star Cultivator's admission was actually a humiliation to them. It was as if he was saying, I can win, but I won't because I want to ruthlessly trample the pride of the D bloodline under my feet. This feeling was like 2 enemies fighting. One lost, but the other did not kill him, giving him a chance to fight again. In fact, this was a humiliation. If one respected the other, they would have killed him directly. Killing was the respect for the opponent. You. On the martial arts platform, Hong stared at the Heavenly Star Cultivator, her heart filled with disbelief. Scram. A cold word floated out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator looked at Hong as if he was looking at an ant. He currently had 1 win and 1 loss, so he did not pass. He still had to continue fighting. On the contrary, Hong had won both battles, so no one could challenge her now. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's goal was very simple. He wanted to win that battle to fight Lin Ling. The remaining proud children of heaven also knew his intentions. They all smiled but did not oppose him. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He came to the edge of the martial arts platform and supported Hong as they walked back. At the same time, he coldly said, You want to usurp the role of the host to prove yourself. You want to help Martial House Master Tianlin conceal his ugly actions. Don't you think this is too much? This is my heart of martial arts. The Martial House Master is my sky and I am his saber. Anyone who dares to offend the Martial House Master will be cut down by this saber. I am so shocked to tell everyone this because I want everyone to know that the Tian bloodline is the true royal family of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's lips moved as he lightly replied. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Unfortunately, the person you chose is wrong. Lin Ling's voice became increasingly cold. He returned to his resting area and looked at Hong with a questioning look. It's nothing. He was too arrogant and thought of me as an ant, so he didn't give me any great injuries. Hong smiled and shook her head, but deep in her eyes there was unwillingness. It's just that he didn't hurt my body, but he did hurt my heart. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had won, but he had admitted defeat. This was a great humiliation to Hong. I will make him pay the price. Lin Ling took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. He looked up at the sky. It was a clear blue. Faintly he could see Senior Di Wuji. Senior Di Wuji was still shouldering a great injustice. In the 7 profound martial house, no one dared to speak of him. Everything was hidden from him by his tyrannical power. Senior Di Wuji's life had been miserable. He had trusted his senior apprentice brother, but after his death he had left behind a nameless name. No one dared to mention his name. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky began to change. 2 dazzling characters appeared, Lin Ling. A new draw had appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? The square fell silent and the millions of people in the main city fell silent. The entire world seemed to freeze in time. Lin Ling had drawn the lot. It was unknown if this was the intention of the Bodhi Saint Palace, or if it was destined by the heavens, but this meant that Lin Ling would represent the D bloodline in battle. Lin Ling, it's you? Chapter 883. Battle of Beliefs. Pa. In Lin Ling's body, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. His bones seemed to be boiling with fighting spirit. A confident smile appeared on his face. The battle between the sword and the saber had begun. Heavenly Star Cultivator, you don't need to come down. Shio. A figure flew towards the crystal stage, landing heavily on it. Everyone's breathing quickened. As expected, Lin Ling was going to fight Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator represents Tianlin. He has complete saber intent, and his heart of martial arts is to restore Tianlin's name and bring peace to the world. Lin Ling represents the D clan, and he also has complete sword intent. His heart of martial arts is to restore the D clan's pride. Between the two of them, who will win? The crowd began to discuss, their blood boiling. Even some of the top geniuses were rubbing their palms. The battle between the two was already one of the strongest in the Emperor Spirit realm. Heavenly Star Cultivator, prove your pride. Kill him. Headmaster Qinlin's pupils were ice cold. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son he had secretly nurtured to guard against the D clan's bloodline. Originally, he did not want to allow the Heavenly Star Cultivator to surface, but this time semifinals had changed. With the Bodhi Sacred Palace watching, this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's chance, so he allowed the Heavenly Star Cultivator to rise. Heavenly Star Cultivator and the Second Dream were both his pawns. The difference was that one was in the dark and the other was in the light. On the other side, Sword Elder and the others were looking at the martial stage with serious expressions. Lin Ling was not a member of the D bloodline, but he had shouldered D Wuji's faith. Now that D Shirtian had been crippled, the only person who still held the flag was Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely win. This was a battle of beliefs and also a battle of wills. On the stage, two slender figures stood a few hundred meters apart. The wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. It was as if one of them represented the saber, and the other the sword. You have 100% sword intent while I have saber intent. However, I'm only at the peak of the Emperor Spirit realm, while you're at the middle stage. The increase in your cultivation level will greatly increase the power of your martial intent. You won't be able to withstand my saber. After a moment of silence, a gloomy voice floated out from the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth. His appearance was very ordinary, and if it were not for walking here, no one would have known that this person's strength was so terrifying. However, it was precisely because he was ordinary that this person could not be underestimated. Pa. After he spoke, the saber in his hand leaped up as if it was boiling. Countless saber chi formed a strong wind that blew around him from all directions. The entire crystalline martial platform was filled with sabers, and it was incomparably terrifying. If it was a peak-level Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy on the martial platform, he would have been killed by the saber without any accident. The saber was mainly used for attacking and killing. It did not need to be flashy. It only needed one slash, and that was the reason for the saber's will and existence. A powerful saber cultivator was incomparably terrifying. Their saber could split mountains and break the sky. They could use their extreme will to kill any top cultivator of the same level. Those who used the saber were all cultivators with strong wills. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. At this moment, they realized that the Heavenly Star Cultivator already had the strength to fight with the Second Dream. This dark horse had hidden his strength too deeply. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Their true meaning of martial arts was the same. On the surface, Lin Ling did not have any chance of winning. I am not at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out. From his slender body, a powerful aura finally erupted. In the battle with the Heavenly Star Cultivator, he had finally used his trump card. This was because he knew that the Heavenly Star Cultivator was very strong. This person did not know any powerful martial arts, but he knew how to use the saber. With a single saber he could dominate the world. What? Lin Ling hid his cultivation? Seeing the strength displayed by Lin Ling on the martial platform, many people's eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's expression changed slightly. With this, Lin Ling was one step closer to him. However, you are still not qualified. You will bring shame to the D family. After a moment of shock, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said indifferently. You are a saber user. You should understand that the strength of the saber and the sword does not depend on the strength of one's cultivation. Instead, it depends on one's will, on one's heart of martial arts. Lin Ling raised his sword. On the huge blade, wisps of mist drifted out, rolling with killing intent. Clang. The sword was leaping, the sword wanted to fight. What a terrifying sword. After reaching the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, Lin Ling's sword is even more powerful. The crowd gasped. There were many swordsmen around the square. At this moment, the swords in their hands were leaping as if they were summoned by the sword. They wanted to jump out of their scabbards. At this moment, their swords occupied the other side of the martial platform. Sword chi filled the sky. You have some skill. In a battle of the saber and the sword, victory will be decided in one move. Only then will you know how wrong you are. The Heavenly Star Cultivator smiled. He raised the saber in his hand. Like a vast ocean, colorful, domineering, tenacious, cold, the entire martial platform was a saber. Your heart of martial arts is Mansion Master Tianlin. You support him. This is your way of the saber. However, you do not know what Mansion Master Tianlin has done. You only know how to blindly support him. This saber is soulless. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword leaped, killing intent gushed out. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong, but your choice is wrong. Wrong or right, we will know in one battle. The D family is going to fall. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's face turned cold. Lin Ling's aura continued to rise, turning more than half of the martial platform into a world of swords. Thus, the Heavenly Star Cultivator gripped his saber. When the saber was unsheathed, the world of sabers on his side exploded. All the sabers of true intent were aimed at Lin Ling. The Heavenly Star Cultivator unsheathed his saber. For the pride of Mansion Master Tianlin, for his way of the saber. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one strike. Boom. Saber chi shot up to the sky. Those who were close to the martial platform were cut by the saber. The terrifying true intent of the saber seemed to want to cut the world in half. One had to know that this was a crystal martial platform that could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, the true intent of the saber still affected them. This meant that the saber was terrifying. This kid has already touched the door of profound meaning. Many experts' faces turned serious. That world of sabers had the power to kill any expert. This was the profound meaning. The profound meaning turned into a world. Anyone who was in the world would be killed by the saber. Pa pa pa. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword was unprecedentedly firm and unyielding. On the Tyrant Song sword, a blood-red murderous aura spread out like a tide, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn blood-red. This was the sword of killing. This sword not only represented Lin Ling's way of the sword, but also Di Wuji's pride. Thus he could not be defeated. Even if he died, he had to raise the pride of the Di family. Fight. A cold shout floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword slashed out. In the semi-finals of this year's strongest, the strongest swordsman and the strongest saber artist clashed. The brilliance of the geniuses bloomed, shocking the sacred land of the rainforest. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the two figures clashed in the middle of the martial platform. Then they disappeared, leaving behind only a sword and a saber. Pa pa pa. Endless sword chi and saber chi slashed in all directions. Cracks appeared on the martial platform. What a terrifying slash. The crowd gasped. Chapter 884. Peak sword intent, Lin Ling, you can do it. Over at the Fire Ancient clan's side, everyone clenched their fists. In the clash between sword and saber, if Lin Ling's aura weakened by even a bit, then Lin Ling would be killed. Let's see whose aura was stronger and who could last longer. At this moment, the advantage brought about by the cultivation realm began to appear, especially in the face of evenly matched martial intent. This was even more obvious. Cha-cha-cha. Behind Lin Ling, the sword world kept shattering, and a large number of swords were cut apart by the saber. What a terrifying saber. Boom. Finally, with a violent explosion, the huge crystal martial platform exploded. The battle between the two became the first prodigy to destroy a martial platform. Are these still Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies? All the top experts sucked in a breath of cold air. These two were too powerful. Lin Ling is going to lose. His sword intent keeps weakening. It seems that the weakness of his cultivation realm is constantly magnified. Then those experts looked at the battle in the center and said with a serious expression. That place had already turned into a world of swords and blades. The clouds in the sky were parted, and a huge crack created by the swords and blades appeared. Under the crack, two youths appeared. However, the world of swords behind Lin Ling continued to crumble, and his sword will was also disintegrated. His weak cultivation realm caused this situation. If Lin Ling loses, then he will be killed in one slash. The crowd's heart trembled. The battle between sword and saber was so straightforward. There was no entanglement. Block the incoming enemy and kill. If you couldn't block, you would be killed. The battle between sword and saber was also a battle between men. There was no dragging out an ignoble existence, no battle to preserve one's strength, only a battle with one's back to the river. Everyone who knew Lin Ling shouted. They could also see that Lin Ling's sword intent was weakening. Xiao. In front of his forehead, a wisp of hair fell, cut by the sword intent. Lin Ling's mouth was bleeding. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was very domineering, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a terrifying saber user. This is your heart of martial arts? The D family has already declined and the Tian family is everything. I don't understand why you're still so stubborn. Just give up, you're no match for me. On the other side of the sword, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said with a cold expression. His heart of martial arts was even more resolute than Lin Ling's, and his saber true intent was even prouder than Lin Ling's. Could Lin Ling compete with him for glory? It's hard to say until the last moment. Have you ever seen a swordsman give up? Lin Ling's firm voice sounded. Then just wait to be killed. After I kill you, I will seize all of your glory. The corner of the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth curled into a sinister smile. It was so tyrannical, so self-confident, just like his saber. Even if it was the heavens, he dared to slash. 7 kills the world. Rumble. An even more frightening true will of saber burst forth, as if it was about to break through this world, causing the sword world to grow dimmer and dimmer, as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Ling's mind was completely blank. There was only the sword and nothing else. But was he going to lose? The powerful true will of saber suppressed him, causing him to feel somewhat lost. Child, go all out and fight. No matter if you win or lose, I am proud of you, because you are the only disciple who has raised the flag for me. In a hazy state, Lin Ling heard a kind voice. It was Senior Wuji, whom he had only met once, but who had given all of his faith to him. Yes, Lin Ling was the only one who had carried the flag of the D family on his shoulders. Go all out and fight. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The D family had been cursed for over 200 years, and he had unintentionally stepped into it. He had shouldered the final flag, shouldered everything, so how could he fail here? He couldn't lose. The sword had its own will, and Lin Ling also had his own will. He had promised Di Wuji, so he would definitely do it. There was no other reason than that disciple. The Tyrant Song sword was left behind by Senior Wuji. I have been using it all this time, but I didn't know its heart. It's time for me to know the soul of the sword. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The suppressed sword in his hand started to jump crazily at this moment. The soul of the sword seemed to have been awakened at this moment. Lin Ling's true will of sword was cultivated by himself, but he had never become one with the sword, never become one with the sword. Perhaps, this was the most important step in reaching the pinnacle of the true will of sword. Tyrant Song sword, raise the flag of the D family. The shout resounded in Lin Ling's heart. The sword in his hand jumped violently. At this moment, Lin Ling's true will of sword had reached the pinnacle of 100%, advancing at the same time as his true will of fire. Lose? At this moment, the Heavenly Star Cultivator was holding the sharp saber in his hand. His body emitted a radiance like a sea urchin, and his saber will gushed out. He knew that Lin Ling's true will of sword had weakened, and he wanted to kill Lin Ling in one go. The one who will lose is you. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and clashed with the Heavenly Star Cultivator's Yong'an saber. He lowered his head slightly and slowly raised it up. A cold voice floated out from his mouth, and behind him, the true will of sword that was constantly being shattered bloomed with a dazzling light. It was tenacious and domineering, as if it had been revived from the ashes. What? The Heavenly Star Cultivator's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's true will of sword seemed to have become stronger. Could it be that it had reached the pinnacle of the true will of sword? Pa. The true will of sword went crazy. That world was stirred up and shook. What is that? At the same time, the entire plaza and the entire main city was in an uproar. An incomparably terrifying true will of sword burst out. This represented the will of the sword, the belief of the D family. Xiao. The swords in the hands of those swordsmen could no longer hold back. They all flew out, rushing towards Lin Ling's world of swords. Xiao. In the direction of the main city, millions of swordsmen also shot out the swords in their hands, forming a colorful and gorgeous epic scene. The sky became a sea of swords. Palace Master Tianlin was drinking tea. He had already seen Lin Ling's true will of sword crumbling, but at this moment he saw something. He saw the pinnacle of the true will of sword, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter. The pinnacle of the true will of sword, man and sword as one. The various palace masters and experts all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling's cultivation realm was weaker than the heavenly star cultivators, and their true wills of sword were comparable. However, if Lin Ling raised his true will of sword to the pinnacle, this would be able to make up for the difference in cultivation realm. Shwa. The sword came out, cutting through everything. The endless swords turned into a huge sword of killing intent, fiercely slashing out. Boom. The world of sabers collapsed and countless sabers turned into dust. A painful voice sounded in the air. Silence. The entire rainforest's sacred ground quietened down. 111. Countless swords floated in the air, and below the ground, a slender figure holding a huge sword stood coldly. At this moment, that figure was incomparably dazzling. That blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, making it impossible for people to see through it. Especially that sword, which was even more terrifying, releasing a dazzling light, as if it was the light of the profound. The sea of swords in the sky, the youth holding the sword on the ground. This formed an incomparably beautiful scene. Was it the sword monarch? You've lost. A calm voice suddenly sounded in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that on the other side, the heavenly star cultivator was sitting on the ground. His right hand was cut off, and his saber was also shattered. He had lost. The strength of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm with 100% true will of sword, but in the end he could not block the sword at the pinnacle. Chapter 885. 18th Young Master Tangtu. You comprehended the realm of one with the sword at the crucial moment. The corner of the heavenly star cultivator's mouth had blood, and his heart was shaken. The realm of one with the sword, he had also been pursuing it. However, he had always failed, but today Lin Ling had reached the final step of the true meaning of sword in front of him. The sword has its own will, the saber has its own will, but when the wills are the same, it is one with the sword. Yes. Lin Ling gently raised the sword in his hand and stroked it with his left hand. His lips curled into a proud smile. The previous battle was not only a battle of beliefs, but also a battle of wills. Your will is very strong, your beliefs are very firm, but you do not know what you are firm about. So, you have lost in the battle of wills. The battle of wills, I have lost. The heavenly star master's face was incomparably pale. He had lost in the battle of wills. I have said before, your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Your mistake is in your choice. Lin Ling slowly turned around and did not kill the heavenly star master. The latter was very proud, using a shocking method to announce Tian's pride. This was the heavenly star master's stubbornness, and also his heart of martial arts. But in reality, the heavenly star master himself did not know why he was so persistent. So Lin Ling did not kill him, but let him know that his pride, his Tian, was nothing more than this. Mansion Master Tianlin wanted to use the heavenly star master's rise to clear his name. But today the more he tried to smear, the darker it became, and it became a disgrace. Shwa. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised the sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the blue sky as if he was smiling at Di Wuji. The flag did not fall. He, Lin Ling, held it firmly and would walk on even more resolutely. Lin Ling. Mansion Master Qinlin's face was incomparably ugly. Tian had lost, this also meant that he wanted to clear his name. He wanted to trample the Di clan under his feet, but he had also failed. He was still ugly and people still remembered his actions in the dark. Poor Heavenly Star Master, flaunting his prowess a moment ago to prove how powerful Tian was, but now his saber was broken. The crowd also began to discuss the battle between the Di clan and the Tian clan. In this battle the Di clan had won, but they were still proud. Lin Ling. Tears flowed out of the sword elder's eyes, and he couldn't help but shout out loudly. The flag still didn't fall, and today their name had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land, making even more people remember the Di clan. Their flag. Lin Ling had used his sword to defeat the adopted son of Manor Lord Tianlin, defeating the pride of Manor Lord Tianlin. Good job, little guy. Up in the sky, Lin Ling seemed to see Di Wuji's benevolent face proud of him. This made his smile grow even wider. In fact, he could have used the true meaning of fire to defeat a heavenly star cultivator, but he didn't. He wanted to use a sword, the tyrannical song sword that Di Wuji had left him. All of this was to tell Di Wuji that the flag was still in his hands. I lost. Although my heart of martial arts is firm, I don't even know what the heart of martial arts is. Compared to Lin Ling's brilliance, the Heavenly Star Cultivator at this moment appeared incomparably dim, completely different from that prideful scene from before. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't kill him, just like how he treated Hong Er. Lin Ling won but didn't kill him, leaving him with a huge humiliation. Heavenly Star Cultivator, pull yourself together. This is just a battle. Manor Lord Qinlin's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling was so hateful. He didn't kill the Heavenly Star Cultivator, but he caused the pride that he had cultivated for so many years to fall. His heart of martial arts seemed to have collapsed, and most importantly, he didn't seem to believe in himself anymore. The Heavenly Star Cultivator stood up, looked at Manor Lord Tianlin with a complicated expression, and finally left silently. Maybe he was Manor Lord Tianlin's Yong and saber, but he didn't know why he used a saber. But now he had a feeling that he was inferior to Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling knew why he used a sword and he only used a saber blindly. Therefore, in the battle between sword and saber, he lost in terms of willpower, lost in the heart of martial arts. Heavenly Star Cultivator. Manor Lord Tianlin's face was full of veins, and he was furious again. However, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had already disappeared without a trace. The other Manor Lords looked at him mockingly. Tianlin had lost all his face today. Not only had the Heavenly Star Cultivator lost, even his disciple had abandoned him and left. Then all the Manor Lords looked at Lin Ling. That youth was so powerful, he had actually comprehended the true meaning of sword to the pinnacle stage. In this way, the following top-notch competition would be even more exciting. Currently, there were only 6 people left, and one of them, Hong Er, was lucky enough to make it to the end, so there were only 5 people left. The strength of these 5 people was obvious to all. Without a doubt, the second dream and Tang Tianshu would make it to the end, and the remaining 3 would depend on their strength in the end. After Lin Ling walked back, the remaining geniuses all looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. As the competition progressed, Lin Ling continuously revealed his trump cards. First, it was his powerful physical body, then it was his 100% true meaning of sword, then it was the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and finally it was the pinnacle stage of the true meaning of sword. No one dared to look down on Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling seemed to have gained quite a lot from his time in the Bodhi Ancient Tree. Lin Ling is already so strong. I wonder about the second dream. Young Master Tang, how strong is you Fanzi? The crowd was even more excited. From Lin Ling's crazy growth, they could feel that the strength of the top geniuses of the second dream was even more terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's record was 1 win and 2 losses, so it was time for the other geniuses to take the field. The second dream. Young Master Tang. All around the square, the cheers were so loud that it was as if the sky was about to be torn open. A huge name appeared in the sky, Tang Tianshu. After a moment of silence, the cheers became even crazier, as if they wanted to shake the heavens and earth. Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 young masters, currently displayed the strength of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He had the bloodline of the great Tang Empire, and was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After the trip to the Bodhi Ancient Tree, he should have soared to the heavens, surpassing many of the older geniuses. I wonder if his strength has reached the level of the leader of the 18 young masters. In the crowd, a young man with a cold expression said. He was the leader of the 18 young masters, Jianghu. In the past, he was the young master above Tang Tianshu, but now he was not so confident. After all, the trip to the Bodhi Ancient Tree was enough to change everything. This could be seen from the rise of Lin Ling. Duan Wuji. Standing proudly on the spot, Tang Tianshu's gaze finally landed on one of the geniuses. This person had the bloodline of the Justice Duan family, the Qilin bloodline. He also wanted to see how powerful this person who had the bloodline of the 5 great ancient kingdoms was. Currently, there were 5 people he could challenge. Among them, Lin Ling and Hong Er had already fought several times, so it was not appropriate for him to challenge them. As for the second dream and Yu Fanren, he felt that Duan Wuji should be eliminated first. You want to challenge me? Duan Wuji was sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He did not even watch Lin Ling's previous battles, appearing extremely arrogant. However, after hearing Tang Tianshu's words, he finally opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. I see you're challenging me on behalf of your cousin. Chapter 886. Green Flame Sparrow King. Then Duan Wuji suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his right hand and pointed it at a young man in the distance. That person was also of the great Tang bloodline. His name was Tang Jin, and he was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Plane. He was ranked 15th on the genius list and had often protected Tang Tianshu. Duan Wuji and Tang Tianshu had clashed several times, but he couldn't do anything about the latter. Tang Tianshu was too strong. He was a top genius on the genius list. Duan Wuji, do you want to die? A young man in the audience said coldly. Duan Wuji was facing him with his palm in front of so many people. How dare someone who had lost to him be so arrogant? Fire-stepping Qilin. Duan Wuji shook his head and said coldly. A large amount of spiritual qi gathered in his palm and a majestic Qilin was sent flying towards the young man. What? The crowd gasped. Duan Wuji was actually attacking Tang Jin? Was he looking for death? Tang Jin was even stronger than Tang Tianshu in the past. He was a top genius on the genius list. You're too bold? Tang Jin shouted coldly. At the same time the fire-stepping Qilin rushed over. Tang Jin's pupils constricted. What a terrifying aura. Bang. He couldn't block it and was sent flying. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. He can't block a single attack from Duan Wuji. Many people's eyes widened. In the past, Tang Jin was ranked higher than Duan Wuji, and Duan Wuji was only ranked around 100th on the genius list. But today, Duan Wuji had easily defeated Tang Jin in front of so many people. It was as if he was telling everyone that he, Duan Wuji, had risen. It's the opportunity of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. Many people realized. 10th grade king body realm stepping Qilin? Tang Tianshu murmured. He knew that Duan Wuji was showing his strength to make Tang Tianshu admit defeat. Let's fight. Tang Tianshu didn't say much. He took a step forward and landed on the crystal arena. Sai, you just had to embarrass yourself. I can tell you that apart from Second Meng, no one else is a match for me. Duan Wuji shook his head. A cloud appeared beneath his feet as he floated towards the martial stage. How confident. Many people looked at Duan Wujideo. This person didn't seem to put the other geniuses in his eyes. Only the second dream was his opponent. Who would be the stronger one between him and Tang Tianshu? Soon after, they discovered that Lin Ling wasn't the only one in the semifinals whose strength had increased greatly. The others seemed to have also advanced crazily. I don't want to say anything more. Let's fight. On the martial arts platform, Tang Tianshu's clothes fluttered in the wind. A scorching flame aura spread out and shot up into the sky, causing the entire martial arts platform to shine with golden light. The flames formed a storm and wrapped Tang Tianshu in it. It was a domineering flame. Emperor Pillfire, this was a 9th grade king physique. The true meaning of fire has actually reached the realm of 100%. The true intent of fire was much harder to comprehend compared to other true intents. After all, fire was the most tyrannical and majestic, the most powerful of all. Flame, let me test its power. On the other side, Duan Wuji said indifferently. A huge Qilin appeared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. It was the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, and his king body was even stronger. It was of the 10th rank. Cloud-stepping Qilin. Behind his right hand, he opened his palm as if he was opening the entire sky. Then a Qilin with rolling clouds slammed towards Tang Tianshu. Rumble. As the two of them clashed, a deafening sound erupted. The battle platform shook violently. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the Emperor Elixir Fire, and cracks appeared on the flames. Tang Tianshu took a small step back. It seemed that he was weaker than Yi Futian in their first clash. The great Tang bloodline is only this much? Duan Wuji looked at Tang Tianshu arrogantly. His king physique was of a higher grade than Tang Tianshu's, so he could suppress him. It seems like I can't hide my strength anymore. Tang Tianshu shook his head. Then the aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm finally burst out, causing the golden flames on the martial arts platform to become even more violent. A huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. Pa. The martial arts platform turned into a world of flames, incomparably hot. What? Duan Wuji's expression changed. Tang Tianshu had actually hidden his strength when facing him. How despicable. Heaven as cauldron, earth as furnace, refine all. A cold voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. The entire martial arts platform turned into a cauldron of flames. He wanted to refine Duan Wuji. Then, a massive amount of flames billowed out, occupying the heavens and earth. It was as if they had locked onto hell, forming a cauldron of flames that began to refine everything. In your dreams. A thick pressure assaulted him, causing Duan Wuji's expression to turn ugly. Currently, Tang Tianshu's cultivation realm was the same as his. Although Tang Tianshu's innate king's physique was slightly weaker, his true intent of fire was much stronger. It made him feel as if he was about to be refined. Realm-treading Qilin. A realm-treading Qilin had the ability to step on the void. With a single step, the heavens and earth would collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Bang! A massive Qilin appeared. Wind, fire, clouds, and lightning appeared beneath its feet. It heavily stomped down as if it wanted to break the earth. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Not only did it shake the martial arts platform, but even the entire Seven Profound Martial House shook. Fierce too fierce. The crowd stared at these two peak-proud sons of heaven. The strength that these two had erupted with was the most spectacular of the semi-finals. Could even be said that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. But the various martial arts hall's top proud sons of heaven all had dignified expressions. Were these the rising stars of the younger generation? Their combat strength had already surpassed theirs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The realm-treading Qilin heavily stomped down. It wanted to break the heaven and earth emperor furnace, causing countless flames to sputter out in all directions. Break for me. Duan Wuji's pupils were ice cold. If Tang Tianshu wanted to refine him, he was still lacking by a tiny bit. Pa pa pa. The massive golden cauldron on the martial arts platform began to crack, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Was the heaven and earth emperor furnace about to explode? It seems that everyone's strength has increased by a great deal. However, at this moment, Tang Tianshu's light voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. What did Tang Tianshu mean? He didn't seem worried at all. Could it be that he was still hiding a card in his hand? You used the advantage of the king body to suppress me, but you forgot that I also came from the great Tang ancient country. I also have a noble bloodline. Tang Tianshu muttered to himself, causing Duan Wuji's expression to change again. Indeed, Tang Tianshu had erupted with the Fire King body, but he had not displayed the great Tang ancient country's king body. Duan Wuji had forgotten about that. Far away, a large number of people were watching the competition. Among them, a youth dressed in black smiled and said, "The great Tang ancient country is backed by the Sparrow clan, one of the 4 wild clans. Although Tang Tianshu's bloodline is not orthodox, he is not someone that anyone can bully. Don't you think so, Princess Yuyu?" Beside him stood a beautiful young girl. At this moment, her pretty face was calm as she looked forward. She slowly nodded, but her gaze was mostly on the young man in the blue and white robe at the edge of the martial platform. "Brother Linling, do your best. Yuyu is here to watch your competition." Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's body bloomed with an even more domineering aura. Countless new flames spiraled out like flowers of green flames. Behind him, a green peacock king appeared. It opened its wings and a green light shot into the sky. Chapter 887. The Lost Bloodline. Sealed Gate. A cold voice came out of Tang Tianshu's mouth, making the crowd forget how to breathe. They stared at the stage as if they were afraid that they would miss something. Tang Tianshu once again revealed his trump card. It was the great Tang ancient nation's innate king physique, Sparrow. With the addition of the sacred and noble green flame, the heaven and earth imperial cauldron suddenly emitted a blinding light as if it wanted to refine the world. Then, with a boom, the martial platform exploded. The martial platform was refined. "I admit defeat." At the same time, Duan Wuji's voice rang out. He had lost. In terms of talent, martial arts intent, and battle awareness, Tang Tianshu had surpassed him in every aspect. He was the perfect heaven's pride, so he had to admit defeat. Wonderful, wonderful. Many people looked at the green flame peacock king. They were so nervous that they forgot how to breathe. The two geniuses on the martial stage were very terrifying. One had the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, which had the power to trample on a world. The other had the Sparrow bloodline of the great Tang ancient country. Once the green flame appeared, it could refine the heavens and the earth. The two of them clashed. Finally, after Tang Tianshu used his 2 trump cards, Duan Wuji admitted defeat. As for Duan Wuji's strength, he had already proven that even the top geniuses of the older generation were no match for him. However, he had still been defeated. This meant that Tang Tianshu could enter the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll. Being in the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll was a terrifying achievement. This was what it meant to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The Sparrow race's innate king physique is probably beyond the 10th grade. Only Tang Tianshu's true meaning of fire is slightly weaker than mine. Everything else is stronger than mine. At the edge of the stage, Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously, his heart heavy. Tang Tianshu's rise at the Bodhi ancient tree made it even more difficult for others to underestimate him. "Lin Ling, it looks like it'll be very difficult to get first place." At the side, Hong Er also said with a solemn expression. She had released a dazzling radiance before, but after Tang Tianshu came out, she realized that her radiance was just the light of a grain of rice. Sooner or later he and I will fight, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Hong Er's beautiful eyes to widen. Tang Tianshu had displayed such terrifying talent, yet Lin Ling was still not afraid to fight. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was so firm. After the battle between Tang Tianshu and Duan Wuji ended, countless people's blood boiled with excitement. Even the semi-finals had reached a climax. Many people also had a ranking in their hearts. The second dream was still mysterious and was ranked first. Tang Tianshu was most likely ranked second. As for the third and fourth place, it would depend on the competition between Duan Wuji and Yu Fanren. Those in second and third place would be able to obtain the Bodhi liquid, and those in first place would be able to head to the Bodhi ancient tree to cultivate again. This reward, in addition to the dazzling brilliance of the competition, would undoubtedly make the remaining people even more competitive. Soon huge words appeared in the sky. A new battle had begun and the one to fight was Yu Fanzi. Yu Fanzi. The crowd was excited. So far they had seen Lin Ling, Duan Wuji, Tang Tianshu, and Hong Er display their achievements in cultivating the Bodhi ancient tree, but Yu Fanzi had not. This person was an existence that could not be easily provoked from the start of the competition. Now they wondered what kind of brilliance he would display. I don't have many opponents to choose from, so I can only choose you, Duan Wuji. Yes. Yu Fanzi was a tall and slender man. He didn't care about his appearance as if he was a wandering martial artist. He walked out with a faint smile. You can fight after you recover. Yes. Yu Fanzi's calm but proud voice floated out from his mouth. Yu Fanzi gave off the feeling of a hidden expert, but he also had his own tyrannical nature and his own heart of martial arts. When facing a competitor, he would not lose his imposing manner. This was also an essential attitude for a martial artist. 30 minutes is enough. Yes. Duan Wuji said with a cold expression. He had lost to Tang Tianshu, and he accepted it wholeheartedly, but could he not defeat Yu Fanzi? He was determined to get third place in the semi-finals. These geniuses' strength have all increased. I wonder what Yu Fanzi's ranking will be on the prodigy roll? Many people were even more expectant as they quietly watched the battle stage. Soon two figures appeared. Your innate king physique is very strong, but unfortunately your other areas are too weak. Therefore you have no chance of winning against me. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took out a wine jug from somewhere and took a sip. He gave off the feeling of an emperor on an inspection tour, free and easy, but also had an inviolable dignity. No chance at all. You think too highly of yourself. Sigh. Duan Wuji laughed coldly. He did not underestimate Yu Fanzi, but Yu Fanzi had no chance at all. Yu Fanzi's self-confidence was too inflated. Whether it is true or not, you will know after the battle. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took another sip of wine and his aura changed. It became sharper, more domineering and sharper. Even looking at him would cause one's eyes to hurt. What a terrifying aura. Based on this aura alone, I think it is possible for him to rush into the top 5 of the prodigy roll. Sigh. Many people gasped. As expected of the semi-finals, it was already comparable to the prodigy roll of the 7 great martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Then let's fight. Sigh. Boom. Under Duan Wuji's cold shout, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Smoke filled the air, and the giant ancient Qilin once again descended into the world. It had the power to step into the world, and currently, it was only inferior to Tang Tianshu's terrifying innate king physique. I said it is useless. Sigh. Yu Fanzi's eyes were even colder. His hands moved rapidly, and an ancient aura filled the air between his hands. It was as if he had opened a taboo of heaven and earth, causing a giant ancient bronze door to appear behind him. Sealed door, seal all innate talents in heaven and earth. Heavenly. A voice that was like the might of the heavens floated out from Yu Fanzi's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. At this moment, Yu Fanzi was even more like a sovereign divine king, sealing all innate talents in heaven and earth. Rumble. The giant Qilin swayed and let out a terrified cry. It was as if it had been conferred a title by the heavens, causing it to turn into a ray of light and be sucked into the giant ancient bronze door. His innate king physique had been sealed. What? What? Duan Wuji's eyes widened. He sensed that his ability had disappeared. Trash who only knows how to rely on his innate king physique has a weak martial arts foundation. How can you reach the end? Admit defeat yourself. Yu Fanzi said softly. I lost. Duan Wuji frowned. Yufanzi had said that he had no chance, but now it seemed that there was indeed no chance. Yufanzi, your sealed door is too heaven-defying. However, Duan Wuji was not willing to accept this. Many people also had the same thought. Sealing someone's innate king physique was too heaven-defying. The sealed door depends on whose innate talent it seals. The stronger the innate king physique, the harder it is to seal. Moreover, how can a martial artist only rely on his innate king physique? Martial arts are actually the foundation. For example, Lin Ling's sword intent was ineffective against the sealed door. Yufanzi slowly left the martial arts stage. I see. Many people suddenly understood. Although it could only seal the innate king physique, it was still incomparably terrifying. It was simply the nemesis of all martial artists. Chapter 888. Invincible Hong Lin Ling Tang Tianshu Yufanren the second dream. There are only 5 left. Many people looked up at the sky. The final battle was getting closer and closer. I forfeit. At this moment Hong voice rang out. The crowd was stunned for a moment, but they were not surprised. Hong was no match for the remaining Sky Prides, so it was reasonable for her to forfeit. In this way, it would become a competition between the top 4 Sky Prides. The second dream, who had displayed the ability to control other people's shadows, was extremely terrifying. Tang Tianshu, who had 2 king physiques, one of which was the ancient bloodline of the great Tang ancient country, was also extremely powerful. Yufanzi, who had the sealed door, was able to suppress all other king physiques, like a god king. Lin Ling, who was the only swordsman in the semi-finals, had the ultimate sword intent, and could control millions of swords. All 4 of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Now that they were invincible, let's see who was more invincible. Rumble. The sky began to change and a dazzling name appeared, the second dream. Boom. Around the square, millions of people in the main city felt their blood boiling. The second dream was going to battle again. As for the second dream, many people felt that it was as mysterious as the night sky. Although the second dream had displayed the ability to control shadows, how could the second dream's strength be limited to that? She must have more powerful techniques that could make her laugh at all the Emperor's spirit realm cultivators. If we, the Sky Prides, are invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm, then the second dream is invincible among invincible. The top Sky Prides of the various halls said solemnly. Through the battle they already knew that the second dream was stronger than them. The sealed door is not the king physique of the rainforest sacred ground. I'm very curious about this king physique. Yufanzi, let's battle. The second dream's cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to dilate. The second dream challenged Yufanzi. The final battle has been brought forward? Very well, let me see how powerful the most perfect girl is. Yufanzi was stunned for a moment before his expression turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate the second dream. Swoosh. 2 figures landed on the crystal-glazed martial arena one after another. A wind blew across the stage and an oppressive aura permeated the air. It was as if time had stopped. The surrounding people breathed heavily. The battle had not even begun, but they could already feel that a storm was coming. You're very strong, so I don't intend to hold back. Yufanzi's eyes turned cold and the wine pot in his hand shattered. This was the first time he had been so serious since the semi-finals began. Sealed door. Rumble. The space started to tremble and explode. Behind Yufanzi, a huge bronze door slowly appeared. The door slowly opened and an unparalleled suction force was generated, sealing away all king physiques. Interesting. The second dream wore a long black dress and remained unmoved. At the same time, her king physique turned into endless black light and was sealed away by the sealed door. The second dream is so confident. She actually asked Yufanzi to seal his own king physique. The crowd looked at the second dream proudly and their pupils constricted. The second dream was indeed the most mysterious existence. Her courage was extraordinary. The sealed door can seal away king physiques, but it can't seal away martial arts. The second dream's cold voice floated out. She seemed to want to use her true martial intent to battle Yufanzi. Shadow doppelganger, shadow palm. A majestic voice resounded once again. Under countless gazes, strange black shadows walked out from the second dream's back and pounced on Yufanzi. They were so dense that it shocked the heavens and earth. Sword of destruction. Looking at the black shadows pouncing on him, Yufanzi's pupils became more serious. The second dream was indeed powerful. Even with her king physique sealed away, she could still use powerful martial arts. Was that the true martial intent of shadows? Must have reached 100%. Shio. A yellow sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, 100% true martial intent of destruction burst out. It was like an avalanche layer upon layer. Pop, pop, pop. A large number of shadows were destroyed by his sword. Although that slash was not as powerful as Lin Ling's true martial intent of sword, it was still extremely sharp. The second dream's countless shadows could not even get close to Xianxia. Shadow escape. The second dream's eyes were still calm. Her slender fingers drew a mysterious pattern. A dazzling black light appeared and she mysteriously disappeared under the sky. The entire stage was filled with shadows, but the second dream seemed to have disappeared. What? Xianxia's expression changed. He took a step back and frantically retreated. The second dream wanted to fight in close combat. However, her shadows were the most difficult to deal with. There was no difference between real and fake shadows. Therefore, for safety reasons, he had to put some distance between himself and the second dream. Sword of lone desert smoke, yellow crane setting sun. While frantically retreating, Xianxia lightly shouted. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into the smoke of the yellow springs. With a destructive aura, it was released and majestic. Once again, it destroyed a large number of shadows in front of him. The battle between the two of them is so dazzling. The crowd looked at the colorful scene on the stage and their hearts trembled violently. The battle between the two of them was terrifying. Although it was not majestic and grand, it was a battle of pure martial arts and techniques. It was not to be underestimated. Many people realized that Xianxia's martial arts were also incomparably powerful after removing the terrifying gate of sealing. Both of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. It was indeed the most exciting battle. Shadow meld appear. At this moment something strange happened. The second dream had been trying to get closer to Xianxia. It seemed to know that Xianxia's defense was weak. While Xianxia kept increasing the distance between them, he continued to block the second dream's attacks. However, this time, a cold voice came from under Xianxia's feet. Xianxia's shadow had turned into the second dream. What? The eyes of the elders and students of the various halls narrowed. Even with their strength they could not see through this. The second dream's strength was almost on par with theirs. Bang! The black palm struck out. It was so dazzling and so mysterious. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to defend himself. After the palm strike, his body exploded into pieces. Xianxia's only weakness was his defense. Is he dead? Many people's hearts were pounding. The second dream also appeared on the battle stage. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Amazing. You turned into my shadow. That palm strike seemed calm, but it contained 100% of the true meaning of shadow. As expected of the second dream. At that moment, a voice filled the atmosphere. The crowd was astonished. It was Xianxia's voice. He wasn't dead yet? Impossible. The second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. That palm strike of yours was very powerful. It contained all the strength in the darkness. With my defense, I would not have been able to block it. I would have died without a doubt. However, that's not all there is to my sealed door. Boom boom boom. A silhouette slowly walked out from the bronze gate of the martial stage. It was as if he had come from hell, but at the same time, it was as if he had come from the sky. The gate of reincarnation. A proud voice sounded. Xianxia appeared in front of the crowd again. Chapter 889. Master Zhan Tang. Even the second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. She was surprised by Xianxia's king body. First, Xianxia had the gate of sealing, then the gate of reincarnation. Could it be that Xianxia was invincible? Then, her gaze landed on the towering bronze door. Hongyan's little mouth curved into a smile. Looks like if I want to defeat you, I'll have to break your seal first. The second dream said softly, causing many people to come to their senses. Indeed, defeating Xianxia was useless. This person could walk out of the sealed door after he died, but if the sealed door was broken, would Xianxia still be able to come out? Xianxia's pupils constricted. You are right, but it seems like you don't have a chance anymore. That shadow trick from before was ineffective after the first time. If you use it again, I won't be fooled. You lost. The second dream smiled gently. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations. Many people's eyes flickered. They could faintly sense that this was a smile of victory. Shadow burial. At the same time, something terrifying happened. A large number of phantoms appeared around the square, dancing like demons. Those were the phantoms of the people around the square. The phantoms seemed to be sucked into the phantoms and were sucked into the second dream, controlling the shadows of others, and the shadows of tens of thousands of people. Yufanzi's eyes widened. What kind of ability was this? Furthermore, the second dream's king physique had been sealed, but it could still control tens of thousands of people. If the king physique had not been sealed, what would the situation be like? Rumble. Countless shadows flew toward the second dream and landed on the stage. They turned into the second dream, and the stage was filled with the second dream's shadows. I admit defeat. Yufanzi shook his head helplessly. Even if he was immortal, he would not be able to stop so many shadows. Was this the trump card of the second dream's shadow burial? He admitted defeat. Many people stared at the martial platform in shock. However, they were not surprised at all. After all, the second dream was too strong. It could control the shadows of tens of thousands of people. It was simply the king of the night. The second dream nodded and turned around to leave. The shadows on the martial arts stage exploded one after another. The martial artists in the square also returned to their original forms, but they were still incomparably terrifying. As of now, Yufanzi had also lost. Only Tang Tianshu and Lin Ling were qualified to fight him. I'm really looking forward to the start of that battle. I hope the next draw is me. Tang Tianshu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Currently, he and the second dream were the only ones who had not lost yet. Even Lin Ling had lost once, and that was because he had given Hong Er a chance. This meant that the final focus of the semifinals would be him and the second dream. Rumble. In the skies above, a giant name appeared once more. Because Hong Er had given up, only one of the four would draw the lot. Lin Ling. The dazzling name made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Lin Ling was finally going to fight. Who would he challenge? Me? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Had the battle of the Emperor's Spirit Realm begun? Tang Tianshu, come on up. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. He was going to challenge Tang Tianshu. What? Lin Ling versus Tang Tianshu? Many people's hearts trembled violently. According to Lin Ling's strength, he should challenge Yufanzi. After all, Yufanzi had lost once, so his strength should be the weakest among the three. Tang Tianshu, on the other hand, had not lost a single battle. His strength was clear for all to see. How could Lin Ling be his opponent? Tang Tianshu was also stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed coldly. Right now, he was getting closer and closer to the final battle. His opponent was the second dream. The others were all ants, but Lin Ling dared to challenge him? Why bother? Your king's physique is no match for mine. What a waste of time. Tang Tianshu said lightly. He also wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but it was obviously not the time. After all, he wanted to fight the second dream and shine brightly. Therefore, other things could be put aside for now. Then may I ask, are you currently number one? Lin Ling asked softly. Tang Tianshu was stunned and speechless. If you are not number one, how can you be so sure that you are wasting time? Lin Ling said again. The light of a grain of rice? How can it compete with the light of the moon? Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Tang Tianshu finally shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the final battle had to be put aside for now. He had to deal with Lin Ling first. Then he moved his body and appeared on the battle stage. He waved at Lin Ling and said, "Come on up. After I deal with you, I will save my strength for the second dream." He was very confident and proud. Lin Ling was like an ant to Tang Tianshu. However, many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling's strongest trump card was the pinnacle of sword will. However, the 18th prince, Tang Wulin, had two king bodies, one of which was the bloodline of an ancient nation. No matter how Lin Ling looked at it, he had no chance of winning. Your strength has increased tremendously. Unfortunately, you will always be below me. After Lin Ling stepped onto the battle stage, Tang Tianshu stretched out one of his hands. Rolling golden flames bloomed. He did not want to waste time, so he quickly made his move. Rumble. The Emperor Elixir Fire appeared. The rolling flames covered the entire battle stage, turning it into an Emperor Cauldron. It's so hot. There were many geniuses at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm around the square. However, they also felt the heat. It was as if the battle stage in front of them was not the battle stage, but a huge cauldron that fell from the 9 heavens. This shocked many people. Tang Tianshu was too strong. Other than the second dream, no one could compete with him. Tyrannical song sword, it's time to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered. His blue and white robe fluttered in the hot wind. The large sword in his hand turned blood red and emitted a domineering and majestic aura. It actually blocked off the golden flames on the martial arts platform. First refinement. Tang Tianshu did not pay much attention to it. A soft voice floated out from his mouth. Rumble. The flames on the martial stage stacked up layer by layer, distorting space and surrounding Lin Ling. The refinement of heaven and earth had already begun. Lin Ling had already become a pill under the vast heaven and earth, tiny and powerless. Many people looked at Lin Ling, wondering if Lin Ling would be defeated by Tang Tianshu's first move, Tyrannical Song Sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Rolling sword intent appeared under the Tyrannical Song Sword. The sword began to emit endless killing intent, and a large number of ghosts floated around the sword. Lin Ling's sword is more domineering every time I see it. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, who was surrounded by flames, and mumbled to themselves. Lin Ling was not completely helpless. His sword was still terrifying. Swish. With Lin Ling as the center, 100% sword intent slashed out in all directions. The sword light was dazzling and domineering. Pop, pop, pop. The flames that were close to Lin Ling were all destroyed by the sword intent, causing a large number of flames to appear in the air. It was incomparably dazzling. Second refinement. Chapter 890. Flames collided. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An even more terrifying flame appeared on the martial stage. A golden light shined, and the flames rushed towards Lin Ling like a tidal wave. The emperor furnace of heaven and earth was even larger than before. The pressure billowed, causing Lin Ling to take a step back. He gripped the sword in his hand even tighter, and the true meaning of the sword crazily rose up like a tide, becoming fiercer and fiercer, sharper and sharper. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, countless crisp sounds rang out. In the square, the swords in the hands of all the martial artists jumped up, as if they had been summoned by something, and shot towards the martial stage. Clang, clang, clang. In the direction of the main city, as long as they were a swordsman, their swords would also be summoned. They flew towards the seven profound martial house like a tidal wave. What a terrifying true meaning of the sword. Man and sword as one. Many powerful martial artists' pupils shrank. Lin Ling had used his strongest card, the pinnacle of the true meaning of the sword. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Ice. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The martial stage instantly split open, and the void emitted an explosive sound. Swords filled the mountains and plains, and a sea of swords appeared, turning into a massive heavenly sword that slashed downwards. This sword, wild and tyrannical, looked down upon the world. Bang! A loud explosion shook everyone's hearts. An unprecedented sword slashed out, and all the golden flames on the martial stage were blown away. The massive emperor furnace of heaven and earth shook, and then cracks began to appear on it. What? The crowd stood up, their hearts shaken. How could Lin Ling not have the strength to fight? This pinnacle of the sword was terrifying. Tang Tianshu took a step back and a sword wound appeared on his cheek. He touched the wound with his hand and blood flowed out. He put the blood in his mouth and licked it gently. A thick flame of anger bloomed in the depths of his eyes. You hurt me. A low voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. His ambition was the second dream, but Lin Ling had actually hurt him? How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu indifferently and said softly. His words were full of sarcasm. Tang Tianshu said that he, Lin Ling, was the light of a grain of rice, but now this light of a grain of rice had injured Tang Tianshu. Of course, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. His sword intent was actually unable to defeat Tang Tianshu. This also showed that Tang Tianshu was indeed very powerful. Okay. Tang Tianshu nodded. An ancient aura was released from his body. Green flames shot up into the sky. It was demonic and mysterious. A beautiful peacock with green flames appeared behind him. Another trump card, the Green Flame Sparrow King, had appeared. That oppressive power made it difficult for people to breathe. The king physique that surpassed the 10th grade was like a true king that could crush everything. Lin Ling is going to lose. Far away, a youth from the desolate race said lightly. Only he knew how terrifying the sparrow race's bloodline was. Not necessarily. Beside him, a girl who looked like a jade lotus in the snow shook her head. Princess Yu, Lin Ling's sword intent is unable to break through Tang Tianshu's king physique, so he will definitely lose. The youth said with great certainty. The girl still shook her head, but she did not say anything else. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at the distant stage. At this moment, the ancient Sparrow King appeared on the stage. It was so sacred and majestic. The green flames and golden flames intertwined, making the golden flames seem to worship the green flames. And Tang Tianshu was like the ancient Sparrow King, controlling and dominating everything. An existence that surpasses the king physique? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that the moment the green flames appeared, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being depleted. That strange green flame had other means to deplete the opponent's spiritual energy. You will be in pain. Tang Tianshu raised his head. There was madness and brutality. His right hand stretched out like a hand that covered the sky. Following that, he clenched his fist. Rumble. A new heaven and earth emperor furnace appeared. It was even more terrifying and scorching. Even the sky was being refined. Chi. Sure enough, the clouds in the sky were also on fire, turning into nothingness. So powerful. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. This flame was too terrifying. Could there be anyone who could defeat Tang Tianshu? Using fire to refine me? But you forgot I am also a fire elemental martial artist. However, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed in front of him. His indifferent voice floated out. The blood-red flames on his body majestically attacked. The vermilion bird fluttered, intimidating the heavens and the earth. The vermilion bird's flames were finally revealed in the competition. It was scorching hot and dazzling. Lin Ling still has other means? The crowd only felt that their hearts were fiercely pounded. It was the first time Lin Ling had revealed his king physique in a competition other than the sword. Moreover, it was a 9th-grade king physique. 9th grade, just an ant struggling in the face of death. Tang Tianshu shook his head. A 9th-grade king physique was too weak. Even Duan Wuji's king physique was stronger than Lin Ling's. Is that so? However, at this moment, a soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He stretched out his left hand, causing countless people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? His king physique was not as good as Tang Tianshu's. Could it be that he wanted to use his flames to fight? 9 motifs true fire, the heart of the sovereign flame. Also known as the godly fire. The blood-red flames hovered around Lin Ling. The vermilion bird fluttered behind him. Then a vermilion bird flew and landed on Lin Ling's palm. It was so dazzling. Then a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 9 vermilion birds fluttered on Lin Ling's palm. They kept circling around and were incomparably dazzling. Gradually, a blood-red lotus appeared in the eyes of countless people. Lin Ling was holding the 9-petal blood lotus. At this moment, he looked as if he had just walked out of a hell volcano. 9 motifs true lotus. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked step by step towards the center of the stage. And there was the heaven and earth emperor furnace. Crazy. Many people's eyes widened. What was Lin Ling doing? Could it be that he wanted to use the 9-petal blood lotus in his hand to fight against the heaven and earth emperor furnace? Courting death. Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu growled. He had the bloodline of an ancient country. How could Lin Ling's trash flames compete with him? Rumble. Under his angry roar, the heaven and earth emperor furnace rolled. The green flames seemed to have come from ancient times. It emitted a dense pressure that enveloped Lin Ling. It began to refine Lin Ling. The heat and pressure made it difficult for even the martial artists outside the stage to breathe. Its power had probably reached the Saint Spirit realm. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He seemed to know that only by breaking the heaven and earth emperor furnace would Tang Tianshu fail. Boom. He was getting closer and closer to the heaven and earth emperor furnace. With every step Lin Ling took, the ground burst into flames. It was incomparably terrifying. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling only had the 9th-grade king body. How could he block his green flame Sparrow King? What was so special about Lin Ling's flames? Then he opened his hands and an even more terrifying flame burst out, covering the entire stage in green flames. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling disappeared. There was only an endless stream of green flames left on the stage. Many people were puzzled. Had Lin Ling been refined by the heaven and earth emperor furnace? But in the next moment, an even hotter flame burst out, shaking the heavens and earth. In the green flames, an ancient blood-red flame bloomed as if it came from the horizon. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Then the flame seemed to explode, and a huge blood-red lotus bloomed in the middle of the stage. Chapter 891. The Final Battle. Pa. At the same time, a huge flaming lotus burst out. Countless flames danced around like meteors, forcing everyone around the stage to retreat. What kind of fire was that? The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. Some ancient martial artists widened their eyes. The true meaning of fire had always been the hardest to comprehend because it was overbearing and powerful. But now they saw the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. What? Lin Ling actually comprehended 2 true meanings to the pinnacle. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling, this monster, actually hid his most terrifying trump card. Was the current Lin Ling the strongest Lin Ling? The pinnacle of the true meaning of sword was already enough to make Lin Ling invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling didn't only have one true meaning of martial that everyone dreamed of. He also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, and compared to the true meaning of sword, this fire was even crazier and more overbearing. The situation on the stage changed. The green flames were quietly burned away, and the blood-red flames went berserk. Although Tang Tianshu's ancient kingdom bloodline was more noble, he didn't comprehend the true meaning of fire. Although the Emperor Elixir Fire had the true meaning of fire, it was only at 100%. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's pinnacle. In this clash of flames, Lin Ling won. Boom. Following an explosion, the sky seemed to clear up. Countless eyes looked over and realized that the Emperor Furnace of Heaven and Earth had exploded. Shio. A figure appeared from the void and instantly appeared in front of Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu was already injured, but his eyes were wide open. He didn't believe that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was higher than his. This is what you call a waste of time? The slender figure stood in front of Tang Tianshu, and the indifferent voice drifted out, causing Tang Tianshu to tremble. He previously thought that the battle with Lin Ling was a waste of time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. This made the word, waste of time, even more ironic. Lin Ling was wasting his time? It was he who was wasting Lin Ling's time. Whoosh. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Without saying anything, he stabbed the tyrannical song sword in his hand towards Tang Tianshu. You. As the sword entered Tang Tianshu's chest, a terrifying suction force was generated, continuously absorbing the remaining flame energy in Tang Tianshu's body. Whoosh. Then the sword was pulled out. Along with the sword, an incomparably hot flame aura disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Tang Tianshu's ancient bloodline seemed to have been absorbed by Lin Ling's sword. The tyrannical sword had the ability to absorb other people's spiritual energy and energy. Tang Tianshu was a fire-type martial artist, so naturally he could be easily absorbed by Lin Ling. Staring at Lin Ling, Tang Tianshu finally collapsed. His entire body's essence had been absorbed, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Images appeared in his mind. Lin Ling, an insignificant existence in the past, rebelled against him in the exquisite valley. This made him hate Lin Ling, but he always felt that a lowly commoner like Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him. However, today in the clash of flames he lost. He was utterly defeated. He had a noble bloodline and everything, but he didn't grasp that advantage. He allowed Lin Ling, who had an ordinary bloodline, to comprehend the mysterious true meaning of fire and defeat him. He wanted to fight the second dream, but he didn't have the qualifications to walk in front of the second dream. You've lost. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left the stage step by step. The crowd looked at that slender figure and felt that everything was incomparably surreal. Lin Ling had defeated young Master Tang. This meant that he was second in the semi-finals. Perhaps he had the strength to fight the second dream. Dark Horse, the strongest dark horse in the assessment not long ago. In the semi-finals he was still a dark horse. He was dark all the way to the end, becoming the most dazzling existence. Now, the battle between the pinnacle was between Lin Ling and the second dream. Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to walk to the end. This Lin Ling hid his strength very deeply. He had always used the true meaning of sword to confuse everyone, making them think that this was his strongest move. However, this was only on the surface. Lin Ling's trump cards were limitless. He also had the true meaning of fire. And now Lin Ling had exceeded his expectations. He had finally reached the highest peak. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, the cheers seemed to tear open the sky, shaking the earth. The outcome of the battle between the pinnacle had changed. Lin Ling had gone from being the weakest existence in terms of cultivation level to creating a legendary story. He didn't have an arrogant identity, nor did he have powerful talent. He didn't have a strong background, but he had managed to walk to the most perfect girl. In this battle between the pinnacle, regardless of whether Lin Ling won or lost, his name would become an epic. At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land, in the 100 territories, the news of Lin Ling reaching the final battle spread like a rolling snowball. Tens of millions of people were looking forward to the final battle. He actually won. This kid's perceptivity is very impressive. Far away, the desolate race youth's eyes flickered. He never expected the situation to change so unpredictably. I knew he would win. The girl beside him, who looked like a jade lotus, said with a smile. She knew that Brother Lin Ling was creating an era that belonged to him. Furthermore, she believed that Brother Lin Ling would definitely succeed. Rest for 2 hours. The competition will continue. In the sky, an ancient voice sounded. It made even more people's blood boil. They were looking forward to the final battle. As for the second dream, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. She never expected Lin Ling to reach the peak of the true intent of fire during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. This Lin Ling was stronger than she had imagined. And now, Lin Ling had begun the second step of his revenge. It was very surreal. After the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, the second dream no longer thought highly of Lin Ling. She also thought that the second step of his revenge was a joke. But now Lin Ling told her that it wasn't a joke. Lin Ling was a man of his words. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. The flames in his body were surging. It was Tang Qianshu's bloodline talent, the flames of the Green Flame Sparrow King. Refine it. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Back in the sacred region, he had used the 100,000 bloodlines of the sacred tribe to improve his imperial body. Now he was going to use Tang Qianshu's imperial body to improve it again. This mysterious technique was taught to him by the ancient flame demon. It could refine the flames of heaven and earth for one's own use, but it was also dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Ling's understanding of fire was very strong. Hence he was confident. Rumble. During the refining process, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. Many people in the square were stunned. Before the final battle, Lin Ling's strength had increased again. What kind of monster was this? Many people also noticed that the aura exuding from Lin Ling's body was similar to Tang Qianshu's green flame aura. This made them even more shocked. Tang Qianshu had a strong talent, but he didn't know how to use it. His understanding of fire was weak. Now that the flames appeared on Lin Ling's body, it was the best use of them. All of this was a huge insult to Tang Qianshu. Time passed quietly. 2 hours had passed. The final battle was about to begin. As if they knew that Yu Fanzi's battle would no longer attract attention, a dazzling name appeared in the sky. The second dream. Bodhi Sacred Palace seemed to let the second dream choose this battle. Would it be the pinnacle battle or challenge other battles? Chapter 892. Battle of the Second Dream. Lin Ling, I've advised you not to fight with me, but you stubbornly insisted. Since that's the case, then let's fight. The second dream looked at Lin Ling calmly, her firm voice finally sounded. On the ground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, a smile on his face. Let's fight. Fight. The strongest battle had begun. The commotion caused by this battle shook the rainforest's sacred ground and the 100 territories. After all, this was the battle of the strongest in the Emperor's spirit realm, and also the battle of the strongest geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. Lin Ling's battle with the second dream, could he win? Rumble. The crystalline glazed stage returned to normal, and 2 figures appeared on it, standing a few hundred meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, causing the entire plaza to fall silent. The rainforest's sacred ground is not my destination. The Bodhi Sacred Palace is my goal. I want to leave the rainforest's sacred ground and witness even stronger experts. Therefore, I must win this battle. Sigh. The second dream calmly looked at the handsome youth in front of her. This was her ambition and no one could stop her. Chapter 893. The 10-directional world lotus. When you caused my big brother to become a cripple, why didn't you say that you were constantly opposing me? The second dream, this world does not revolve around you. You want to step on others to become stronger, but you blame others for not cooperating with you. Don't you think that your mind is too twisted, too insidious? Slut. Lin Ling shouted out once more, his voice shaking the heavens. In the past, when he had been conferred the position of elder, Lin Ling had cursed the second dream as a slut. Today, in the Rainforest Holy Land's Heaven's Pride tournament, Lin Ling had once again cursed the second dream as a slut. It seems that there is no peace between you and me. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The second dream's beautiful face was icy cold. She no longer had her lovely and touching appearance. At this moment she was like a queen that controlled everything. You should have done this from the start. Lin Ling lifted the sword in his hand and pointed it at second dream. You represent the martial house master, Skyforest, and I represent D Wuji. Today if I win, the D family bloodline will wash away the shame and humiliation they have suffered. The position of the 7 profound martial house master will be taken back by the D family bloodline. If you win, the D family bloodline will no longer interfere. Then the D bloodline will disappear from this world. The second dream opened her hands, and it was like night had fallen. Driving shadow. Chi. Between the heavens and earth, everyone felt their minds become empty, as if they were being sucked in by something. Then they saw their own shadows break away from them and fly towards the martial stage. Densely packed and majestic, the entire world was filled with shadows. This innate king body was terrifying. Without the suppression of Xianxia's sealed door, it was even more powerful now. It could control the shadows of 1,000,000 people. Xiao. On the martial stage there were all sorts of strange and mysterious shadows. The second dream was like a queen of the night, coldly looking at Lin Ling. Your faith is strong but your strength is too weak. Kill. Rumble. Countless shadows rushed towards Lin Ling. That terrifying aura made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Were those shadows the second dream? Kill. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He took a step forward and shot forward. At this moment, the sword became dazzling, as if it represented Di Wuji's determination. The pinnacle of the sword will bloomed. Whoosh. Wherever the sword passed, it was as if it came from the horizon. Pop. A large number of shadows were distorted and split into two. But soon the shadows recovered. How could a shadow be severed? Lin Ling is in danger. Many people looked at the strange scene and muttered to themselves. The shadow that could not be cut was too powerful. Fire, come out. At this time Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. On the martial stage, Lin Ling was surrounded by countless shadows. He withdrew his sword and stood up. He stretched out his left hand and a taboo flame of the heavens and earth quietly appeared. The vermilion birds turned into flower petals that fell onto Lin Ling's hand. It's the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, 9 truths lotus. Many people's hearts beat violently. Lin Ling had revealed his strongest trump card. The sword could not sever the shadow but the fire could burn it. It's useless. My shadows are divided according to the strength of the master. If the master whose shadow is extracted is at the pinnacle of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the shadow will be the same but even more terrifying. After all, the shadow cannot be severed or burned. The second dream looked indifferently at Lin Ling in the middle of the martial stage and said coldly. Many people held their breaths. The second dream's king body was heaven-defying. The second dream was indeed worthy of the title of being favored by the heavens. 10,000 shadows strangulation. Boom. Rumble. The shadows wriggled like water and turned into darkness. Then they slowly shrank towards Lin Ling's silence, destruction, sealing everything. Lin Ling was wrapped in the shadows. It was as if he was trapped in the darkness. He could not block it. Lin Ling. On the side of the Fire Ancient clan, everyone shouted anxiously. However, they also knew that the second dream's king body was too strong. Although Lin Ling's king body was powerful, it was still only at the 9th grade. It had not even reached the 10th grade. It was impossible for him to block the second dream. And if he could not block it, he would die. Chi. The shadows gradually shrank. In the next moment, Lin Ling was sealed by the shadows. There was only darkness on the martial stage. Lin Ling disappeared. Lin Ling is dead. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling was very pitiful. It was not easy for him to reach the final step, but he fell in the hands of the second dream. One had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a perfect monster. However, the second dream was even more monstrous than him. It was a monster with a king body. Lin Ling. Auntie Mo stared intently at the martial stage. Her eyes were moist. Had her relative died there? That relative of hers was very pitiful from a young age. He clearly had a noble bloodline, but because the desolate race did not think highly of him, he was abandoned and grew up in a tiny place. And finally, with his own perseverance, the youth walked step by step to become one of the strongest elites in the rainforest's sacred land. However, he died there. At this moment, Auntie Mo was extremely sad. She only had that bright smile in her heart. That shy figure that saw her made her roar angrily in her heart. Lin Ling. It's all over. Mansion Master Skylin sat in his chair, his heart finally relaxing. His greatest threat had been dealt with. However, at this moment, his gaze fell onto the martial platform. His pupils instantly constricted and the chair in his hand was subconsciously crushed by his grip. In the middle of the martial stage it was still pitch black. It was like the deepest night. However, a light appeared. What? The second dream also sensed it as her beautiful eyes focused. What is that? Many people saw it as they stared with their eyes wide open. That's right, it was a light. It was the light of hope under the night sky. It gradually bloomed and became brighter. Vaguely, people could see a slender figure appear. This person was handsome and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a heaven-earth taboo fire lotus in his hand, as if he was a fire god from ancient times. An existence that surpasses the peak of the true meaning of fire, 10 directions world lotus. The cold voice seemed to come from the void. It was ethereal and firm. Under the gazes of countless people, the blood-red lotus floated out and circled continuously. Wisps of ancient and scorching flames emanated from it. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the lotus no longer had 9 petals but 10 petals. The peak of the fire of a 10th-grade king body. A few ancient experts felt their hearts tremble. Lin Ling's king body had gone from a 9th grade to a 10th grade. It released the most terrifying true meaning of fire. Boom. The lotus exploded, a forbidden world. Pa. The darkness distorted as space trembled. It could not contain the endless flames and was burned like paper. A sword could not cut through the darkness. Fire could brighten it and burn it. Boom. A huge flaming lotus soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sacred rainforest. Countless people's faces froze. What a sacred flame. In the storm of flames, the second dream waved her right hand. A pitch-black umbrella appeared in an attempt to block the terrifying flames. However, the umbrella was also burned, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was grave. Lin Ling's flames were so intense. Chapter 894. Desolate race bloodline. The lotus bloomed quickly, but it also withered quickly. All that was left behind was a gorgeous shadow in the hearts of the crowd, an unforgettable scene. Countless people looked towards the center. There Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked forwards. As for the second dream, her face was pale. It was obvious that she had been severely injured by the impact of the flames. At this moment, she no longer had the noble air of a goddess, but seemed like an ordinary woman that had fallen into the mortal world. In the past, the second dream was conferred the title of elder. In front of Lin Ling, the second dream fell from the divine altar. In today's strongest battle, the second dream has fallen once again. Lin Ling, you are fierce. Some of the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven were shocked. Today's Lin Ling had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Moreover, the second dream had been injured. Had she lost? Before, you said that you wanted me to shake hands and make peace because you didn't want me to die. But now, it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Lin Ling stepped forwards step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes flapped in the wind. He was indescribably valiant. The second dream's complexion became even uglier. After experiencing the Bodhi ancient tree, her strength had greatly increased. She was confident that in front of Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. But now, did she still have the qualifications to say those words? A 10th grade king body talent. This should be the power of fire that you took from Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling, the more you fight, the more valiant you become. In this situation you can still grow. It seems that you will never have a limit. Soon the second dream softly said, shocking the crowd. Yes, they also felt that Lin Ling had no limit. Every time they thought that he was strong, Lin Ling would once again reveal his brilliance, making it impossible for them to see through him. If that's the case, then let's wait until the battle is over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he softly said. As these words fell, those from the Fire Ancient clan began to cheer. They could already see that Lin Ling had won, and had become the #1 proud son of heaven. Haha, you think I'm only so? At this moment, the aura of the second dream began to change. From the darkness of the night, it became brighter and brighter. Above the sky, a ray of moonlight shone down. Lin Ling, do you know why you are an ant to me? Because you will never know where I came from or what I represent. Today you have seen the bloodline of the Night Clan. Even though you have lost, it is still an honor. Moon Spirit Body. Boundless light bloomed. At this moment, Second Dream was like a fairy of the moon. Unexpectedly, she had been hiding an even more powerful innate gift, the King Body. What? The entire square and even the main city was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had already won after using his trump card. However, no one knew that the Second Dream had an even stronger trump card. Were there no limits to these top talents? Moreover, the Night Clan? Some ancient powerhouses narrowed their eyes. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were ancient clans with bloodlines that were even more ancient than the 7 profound martial house. These ancient clans were called the Desolate Clan, and were the royal family of the Rainforest Holy Land. One of the 4 great Desolate clans was the Night Clan. The Night Clan was mysterious and noble. According to legends, this clan had the bloodline of the Heavenly Palace's bright moon. The Second Dream actually had the bloodline of the Night Clan. The proud daughter of heaven, at this moment she truly lived up to her name. Not only did she have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan, but she was also the disciple of the 7 profound martial houses' martial house master. Night Clan. In the crowd, Auntie Mo's beautiful eyes narrowed. Only she knew how powerful the Night Clan was. She had never thought that the semi-finals would have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan. If so, then who could be the Second Dream's opponent? The moon spirit body should no longer be called a royal body. It should be called an emperor body. The talent above all kings is the emperor. Lin Ling, it's too early for you to be happy. The Second Dream's cold voice floated out from her mouth. At this moment she was even more noble and holy. In order to let an ant like you see what an emperor is, I will make the first move. Moonlight Rain. Moonlight Rain. The Second Dream held an umbrella in her right hand and gently waved her left hand in the air. An incomparably beautiful scene appeared. The clouds in the sky seemed to be summoned by something. The clouds gradually dispersed and a bright moon appeared. Endless moonlight poured down. Moonlight sprinkles down? The crowd's eyes flashed. What kind of attack was this? Chi. However, in the next moment, some of the martial artists that were illuminated by the moonlight began to corrode. This light was terrifying. It wasn't light, but moonlight that had turned into rainwater. Retreat. Retreat. A large number of martial artists anxiously shouted. The Second Dream's emperor body was too terrifying. Even a peak-proud son of heaven couldn't block the moonlight. No wonder the Second Dream was so confident that she could fight a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He waved the great sword in his hand, trying to block the moonlight that sprinkled down from the sky. Ding ding ding. The moonlight's power was extremely sharp. Every beam contained 100% of the moon spirit's true intent. As it dripped onto the tyrannical song sword, it made the sword extremely heavy. Woohoo! Lin Ling brandished his great sword in a watertight manner. However, with the passage of time he still found it difficult to withstand. His body was penetrated by large amounts of rainwater, causing him to bleed profusely. And from afar the area had become a forbidden land. Only the moonlight sprinkled down, making it extremely dazzling. Many people looked at Lin Ling, who was resolutely brandishing his sword. They were astounded. Against a godlike desolate race bloodline, Lin Ling was still undefeated. His willpower was very tenacious. The desolate race, the top ancient race bloodline in the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, this is the reason why you will never be able to defeat me. The Second Dream's black dress fluttered in the wind. With the holy moonlight in the sky, it made her look even more beautiful and holy. It made many people's eyes twinkle. At this moment the Second Dream was very beautiful. Compared to her, Lin Ling was like the most ordinary mortal in the world. Let's see how long you can last. Light of the bright moon. The Second Dream gently waved the umbrella in her hand. The bright moon in the sky turned into a beam of light that landed on the umbrella. It reflected a huge beam of moonlight that slashed at Lin Ling like a sickle. Without any martial intent, he could rely on his powerful king body and borrow the power of the world to kill everything. Rumble. The dazzling moonlight sickle destroyed everything. Some warriors could not dodge in time and were swept by the moonlight. They were instantly reduced to dust. This attack could kill an expert at the beginning stages of the Saint Spirit Realm. It was terrifying. Lin Ling is a perfect evildoer. Unfortunately, he can't compare to a goddess from the heavens. Many people in the distance felt their hearts tremble. It was too terrifying. Was the Second Dream still human? She was simply a god. She was the son of God. Under countless gazes, only that young man was battling with the son of God. At this moment the young man's mouth was bleeding. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was still as determined as before, like an undefeatable god of war. Fiery extermination. Rumble. Lin Ling's left arm burst into flames, burning fiercely. The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire combined with the 20,000 small worlds in his body, causing the earth to shake. Lin Ling then looked at the bright moon's scythe and ruthlessly punched out. Lin Ling hasn't lost yet. Many people were excited. Lin Ling was the only person in the entire rainforest sacred land who dared to battle with the Son of God. Lin Ling's flames were boiling. The symbol of the Fire Ancient Clan was blooming in the rainforest sacred land at this moment. Chapter 895. Fight to the death for a single sword. Rumble. A huge flaming fist appeared as if it was the fist of a flame god. It crazily collided with the bright moon's scythe. In that instant, a destructive, silent and murderous aura erupted. A huge spiritual energy bomb appeared, shaking the heavens. How terrifying. The crowd retreated. Today's battle between the geniuses was beyond their imagination. Bang, bang. The spiritual energy bomb quickly exploded, and countless flames rained down like fireworks. On the ground, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. His blue and white robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Below the sky, Second Dream's beautiful face turned even uglier. Lin Ling had blocked her attack once again. Is that all you've got for the bloodline of God? His voice was filled with mockery, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to widen. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. She had already used her strongest trump card, but Lin Ling still hadn't been defeated. That's not all. The Second Dream said softly. She seemed to be hesitating, but eventually, her eyes were filled with determination. Maybe she could not bear to kill Lin Ling, but today was a battle of life and death. No matter what, she had to win. For so many years, she had been as noble as a goddess. She had never been moved by that man. No matter how powerful the geniuses were, they would pale in comparison to her. However, the heavens had arranged for a nemesis to restrain her. For the first time in her life, she had been slapped in the face and pulled down from her pedestal. Such a person had left a deep impression in her heart. Therefore, whether it was for the humiliation or for the martial heart, she had to defeat Lin Ling. Facing my second talent, you can only resist with all your might. If I were a little stronger, you would not be able to fight back. Moonlight. The moonlight in the sky became even more dazzling, and the light became warm and holy. It enveloped Second Dream's body, causing her hair to turn silvery white, making her look even more holy. At the same time, her aura crazily increased, and it actually reached the aura of the Holy Spirit realm, which was incomparably powerful. It's impossible to win. Many people looked at the goddess like the Second Dream and felt their mouths go dry. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful Emperor Spirit Realm genius. In today's battle, the Second Dream had unleashed everything she had. She had become the #1 genius of the 7 major halls. And her hidden techniques seemed to be limitless. No one was unconvinced. The top geniuses of the various halls of martial arts had all quietly placed the Second Dream above their heads. Holy Spirit Realm? The geniuses of the Yi clan are really powerful. Far away, the experts from the Desolate race had solemn looks in their eyes. A Sacred Spirit Realm expert who was not even 20 years old was extremely rare even in the Desolate race. I've used my final trump card and doubled my strength. Lin Ling, you have even less of a chance. Second Dream's confident voice floated out. At this moment, she had turned into the Moon Goddess. She stretched out her white little finger and lightly tapped the air. Moon Goddess power. A ray of light shot out. It was fast, unbelievably fast. In the distance, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse's body was pierced through. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't sensed it, nor had he been able to resist it. This person was a student of the 7 profound martial house, and his strength was also incomparably formidable. But he couldn't even block one of the Second Dream's moves. The Second Dream's Holy Spirit Realm power was too terrifying. Each new generation excels the previous. Many people's hearts trembled. The Second Dream was displaying her formidable strength, and this strength was even more terrifying than before. This is the strength that I have raised by borrowing the essence of the moon. There is a time limit, but it has greatly increased my strength. Even the moonlight rain from before is incomparably sharp. Lin Ling, you are very pitiful. In the end you will still lose. The Second Dream said to Lin Ling as she retracted her finger. Moonlight rain. The crowd was shocked once again. The moonlight rain from before was already incomparably crazy. Now that the Second Dream had increased her strength, a casual beam of light could injure a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. But what if it was a moonlight rain? Even an ordinary early Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse would perish. Was she still a genius? She was already a top king of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling took a step forward. His handsome face was filled with determination. You have shown me this to let me know how powerful you are. Very well, I already know. But I will not back down from this battle. Boom. Many people's hearts were in turmoil. Lin Ling still wanted to fight. Then you can die now. The Second Dream's beautiful eyes were pure white. She opened her arms and her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her exquisite figure. In the sky, an even more terrifying moonlight rain sprinkled down. Retreat. The crowd retreated frantically. Was the Second Dream trying to kill them as well? Impressive. She is not even 20 years old, but she has the strength of a student in the martial arts hall. In the future she will definitely follow the Holy King. The top powerhouses mumbled to themselves. Then they looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling withstand the second dream's final trump card? To be honest, Lin Ling was also very terrifying today. He revealed his trump card step by step, and it felt as if there was no limit. If not for the second dream, he would definitely be the most dazzling genius in the Rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, he met the goddess the second dream. Lin Ling, if you don't admit defeat, he will die. Then everyone looked at the young man under the moonlight rain. At this moment, they realized that the young man's willpower surpassed everyone else. Even when death was near, he did not back down. He fought for his beliefs. So fast. At this moment, Lin Ling looked up at the dazzling sky. Countless moonlight rain sprinkled down. It looked beautiful, but it was fatal. I can't lose. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had fought to the end. He could not back down. Otherwise he would be ashamed to face Di Wuji and Sakura. Today's battle was Lin Ling's battle to rise in the Rainforest Holy Land. He wanted to use this battle to find his mother. He wanted to use this battle to protect his loved ones. Fight. Fight. Billowing battle intent floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He raised the sword in his hand. The peak sword intent appeared. It was domineering and magnificent. Lin Ling wants to fight with his sword? Fight. Many people stared at Lin Ling and gasped. Flame. Fight. However, at this moment the cold voice sounded again. Flames rose from the sword as if it wanted to burn the world. The peak sword intent of fire appeared. What? Fight. The top powerhouses narrowed their eyes. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. The fusion of two peak sword intents of martial arts. Was this Lin Ling's final trump card? Was he going to fight to the death just for that one sword? It's too late. The moonlight rain's speed is too fast. He can't slash it out. Many people became nervous. At this moment, a breath of time seemed to be as long as a century. The battle at the peak, the most dazzling rain, the most resplendent sword, seemed to be about to start the final collision. Lin Ling must die. Manor Lord Tianlin's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had a trump card. How hateful.